176, ch 176 Time to play hardball. In the last days of the break, I received a sincere thank you from Narcissa and confirmation regarding Draco declaring his intent to remain with his mother instead of following his father's stupidity. Her gratitude for regaining her son resulted in an offer to increase my influence and political clout in Spain, something she said she was open to, but I told her there was no need. Instead I asked her if she was willing to take charge in a new business venture I had thought about in the past, but hadn't really seriously committed myself to, magical spas. After explaining what a spa was, I could practically feel her willingness to make it a reality through her messages. Ms. Black was very optimistic about such facilities becoming very popular amongst the ladies and even began to plan on having the first one being made near her current community in order to test it on those accustomed to life's so-called finer things. It would take time, of course. Proper research on exactly what could be offered needed to be done. I would get the supplies and manpower, while Narcissa would be in charge of coordinating things and deciding what exactly was going to be happening. Having a woman in charge of something pretty much designed to attract women was appropriate to me, especially a cunning one like Narcissa who could get the best results possible once she applies herself. She would have free reins on this project, with me only helping when it comes to some of the treatments which could be offered using my vast knowledge regarding beasts, herbs, and potions. This would also act as a sort of test to understand Narcissa's abilities better, but if she is truly interested in this opportunity then I have little doubt she shall succeed. If I decide to keep Lucius alive beyond the coming battles for some reason, it would be hilarious to watch his reaction as his ex-wife returns to the country after taking pretty much everything from him, opening a new branch of a very successful business which was inspired by Muggles, with their son on her side, and finally realizing that all his personal failures are still caused by me. But it probably won't happen because there's a 50% chance Lucius is going to die this year and a 90% he'll die within the next 2. The only reason I am currently debating killing him is because of the impact it would have on Draco. I know I am putting a lot of focus on the kid, but he is currently my student and trying to change for the better. His current psychological state is unstable at the moment, however, making the choice to wait for another year the better option. The man will die, however. I could never wrap my head around how the bastard got away with serving Tom as a Death Eater lieutenant twice, just because he didn't go try to slaughter school kids a second time when his lord was kinda losing. And besides, Lucius is not the only Death Eater I am currently stopping myself from killing on sight. The Parkinson family is touchy since their only daughter, Pansy, has not exhibited any positive character developments so far, only showing me the classic case of a bully. The girl will harass those she is told are below her and fear those better than her, displaying the symptoms of a child no one has ever taught properly. Her family is supporting the effort from the back by funding the Tom, too cowardly to openly fight like many families were during the First War. A family full of classic blood supremacist, those passing on their stupid hate and bias. But I am undecided between erasing them or making them lose everything. The Not Patriarch has always been on thin ice in my book. It was hinted in the books that he killed his wife and the mother of Theodore not in front of the child, something which has already placed him on my shit list. But I needed to have a proper talk with Theodore to understand just where he stands regarding to his father. If he wishes to be free of him then the man will die when he crosses my path, and if not I will have to determine my options after seeing the kid. Crabbe and Goyle Sr. are weird for me in all honesty. This is because their sons are too thick to actually predict how the death of their fathers would affect them. I really don't know if losing their fathers would impact them in any way except some kids either mocking them or sympathizing with them. Trying to teach them made me understand why Draco was surprised when Harry and Ron were disguised as them in their second year, exclaiming that he was shocked one of them could read. Besides them, there are many who will disappear in the coming times, but they are all either have no other relatives, have been rejected by the rest of their families or the entire family is too far gone. These bastards must learn the hard way that actions have consequences, whether they learn it in death or life is all that's left to decide. Moving on from the morbid topic of people who actually call themselves Death Eaters, the continuation of the school year brought a comfortable status quo within the school. I was still closely monitoring the Toad, but my actions have been driving her nuts since she hasn't been able to achieve anything except annoy everyone. None of her so-called educational decrees have succeeded, any attempt to gain some kind of power over others was heavily restricted, she could not find any faults from the staff because we were all supporting each other and yes I am including Professor Trelawney because I personally helped her create proper lesson plans, and there are no unapproved activities in the castle to attack the headmaster with because all of the faculty is using the loopholes I pointed out. The woman wasn't even able to recruit any members for her stupid inquisitorial squad because she is seen as a joke by most students, an annoying one at that. And it was time to really start pressuring the ministry from all angles. I was going to start really swinging my weight around, not like I was doing before by barely changing Decree number 23. No. It was time to start really destroying the Fudge administration. My most obvious move was to officially buy release white magic in Britain. The process to get it ministry approved was already done using my people. This meant no one knew about this and it was really going to annoy Fudge and Umbridge. The move was made to put pressure mostly on Umbridge and Tom. I wanted them to feel more pressed to act. I needed them unstable so they would make mistakes. Although I am not actually sure on how long it would take Tom and his gloomy band to learn about these books, mostly because I'm pretty sure none of them are very academic or inclined towards learning new things beyond how to hurt those weaker than them, Umbridge will be able to see me teach the magic firsthand. The Toad hates what makes her feel inferior, it is one of the major personality defects she shares with Tom. She will want white magic to be banned for a variety of stupid, weak, bigoted, and downright bullshit reasons, and if Tom actually has retained his intelligence he will fear what this magic means and do what he can to destroy it. And for either to do anything, they must act. I was breaking the current stalemate. A bit reckless, but I have people everywhere. I have even had an increasing number of people infiltrate the lower ranks of Tom's gathering force. He thought just getting criminals and dark wizards from Europe without proper background and identity checks was smart, bless him. Then I combine that with Jennifer and the info I get from Dumbledore/Snape, and I can pretty know whenever Tom makes a move. It also helps that I've had Jennifer sneak a magical version of a tracking device into Nagini's food. Can't really put anything on Tom since he barely wears a robe which he uses as a weapon and only carries his wand with him, leaving the snake as the best option to track his movements. Plus snakes have long digesting periods and the tracker very small while also being resistant to most harm. So even if Riddle just decides to go on a solo rampage I'll know where because he always takes the snake with him or uses her for something. And if he decides to send her somewhere alone like when he did that disgusting thing with Bathilda Bagshot's corpse in canon, it will be an opportunity to end the snake. Following that, I will mostly turn the Prophet against the Minister. I was tired of letting Fudge ruin the people's faith in the paper. Although I would let him keep the pressure on Dumbledore and try to conceal the Azkaban destruction, the coming scandals would be reported by both the Herald and the Prophet. This would help maintain the Prophet's reputation for the future, which is nice since I own most of it, while shaking Fudge's grip on it. Then my third move was to get rid of the last incompetent members of the Board of Governors. Everyone that supported Fudge in trying to screw Hogwarts over for political bullshit was going to be removed the same way Lucius had been, then replaced with much better members. Already had Carl Greengrass, Kingsley Shacklebolt, Hannah Abbott's father Jason Abbott, my future mother-in-law Selene Traverse and maybe Narcissa or Draco in the future, all ready to take the emptied seats. I wanted Hogwarts out of the reach of anyone who would mess with it. After the brewing storm approaching, I would raise it to truly be the greatest source of magical education in the world. Hence this move served to slap the ministry and set up the future. Next was to start the sweep of Fudge's supporters and cabinet. I am going to have Umbitch murdered so I'm skipping over her, but a good number of officials are going to be politically dead or stuck in dead-end carriers after I'm done shaking the ministry. If they thought I was annoying before then I'm going to make them puke blood just like Lucius after I'm done. This is because all those assholes who get away with harassment, corruption, sexual assault, embezzlement, suppressing actually talented employees and sometimes even killing someone, they all have to pay someone higher than them to do and a large cut of that money goes to Fudge, letting me have a wonderful way to clean things up. Watergate wishes it could be as expansive as what I'm going to do because Fudge isn't getting a pardon from his replacement. In fact most of these people will be lucky to not go to fortress jails after this is done. And all too conveniently, I had qualified and driven workers of all status in place to take over. In one move I would sweep almost a third of the problems plaguing the ministry and lay the foundation for improving everything else while giving my intelligence network an expansion. My last step for the year would unfortunately have to wait until Tom revealed himself properly to complete, simply because the cleaning of the Wizengamot is not an easy thing. There are simply too many old bastards clinging to their seats and holding way too much influence on the country. After my previous step I will be able to get rid of the incompetence put there by Fudge and also gain the seats for the various important members of the ministry, but the majority of the other seats are owned by noble houses, hence are difficult to change. Malfoy will lose his seat, something which I'll try to get for Draco or Narcissa later, Selene will regain hers after the trial, a few other decent family members are being selected to inherit such positions and some seats will just have to remain empty because I'm going to end their bloodline. That's what you get when you go out to murder, rape and torture random innocent people. By the time the next school year begins, the ministry will be ushered into a new age. One where it actually works, does its jobs properly and actively works to better the country. You know, what governments are supposed to do. It was time to start playing hardball with everyone. So let the games begin. 177, ch 177 Sometimes you just want to watch the world burn a bit. -3rd person POV because I just kind of felt like it. Inside an office with an academic's flair, bookshelves filled with tomes and journals, new and old artifacts, and parchments covering a finely crafted ebony wood desk, one could hear the animated voice of the WWN radio host announcing this month's latest scandal coming from the radio behind the man working at said desk. We have another damning report from the reporters of the Herald. From the investigation and evidence submitted to the DMLE, Frederick Bulstrode, head of the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, has been charged of several crimes which have not only endangered the statute of secrecy and the lives of those living in this country, but also embezzlement, bribery, and forgery to name a few. The most distressing acts this man has committed were to accept bribes from various sources, letting dangerous, rare or illegal creatures and beings into our country. The kinds of creatures illegally imported without anyone's knowledge was said to contain various species of dragons, Nundus, Aquintaped, chimeras, Hawampus cats, and he was even found to have been involved in the infamous phoenix egg theft a decade ago. Meanwhile, he smuggled in vampires and werewolves wanted in other European countries, a few trolls and most distressingly members of a giant tribe. You heard me right, listeners, the man helped smuggle in vampires, dragons, and giants. All of which are currently loose in our country without any of us having a single clue. Any of these could seriously endanger both our lives and our safety through secrecy. And although this process has been brought in front of the Wiesengamot, and a conviction is nearly assured with how much evidence was said to have been submitted, we cannot let this go. This has been another example of how corrupt and utterly broken the Ministry of Magic had become. So-called pure-blooded wizards have again been shown to only care about themselves and not about the majority of witches and wizards considered half-bloods or muggleborns, with only scant few truly trying to better our lives or uphold the duties given to them. Our so-called minister has once again claimed he knew nothing of these matters and quickly distanced himself from his former ally Frederick Bulstrode, claiming that Frederick always seemed so driven to properly regulate magical creatures, and that he was very efficient in the handling of his duties. But we have found two reasons for these words. His drive was regarding the harsh punishment of those he considered subhuman like werewolves and velas, while he had sadistic tendencies towards animals, which was proven when a hit wizard raid was conducted in his home and multiple heavily abused creatures were found in his basement, while his work efficiency has now been attributed to Mr. Bulstrode forcing his work onto his subordinates while he went to lavish establishments, drank, engaged in intercourse in his office with random women, or simply didn't come in for work days at a time. The outraged man's voice continued, but the man at the desk turned down the volume of the radio in favor of the newspaper he had picked up from his desk. Scandal from the war, the FLOO blockers. A large list of previously unknown names was released after an extensive investigation in various cold cases resting in the DMLE, which our aurors and hit wizards were forced to let rest because of the ever-increasing restrictions the department had placed on them from our very own minister. This list connects 23 current ministry employees who were found to have assisted he who must not be named's efforts in the war. These individuals actively disconnected registered homes from the FLOO network when they were informed an attack was planned on said home. Their actions have been linked to 184 murders so far, as well as implicating the current vice-head of the department itself. The Prophet article was put down and another paper was picked up. Hogwarts governors, embezzlement, bribery, and blackmail. Readers might remember that almost 2 years ago, nearly half of the Hogwarts Board of Governors was removed and heavily fined because of a scandal led by Lord Lucius Malfoy. Well, it would seem the minister himself felt the need to emulate his actions. Evidence was found that most members who were able to escape prosecution last time, were now involved in the minister's attempt to take control of the famously independent Hogwarts, due to the political war he is waging against Albus Dumbledore. That's right, Minister Cornelius Fudge, who we reported earlier this year to be attacking Albus Dumbledore because he believes he is trying to gain a position many have been begging him to take for the last 60 years, has been trying time and time again to control and shackle Hogwarts. These attempts have come in the form of so-called educational decrees, laws the ministry somehow passed in order to feel more in control of the school. These decrees vary widely in scope. One actually said that only teams, clubs, societies, or groups approved by an inquisitor could exist, effectively trying to cancel even the historic Quidditch Cup. Another dictates that no professors are even allowed to talk to students about things outside their teaching matter, attempting to neuter the right to free speech. Next we have the ministry banning any and all means of students enjoying themselves, meaning no chess, toys, pleasure reading, minor prank objects, muggle toy box products or even candies. And the most alarming was the ministry trying to give itself the right to punish any student of any age in any way they deemed fit, which was thankfully modified by a few of the more outstanding members of the board. The worst part, dear readers, is that all of this is currently being overseen by one of the worst individuals in the ministry, Dolores Umbridge. That's right, the infamous bigot and racist. A woman who has attempted to classify people with magical being ancestry as beasts, has a record of extreme blood supremacy, was reported on by multiple ministry employees for abuse of power, showcases fanatical levels of worship for the absolute power of the ministry, and many other negative associations. She was put in charge of creating laws which directly impact your children, your alma mater or the place your children would attend based on whatever she felt was right. All this enabled by the corrupt Board of Governors, which has been seen to only remain functional because of the minority which continues to fight for the bettering of the historic school. These men and women like Lady Andromeda Tonks Black, Dowager Augusta Longbottom and Lord Aidan Bones, have all passionately defended the schools against such acts, and now is the time for us to step forward to help. The man once again put the paper down, and this time he picked up a report given to him by his intelligence network. Fudge has been undergoing extreme stress and pressure. We expect he will commit to drastic measures very soon. He has also been confirmed to have an increased dependence on alcohol, some banned substances from Brazil, and has been taking out loans to pay his way out of the media's eyesight. But with the loss of so many corrupt officials he is rapidly losing support. We have already heard of many starting to push for a replacement, most heavily supporting Amelia Bones due to the record-high arrest and conviction rate she has been spearheading without covert assistance. P.S. I think the Quibbler would love to spin an interesting theory on why Fudge is rapidly losing his hair. With a chuckle from reading the last lines, the man simply watched as the report bursted in blue flames and turned into nothing in mere moments. He then looked at the pile of newspapers behind his desk, the ones about the great number of scandals and crimes which had happened in the last 2 months. Lady Selene Traverse, truth of her coma. Former Lord Traverse found guilty of being a Death Eater, attempted murder, and usurpation of lordship. Wilhelm Traverse discovered dead in his cell, drained of all blood. Suspected to be done by vampires. Still find it amusing that they meant it literally when the ladies said they would drain the life out of him. The silver-haired man said with a smirk on his face. 12 arrested in dark artifact raid led by Arthur Weasley. Vice Department head Drumpf accused of multiple rapes and illegal imprisonments. The Golden Wand busts witch trafficking ring, rescues 35. Albus Dumbledore reinstated as Chief Warlock after 5 members and his replacement were found guilty. Miracle recovery by healing Mistress Victoria Traverse leads to the last heir of the most ancient and noble House Rosier's shocking statement, Lord Malfoy poisoned me for my family seat. New inhibition collars created by rising star James Calloway have been officially adopted by DMLE for detainment of criminals. Quibbler article leads to vampire nest. Multiple XXXXX and XXXX illegally smuggled creatures captured by Master Magi zoologist Christian Ward. So much chaos in the ministry and only the departments under my influence and the DMLE are working properly and without any significant scandal. This is going to really screw Fudge and the pure-blood supremacists. The silver-haired scholar said in a smooth voice. He then picked up another report from his private vanishing box. A perk of being its creator. My lord. The primary target has shown signs of accelerating his plans, but cannot move immediately due to his desire for his right hand being healed. He has expressed displeasure over the loss of contacts and connections within the ministry, but declared that once his forces are gathered that they would simply take over the ministry, hence it was of no concern. Target has even shown bouts of positivity from time to time, hinting at a plot he was working on but has not revealed. Beyond the primary target, Target has become increasingly desperate after realizing he lost almost everything. Secondary target has shown a great deal of dedication to her rehabilitation. The cloaks are currently in Russia since everything there is already cold and depressing. The bats are said to be located somewhere in London's old sewers because it's always dark and people won't notice if a person disappears in a city as big as London, and the big boys are currently in the Dartmoor region because the terrain and history can help hide them. Bastards really smuggled actual vampires into the country. Are they that desperate? The ministry brokered a deal with the Transylvanian royal clan so they would stay out and now they bring some blood-addicted little shits and let them loose on London. I'll have some of the guards from the Werewolf Town team up with Fortress to sweep the sewers and find all their hidey holes in one shot. Werewolves are perfect to hunt vampires and vice versa since they can't infect each other, and the wolves can help sniff them out if necessary. Most have been trained in white magic and I'll ask James if he can come up with something to detect vampires. If he can't I'll have to have the toy box figure out how to protect thermal vision devices. The young silver-haired man said with distaste apparent in his voice. Oh well. I lit the fire, gotta be responsible for the flames. He then added with a sigh as he started writing instructions to the aforementioned people. But suddenly he brought out his vanishing box again and read the new message it displayed with great focus. This was because it came in with the box indicating the message was urgent and important. I just received a report from my girl in Fudge's office. He gave the toad permission to use goddamn Veritaserum on school kids. The incompetent bastard is that desperate. We have a copy of the order, but you can't let her do this, it might psychologically traumatize whoever drinks it. With that warning and the sudden alarm that the toad's office which just signaled that she had brought someone with her. A quick check of my version of the Marauders map and he finds the name Harry Potter next to the toads. The next moment the man bolted out of his office and ran. -1 ST person POV like God intended. That fucking bitch. I am going to wreck her. I couldn't fucking flame myself near them because there were too many people around her office and I didn't want to burn or explode anyone by flaming there. I also don't know if she actually has the Veritaserum. In canon Snape just gave her some water and she couldn't tell the difference when she dumped the whole bottle in a cup of tea, but she might have not went to him this time around. Good thing I have the antidote on me at all times. I thought as I ran through the halls, ignoring anyone spotting me. How the hell did she even catch Harry so quick? I just received confirmation that Fudge gave her permission. So how did the kid get caught immediately after? I then thought in annoyance and astonishment at the bad luck needed for that to happen. The kid somehow came across bitch as soon as she's allowed to fuck with the minds of kids at the exact moment she can somehow punish for something. In less than 2 minutes I made it to her abomination of an office, and I could hear her yelling. You will tell me. Crew I heard the bitch yell through the door. Oh fuck no I thought as I just bust down the door like a damn Spartan and cast Protego Sanctum around Harry. CIO. Umbridge finished as the invisible bolt shot towards my little bro, only to be blocked. The both of them then finally noticed my presence after that. My very, very angry presence. So angry in fact, that the toad couldn't breathe because of the overwhelming amount of power I was crushing her with. My eyes were emitting pure power as blue energy seemed to leak out of them and dance like flames from the corner of my eyes. My long silver floated behind me and shined slightly as magic coursed through every inch of me. You insignificant toad! Did you just try to use an unforgivable on my little brother? I rhetorically asked in a tone of voice filled with an icy edge. Not seeing her capable of answering, I turned to Harry and reined in my power and emotions. You okay, Harry? I asked with some worry. She had done something before I got here. I'm okay. She tried to get me to drink a potion, but I just tossed it in her plant when she wasn't looking. He answered with a smirk on his face. Good. I replied with a nod and turned my attention to the toad. I retracted the power used to pressure her, making her gasp for air immediately. In the meantime I waved my hand to repair the door, put it back in place and make it so no one would be able to hear what happens next. Could you go get the headmaster, Harry? I am sure he would very much like to hear what the Inquisitor just tried to do. I asked a bit forcefully, making Harry jump up from his seat in a hurry. No problem. He seriously answered and headed out the now repaired door. A few moments later Harry was gone and Umbridge had finally caught her breath. But in a bout of what I can only assume was insanity from the crazed look in her eyes, she then quickly pointed her wand at me and started to yell, Avada! Only to be disarmed before she could finish the curse, resulting in an unearthly shriek of pain. Yet, when I said disarmed, I meant she lost an arm. I didn't use Expelliarmus, no, I used a superheated cutting charm to remove her arm from the shoulder. It's like she got lightsaber D. I then summoned her wand to me, it being excellent evidence since the last spell it casted was the Cruciatus Curse. If they could try to blame Harry for the dark mark at the World Cup because his wand casted it, then this will do as well. In the meantime, I was casted a silencing bubble over the bitch and undid the one around the entire office, then just watched as she rolled around clutching her stump and silently probably yelled out every insult or threat she could muster. Just to mess with her more I conjured some chains to tie her up and left her on the floor to glare at me with absolute fury. A few minutes later, Harry came back with our headmaster and his deputy. My goodness! Professor Bones, what have you done? McGonagall asks with a gasp as her complexion visibly whitens. I would like a proper explanation as to why you have dismembered Miss Umbridge Aiden. Albus supported as he focused on me for a proper answer. She tried to make Harry drink Verita serum, which he nicely dodged, but when that didn't work she wanted to torture whatever information she desired out of him, so she casted the Cruciatus Curse at him. I was on my way here and heard her yell out the first part, so I kicked the door down and shielded Harry, then I immobilized her. After that I sent Harry to notify you headmaster, but after he was gone she seemed to become desperate enough to try and cast the killing curse at me, so I took her casting arm off and confiscated the wand. I calmly answered the elderly duo. This is very troubling indeed. But I assume you already have plans in place. You are not one to lose yourself in anger, you would use it for greater payback. Dumbledore responded as he looked at me for the reveal. This signaled the end of Fudge's time in office. He won't last another month. I said with absolute certainty. It would appear you have things under control then. I look forward to Amelia's time in office. She will make a wonderful minister. Dumbledore said with a slight smile as he turned around and took his leave. What? Aunt Amelia is going to become minister? A shocked Harry asked as he looked at me. Not hard to guess with all the shit happening lately, but don't worry, she is very ready for it. I said to the kid, getting a slow nod. Well, then I guess I should prepare something to congratulate Amelia. First a wedding and now becoming a minister, quite a year for her. Come along Mr. Potter, we shall go see Poppy to make sure nothing is wrong with you. Minerva said as she moved on from the now left-handed Umbridge and dragged Harry out. She worked in the DMLE and actively participated in the last war, the woman has seen worse than someone losing an arm. Hell, I'm half sure she's seen worse just teaching here. Just those apparition fuck-ups can really do some damage. Well, you annoying bitch of a toad, I am going to leave too. I have things to do which are much more important than you. Besides, the Aurors will be here for you in not too long, so you can just stay here. Cool. I said to the muted, chained, wandless and one-armed woman on the floor. She tried to yell something, but yet, muted. So I just blocked off her fireplace since it's connected to the Flow network and sealed the office completely so no one could help her get away. I then left to contact my mother. 178, ch 178. A plot stopped by a dinner. The next day's headline brought almost complete hysteria to witches and wizards of the country. High Inquisitor casts unforgivable at Harry Potter. Yet, that title alone was going to ruin a good amount of people's day. I cannot believe how brazen that harlot was. Who does she think she is? Trying to torture children and harm one loved by Hogwarts when within its walls. ranted one angry female ghost as I showed her this morning's paper. The woman has done many horrible things in the past, but you don't have to care about someone such as her Helena. She is not worth it at all. Also, I have my doubts about her actually being able to harm me. She just doesn't have the power to cast a proper killing curse and I am very resistant to dark magic. I said as I tried to placate my ghostly friend. Humph. She should be grateful you only took an arm from her. Hogwarts would have trapped her in its lost dungeons and make some of the armors pay her back. The still upset Helena grumbled as she started going down a rather dark option. Not to interrupt, but did you say Hogwarts would trap a person? Like, it would decide to do something and act on it. I asked as what she had said clicked. I thought you knew Hogwarts was semi-sentient. She responded with a bit of confusion over my question. Yes, it has been my belief that the school holds some measure of sentience due to various evidence, but what you just said was very different from semi-sentience. That sounded like Hogwarts has the ability to make actual decisions. I explained as the unasked question behind that was told. Oh, that's where you are confused. Well, I guess the differences in how we define semi-sentience would be the problem here. How do you define it, Aiden? Helena said as she began her way of making me understand. This next part might be completely bull or trash to some, but this is what I'm going with. My understanding would be that it classifies a being without true conscious thought and actions. A thing operating based on instinctual actions or without a sense of self. I answered after giving some thought to the rather philosophical topic. In a sense you are correct, but it is also not complete. You see, Hogwarts acts based on the beliefs of both its creators and the school's values. Although in practice the castle mainly protects students, redirecting away from harm, helping teachers stumble across bullying, a shortcut to class or even a little punishment for bad students from time to time. You don't see it, but Hogwarts is always there. In your case, Hogwarts has shown to be very fond of you for many reasons, mostly your values and spirit. You have the best of the founders in you and uphold the values of the school, so when you were threatened within her halls she was, for lack of a better word, angered. That woman attacked a student and attempted to do the same to a person who perfectly represents this place's values, hence it would have retaliated in a manner deemed fit for the offender. The Grey Lady explained as she took on her scholarly demeanor. I see, so it is basically a programmed response with various sets of protocols based off of the set parameters. Who knew wizards had programmed things almost a millennia before Muggle could? I'm guessing Peeves is basically a kind of offshoot of the school's values due to the way students view their time here, giving birth to a purely mischievous spirit. While the room of requirements would be a sort of student help room governed by the castle itself. I said with a chuckle at the realization. I am not sure what those words mean, but you are correct about Peeves and the mother's room. The castle itself made them what they are today, hence one cannot remove them or permanently destroy them. Helena said as she dropped another little bomb on me today, but I'll just internalize that one. Glad I distracted her from Umbridge. I honestly don't care enough about her anymore. She served her purpose, now she can rot in jail and annoy everyone there with her vile views. I thought before beginning to explain advances in modern computing. The following days were pretty great at Hogwarts. With Umbridge gone and the minister being totally fucked right now, meaning everyone was basically just waiting for elections to be called, the school gained its peace once again. Teachers no longer had to be present at every extracurricular activity, students were free to be kids, teens, and young adults again without having to fear absurd punishments, the faculty gave a week of no homework to celebrate while a feast was organized just because we could, and everyone felt positive in general. The twins even used all those fireworks they had in cannon to give everyone a good show, and maybe do a little advertising for the shop they planned to open this summer. As an investor I was quite pleased with the business savviness on display. My extra class for orderlings and those with some brains/guts were continuing, only with a lot less secrecy than before. I was technically working within my subject when doing these, but they were definitely what the Toad would have targeted before her arrest, so I had everyone keep quiet. And I have to say that they were shaping up quite well overall, with maybe about half being able to at least take one normal Death Eaters and the rest just being too young to have the power to do so. None of them will die quick though, that's for certain, and it's not like power is the only way to win, but they'll need to be smart and lucky. On the family side of things, well, there's no easy way to say this, but I haven't seen mother that pissed since Ignatius Avery's trial. Guy who experimented on him for people who forget stuff. The woman was going on a goddamn warpath against the Toad and no one was going to stop her. Harry was legally her godson and she's been helping take care of him for 4 years now. So when she heard a person she and everyone hated tried to hurt him, ooh boy. She was drafting up a proposal to make a freaking death cell like the Americans had, just so they could properly execute the bitch. Mother said that since the ministry won't be able to use dementors anymore, they might as well adopt another country's method. Sirius was just smiling and nodding during this bit, while also subtly using the Black family's wealth to help things along in order to support his wife. The fact that he was also really angry at the Toad motivated his inner Slytherin a bit, that's for sure. Well, that was after the two of them came over to fuss over Harry for a while. The kid might have been embarrassed to no end, but I knew he was actually happy to have people caring so much. I decided to be petty as well and had my people send a notice to Mother about a rather nasty semi-sentient poison I had created with some masters from Breaking Grounds, which resembles the thing used in America. I am not exactly proud of that thing, but sometimes you just want to see how far you can go. Now, this wasn't the worst poison we had created, just the best one for the job. We actually made something which can dissolve goblin materials, a material said to be able to absorb anything to strengthen itself, but it was overkill and nothing could properly contain it without melting, so we stopped at that point and destroyed the research to avoid someone doing something stupid with the stuff. And then I helped lobby for the new death penalty in a revamped prison system at the same time. This was mostly because I wanted to either have Azkaban up and running without Dementors instead of using all of Fortress jails, simply because they weren't meant for long-term detainment and it paints a target on their backs. Plus it's the Ministry's job to take care of this, not a private business. Meanwhile pretty much everyone was done with Fudge. His actions, general attitude, and lack of abilities already put him in a wobbly position, but now he was just done. He would never hold any office again and would be extremely lucky to avoid even half the charges which were now being levied against him since he was linked to the majority of the scandals rocking the ministry. There was now officially a Wisengamot gathering called for the end of the week in order to officially dismiss him from the position of Minister for Magic and begin the election process. I was certain Mother would be the best candidate. Her track record, reputation, political platforms, and her abilities all placed her as the best choice. The only people who could have threatened her would be Dumbledore, who doesn't want the office, the now deceased Crouch SR, and maybe me, but I don't want it either. It also helped that she would receive the backing of many members of the Wisengamot, with ministry officials and employees believing in her, the vast amounts of money both her husband and son have at their disposal, and the boost she gets from being the legal guardian of Harry Potter and having married someone now recognized as a war hero. Yet, Minister Bones was going to happen, and if someone tries to stop that, they'll be dealing with me. This was actually something I was discussing with her at this moment since we were having a pleasant dinner. It was just the immediate family present, Mother, Sirius, Selene, Victoria, and myself. We wanted to have a nice time, get the in-laws to know each other more and plan out the upcoming election a bit, while also getting the chance to see each other. Mother felt the need to see each other since it had been a while, and who am I to disagree? Haha. You should have seen the look of Fudge's face when they dismissed him. It was golden. Sirius happily said as he was feeling the effect of his fourth glass of wine. Yes, you big lout, most of us were there when it happened. Mother admonished with a wry smile. Sigh, he really hasn't changed much since our school days. Selene stated as she watched the man start making a fool of himself. You were there at the same time as him, Mom? A curious Tory asked before taking a sip of wine. Oh, indeed we were. I was lucky to be in Slytherin, or that hound dog would have tried to hit on me too. Still can't figure out how you collared him, Amelia. Selene admitted with a sly glance in Mother's direction. You just need to know how to crack the proper whip, that's all. Once you know how, it's rather simple. Also, I do remember a certain prefect trying to peek into baths during the boys' turn. Mother shot back, making Selene blush as she turned her head. No way. Mum really did that? A scandalized Tory said, but the smile on her face told everyone she wanted to hear more. Amelia, don't you, Selene tried to say, but it was too late. Oh, did your mother have a crush on Sirius' brother back then? She tried to peek on him, sent him anonymous chocolates, and even targeted Sirius' little group to appeal to him. A true fangirl at the time. Mother said as she revealed my future mother-in-law's dark history. So that's why you had such a stick up your ass back then, you wanted to bed Reggie. Barked Sirius as I knew the wine officially made him lose most of his control if he could talk about his brother. But how come you never got together? Victoria asked, since it was obvious she would have preferred Sirius's brother over her father. Politics and power plays happened. I had to inherit the Traverse name, and that meant someone had to marry into the family. At the same time, Regulus was the heir to the Black family, meaning it would take away the only person willing and able to become Lord Black from their family should he marry into the Traverse. The two families could never come into an agreement, so your grandfather found a willing partner elsewhere. Selene answered with some sadness in her voice as she remembered those days. Sorry about that. If I hadn't run away, a lot of things could have been avoided. Sirius suddenly said in a drunk manner, probably thinking about a lot of his youthful mistakes. I don't blame you, Sirius. In the end I made the decision to stay and marry. At least one good thing came out of it. She responded as she looked lovingly at her daughter. Mom. The teary-eyed Tory said as she got up to hug her mother. As we watched the mother-daughter moment, one of my house elves suddenly popped in holding my vanishing box. Master Bones, the box is saying it's urgent. The still slightly gloomy Winky said as she handed it to me. Thank you for bringing this to me, Winky. Could you bring me a sobering potion for Sirius? I think it's about time for everyone to head home soon, and I don't want anyone being drunk when operating. I requested of the little elf. Yes, Master Bones. Winky will get the medicine for the loud dog. She responded as she popped out. Hey! What are you teaching your elf? The slightly miffed Sirius said after he heard Winky. Nothing. We just told her that if she ever finds a big black dog walking around the house, that it was you. Everything else comes from your behavior. I teased as he looked ready to counter before Mother glared him into submission. With a chuckle I began to read the urgent message. Aiden, Voldemort has Sirius in the Ministry of Magic. Professor Dumbledore isn't here and I can't reach Sirius or Auntie. I can't just let this happen and I need your help to rescue him. The message from Harry said. So I'm guessing Tom moved up his plan since he knows things will be very different once Mother becomes minister. I thought after reading Harry's message. What does the message say, dear? Mother asked as she became curious over the matter of an urgent message. Well, it would seem Sirius is being tortured in the Ministry of Magic and Harry wants to rescue him. I answered with a little smirk. What? The confused members asked as most sobered up real quick. Who's the idiot that wrote that? I'm right here. The still not really functioning right. Lucky for me, Winky popped in and gave me the sobering potion which I immediately stuffed down Sirius' throat to his displeasure. So while he got over having something gross forced down his throat, degenerates beware, I answered simply, your godson. Cough cough, why would Harry cough think I'm being tortured? He asked as his faculties started returning to him. I'm guessing he wanted to be useful and took off the necklace I gave him in the hopes of seeing what Voldemort was up to. Most likely he was emboldened by the successful case of Arthur. I answered seriously. I am going to have a good talk with that boy. He gets this from you encouraging him, you know. Mother said as she glared at her husband, who wisely shut up. While that was happening, I wrote back to Harry about the fact that Sirius was in front of me right now because we had been having dinner. Wait, what? Came back the stunned reply. Voldemort made you see things to lure you to the ministry. This means he wants you there for some reason and probably has some of his Death Eaters ready for you. Don't do anything drastic, we will be at Hogwarts in a few minutes. I wrote to him, hoping he won't just rush off for no reason. Alright everyone, we have a plot to counter and some Death Eaters to beat. So sober up and let's get to Hogwarts. I'll call for the headmaster, Mother, I'll need you to be ready to help apprehend them, but you'll have to hang back a bit so we don't tip them off. Sirius will go with me to Hogwarts, Tori you'll come with me for this, and Celini I'll need you to contact our allies to prepare them for some trails. We can't let those who show up get away like the last war. I swiftly ordered as the adults began getting ready. All of them have been through the war and know how to move when called for. Be careful until I get there and keep my idiot safe. Mother said as she prepared to flew away. I promise to bring him back. You be safe too. I replied, getting a nod and a flash of green fire. You keep my daughter safe. If she gets hurt it'll be your ass. Celini then threatened out of concern as she stepped up to the fireplace. I'm sure she'll try to protect me at this point, but I'll make sure to bring her back safe and sound. I said with a small joke before getting serious. Good. The woman simply said as she disappeared to do her job. I quickly sent an urgent message to Dumbledore and headed out with Sirius and Tori to my bike. I then summoned the bike's sidecar from the shed and got everything hooked up magically, passed a helmet to Sirius and Tori, then got on. You've got to be kidding me, murmured Sirius as he got in the sidecar. Deal with it. I sure as hell didn't want you holding my waist and I wasn't about to let you drive. I said as Tori got behind me. Yeah, let's just go. At least no one's going to see me in this thing. The man said in response, getting Victoria to giggle a bit at his circumstances. Without further ado, I turned on my bike and took off towards the castle. It was time make everyone know who was back and who was on his side. 179, ch 179 Battle of the Ministry PT1. No, there isn't a missing chapter, I'm just trying something since some people were kind of annoyed that I usually lay out all the plans before the action, so here you go. -3 RD Person POV, Ministry of Magic. Wow, Aiden wasn't kidding when he said that Ministry security is a joke. Muttered a baffled Harry Potter as he and his friends made their way through the atrium. This is ridiculous. No guards. No wards. No restrictions. We are just walking into the center of magical Britain at night and nothing is stopping us. Joined in his close female friend and all-around book lover Hermione as she looked around in disbelief. Dad never mentioned this. I always thought you actually couldn't get in through the Floo or Muggle entrance at night. There's not even an aura or any alarms. This is mental. One Ron capable of thinking properly added. You know Fred, this gives rise to many opportunities. George said with a mischievous grin to his twin. George the First was thinking the exact same thing. Fred confirmed with the exact same grin. Could you two at least avoid Mom's department? She has enough to worry about lately. Susan asked the twins with a sigh. I think we should listen to her, George, what do you think? Fred said as he looked at his brother. Depends, what do you reckon the esteemed Madame Bones' reaction to us would be? George asked back with a look of contemplation. I believe it would not be pretty. She does have a professor who is skilled in our art at her disposal after all. Answered Fred thoughtfully. That just makes me more tempted. Countered George with some excitement. True, a war against the good professor would certainly prove exciting. But I believe we should at least refrain for now, unfortunately. Fred then said with a disappointed sigh. Yeah, just Moody would be difficult to escape from. If we mess up the professor's efforts to help the madam become minister, then I dread what he'll put us through. George agreed as both felt a slight shiver going through their spines at the thought. You two never let up, do you? Sighed Cedric Diggory as he looked at the two redheads. Of course not, great Lord Headboy. Fred and George replied with a grin. I am having second thoughts regarding this group of ours. The cold voice of Daphne Greengrass said as she watched the twins plan to terrorize the ministry in the future. Oakman Daff, even if they're goofy they can still cast some nasty spells. Susan replied as she grabbed her friend. Humph, that would inspire more confidence in me if our instructor stopped showing them how to prank their opponents while in combat. Daphne shot back as she slightly glared at the twins. Well, that's what they're best at. But think about this as a chance to make yourself look better in front of your future brother-in-laws and you'll feel better. Was what Susan whispered into her good friend's ear, causing the Ice Queen to blush fiercely. What nonsense are you talking about? The flustered Daphne asked. Don't try that with me, we both know why you really made so much effort to join my bro's extra lessons and come with us today. Susan answered with a wide grin as she glanced towards a particular Weasley. I have no idea what you're talking about. I joined the professor's classes because it was the best opportunity to learn from the best and I wished to test myself by coming here. Daphne defended herself at the same time her ears turned red. What are you two talking about? We gotta hurry. Ron suddenly said to the girls since they were the last to reach the elevator. Nothing. The supposed Ice Queen of Hogwarts answered as she hoped that he didn't hear anything. Just some girl stuff to relax a bit before the chaos. Susan smoothly answered from her end. Why don't you help Daph a bit? She's a tense since this is her first real fight. Daphne could only look at her friend in shock as she pushed her towards Ron. Feeling his friend and rival stiffen up, Ron immediately tried to overcome the emotional range of a teaspoon most men are born with. It'll be all right. You just have to do it like we practice, yeah. Break their rhythm and incapacitate whoever gets in your way. Also don't stop moving. We'll work together just like always. The redhead said as he tried to reassure the girl he thought was nervous. At the same time, the twins and Susan were looking at this scene with knowing grins and the intent to tease the two later. I like the Jorknicks when they dance like that. Luna suddenly said from right behind the trio, making them jump a bit at the same time the elevator starts going down. Bloody he, the twins tried to swear. Language. We don't swear around Luna. Cedric decisively said as he cut the twins off. Like a lot of the older students who were acquainted with Christian, James, Victoria, and Aiden, he too thought the girl should be kept as innocent as possible. Guys, I appreciate you all being here, but I think it's time to get serious. Harry then said as he got everyone to focus on the task at hand. Just in time for a ding to ring out and the elevator doors to reveal the glossy black tiling which was the Department of Mysteries. Let's get going. We need to find the Hall of Prophecy. That's where they should be waiting according to the professors and where what they want is. Hermione strictly laid out for all those present. Although they were young, each one of them had been taught by the person standing at the peak. With a few of them even receiving lessons for years now. Harry, Susan, and Cedric were the best of their group, with the permission to fight even Lieutenant Death Eaters. Ron, Daphne, and the twins could push back lieutenants at most. While Hermione, Luna, Neville, and Ginny were capable of taking on a normal Death Eaters or two at once. Keep in mind that this is due in large because of the white magic they were all taught. Without it they would be in a rather tough spot. The group immediately made their way to the door Harry had dreamed of, only to find a hallway similar to the one they had just left but with over a dozen doors to choose from. If that wasn't enough, the hall began to rearrange itself, making the group unsure about where they even entered. So that's why Aiden insisted on me taking this compass. Harry exclaimed as he fished out a black compass from his pocket. He said that the department truly fit its name and that unless you work here, finding a specific room would be difficult. How does he even have something to get to a specific room in this place? Questioned Hermione as she tried to see if anything made the compass special. No clue. He said something about having some people in the department. But he didn't explain anything beyond that. Answered Harry as he looked at the arrow pointing him to a door on the right. It looks like James helped. I can see his fuzzlers on it. Luna happily said as she looked at magical device. Half the group gave Luna a surprised look for guessing who made it, which she completely ignores as she looks at a wall with some fascination, but then they began following the compass since it was the best solution to finding the right room. The students went through a few rooms before they could finally reach the part Harry could remember from his dreams. One such room was the one known as the Time Room, which contained the Ministry's time turners, clocks everywhere and the unending time loop of a small hummingbird. And in this room the group stood in front of the door they were looking for. Okay. Everybody knows the plan. After we get the prophecy, the Death Eaters are going to stop hiding in order to get it. We need to break free and run out of the room, to the one called the Room of Death. It's a large room which only has an old archway, and that's where the order will be waiting. The compass will point to it as soon as we enter this room, so even if I somehow drop it we just have to follow whoever picks it up. If you get separated, activate your tokens. Aiden said. They'll punch right through the wards and get you someplace safe. Everybody clear? Harry says as he breaks down the general plan. Yes of course you got mate why yes silent nod double yep hee hee good little ronking sling. Everyone said as Luna smiled at her token and petted it. Harry then proceeded to open the door and lead his group into the cathedral-sized room. The students stated in awe for a second at the giant shelves inhabiting the room, each filled with glass orbs emitting low amounts of light and the corridors illuminated by small blue flames. Blimey! How many prophecies could there be? Whispered Ron under his breath. I have to assume many of these have already passed or were quite mundane. If not, the world would be in quite a bit of danger. Hermione said in a bit of a nervous manner. We'll think about it later. Let's go. Harry said as he shook the group out of their thoughts and moved forward. Shelf after shelf was passed as Harry ran through the Hall of Prophecy, heading to where Voldemort had shown him Sirius being tortured. He knew it was fake, he had seen Sirius not too long ago when they made the plan for tonight. But Aiden and Dumbledore guessed that the prophecy Voldemort wanted, the one about himself and Harry, was located where Sirius was tortured. They didn't know why the Dark Lord didn't just go get it himself if his Death Eaters could pretty easily lay an ambush near the prophecy, but the Order would use this to their advantage. We're here. Harry called out as they reached the shelf in his dream. He looked around, as if confused, trying to find the glass ball which should be his. That is until one of them suddenly grabs his attention. S.P.T to A.P.W.B.D, Dark Lord N. Harry Potter. Harry reached out and took the from its place, and not a moment later those bidding in the dark corners of the dimly light room emerged. Very good, Potter. Now turn around nice and slowly, and give that to me. The slippery voice of Lucius Malfoy said as Harry quickly turns around and draws his wand. What Harry could see was actually a bit of a surprise. Unlike the last time he saw Draco's father, he now looked a lot worse for wear. Lucius no longer had a smooth face as stubble grew, his hair was slightly disheveled, his clothing had some wear and tear, especially his knees, and he looked tired. At the same time, Harry also looked at the dozen Death Eaters pointing their slightly glowing wands at his group. Thankfully they didn't manage to capture anyone outright since we were ready for this, but you could also see that some of these people were from the escapees of Azkaban and they were not fully recovered yet. That was not slow nor easy. But nevertheless, hand over the prophecy and all of this can be over. Lucius said as his annoyance became apparent due to Harry ignoring him in favor of looking around. Now, Lucy. Why bother talking to them at all? Just kill them and take the prophecy. A woman's voice said as she appeared beside Lucius. The woman had long, thick black hair which had seen better days, a hollow face and pale skin which damaged what would have been a fairly attractive woman, but the fanatical look in her black eyes would make any distance themselves to not be caught in her madness. Bellatrix Lestrange. Spat out Neville as he pointed his wand directly at the person responsible for his parents' suffering for so long. The sudden act caused many on both sides to raise their wands as well, but Cedric held Neville back while Lucius did the same for Bellatrix. We need the prophecy intact, Bellatrix. And they are only children, they will listen to their elders and their betters. Malfoy said as he glared at the Mad Witch. You don't get to call me Bellatrix, you slimy coward. My sister and nephew are missing because of you, and it is not only the Dark Lord who is displeased about that. She hissed back in anger as she glared at the man. Be that as it may, we have a task to accomplish. Lucius responded as he moved away from the topic while subconsciously touching his dark mark. Yeah, well, I guess Voldemort will have to be disappointed. Harry said to the duo with a smirk. You dare say his name, you filthy half-blood. Bellatrix screeched as she tried to attack Harry, only to be held back by Lucius. Yes, I do. Now. Harry replied as he gave a command, causing his group to throw small beads on the ground as they closed their eyes. As soon as all the beads hit the ground, they exploded into blinding lights and completely stunned the Death Eaters as pain assaulted their eyes. This was doubly effective since they had been waiting in near darkness for quite some time now, making their eyes accustomed to it. Let's go. Harry ordered as he and Cedric stunned Lucius and Bellatrix, who stood in the way of their exit point. The other Death Eaters would most likely revive them, but the thought of killing hadn't even made its way into their heads because of their inexperience and kind natures. The rest of the group also gave some cheap shots before bolting after Harry, hoping to slow down the Death Eaters even further. Although they had a plan, the possibility of death was still very real this time, and any additional advantage was helpful. Some did have the urge to try and take down all those present, but they were told that fighting in the Hall of Prophecy would result in the destruction of a lot of important prophecies and that they didn't want to take any more chances with their lives, even if the adults let them help this time. They quickly made it back to the time room, hearing curses being yelled out from behind them as Harry guided them towards the rendezvous point. It would seem Bellatrix was back in action because the group could hear her mad yell as she began her chase alongside the other Death Eaters. Harry's group on the other hand kept on running as they left a trail of open doors so the Death Eaters could follow. And unfortunately for said murderers, the twins decided to leave them some presents as they ran as well. To keep them motivated they had answered when Ginny had asked them what they were doing. As they heard the yells of rage and attempts to curses them, Harry and his friends finally made it to the place called the Death Room, gathering near the archway as their pursuers finally caught up. It was honestly difficult for some in the group to not openly laugh at the now multicolored Death Eaters standing there as they breathed heavily in anger. Bellatrix was now colored pink with rainbow hair, Lucius was sporting pigtails and something akin to flour on his face, various Death Eater masks now looked like clown masks, and a few had a new tail or feathers. George the First do believe they quite liked our products. Fred said with a grin, causing Ginny to snort a bit as she tried not to burst out laughing. I do believe you are right, dear brother of mine. Do you think they'd be willing to fill out a review form? George asked with a nod. That one got a few laughs from Ron, Luna, and Ginny, causing one of the Death Eaters to snap. I'll kill you brats! He roared as his body was enveloped in black smoke and he flew towards the group. I guess he's not in the mood. George said with some fake disappointment in his voice to aggravate the man more, just like Aiden had taught him. Maybe he'll be more open to the idea later. Followed up Fred as the group split up to avoid the flying man. It was too bad for the enraged Death Eater because as he flew in rage, the Order members lying in ambush revealed themselves. Moody, Remus, Tonks, Sirius, Shacklebolt and the older Weasley brothers had come, resulting in the Death Eaters to be outnumbered. Alastor was quite happy to take advantage of the rushing flyer as he stunned the man from the side as they all took off their invisibility cloaks. Nice job taunting him, kids. Makes it easy. The scarred man said with a smirk on his face. With one man down already, the remaining Death Eaters immediately went on the attack. Starting the first true battle of the Second War. 180, ch 180 Battle of the Ministry PT2. Now then. Which one of you tried to bully my godson? The newly revealed Sirius Black asked as he stared at the ridiculous-looking Death Eaters. Kind of feels like the kids bullied them, uncle. Tonks said with a massive grin on her face as she looked at the group. It was the Malfoy Sir Padfoot. Fred yelled out to one of his idols. He's been calling the shots. George added as they tattled on the man. Good to know. I call dibs. The former marauder said as he began casting spells at the pig-tailed man with a smile. This was the catalyst to begin the battle. Each Order member immediately targeted those they knew were more dangerous thanks to the information they had received prior to coming here. Although they looked a bit different and some masks were sporting new coloring, all members were intelligent enough to ignore the minor details and go after their targets. As far as I know, the masks of most Death Eaters are pretty unique, so you could identify a person by them. You just can't use that in court though since it's a mask. Aiden had done a thorough job in investigating known and possible Death Eaters after all. From their pasts, to their time at Hogwarts, accounts of conflict, known habits, and general skill levels. He had files on every member could recruit in the British Isles at least and a good amount for Tom's potential allies or servants from the whole of Europe. And although Sirius and Tonks had joked a bit when he mentioned this, they were both stunned when they got the information. And as the Order members started fighting throughout the room, the Hogwarts group paired up quickly as they took on the leftovers. Cedric paired up with Luna since he had the most experience with her. Luna was in charge of shielding and distractions since she really enjoyed doing beautiful pieces of magic, causing their foe to be constantly distracted as lights flashed and tried to strike him with unknown magic. She also helped block when Cedric was on attack, using the protective spells she put a great deal of time and effort to learn. At the same time Cedric used the girl's rhythm to strike at the masked Death Eater in front of them, using minor curses and hexes to gradually slow the man down, aiming for a slip-up sooner or later. He also had to make sure his junior was safe and sound as well. The twins were obviously together. They chose to go after the man with the least of their products on him, feeling like he needed some more colors in his life. He was wearing all black after all, except for his pink pigtail anyway. The pranksters immediately made their foe start regretting having to fight them. Instead of using curses to hurt him, they kept making parts of him inflate dramatically, like his nose which knocked his mask off and impeded his vision, then his tongue so he had trouble breathing and had to only do silent casting which reduced his stamina and arsenal, not even mentioning the anger he felt when his curse was blocked by a flock of colorful birds which then turned his robes into a Jackson Pollock painting. Ginny and Hermione paired up because they frequently sparred against each other. They complemented each other well since Ginny had a lot of fire in her and Hermione was much more conservative in her actions. So the youngest Weasley was heavily focusing on attacking as she showed just why her Bat Bouquet spell was so feared in Hogwarts, while Hermione displayed how a solid and systematic foundation can really protect someone, also not forgetting to throw in a curse or hex from time to time to stop their foe from believing she was harmless. Ron and Daphne began to lay a choreographed beatdown on one poor Death Eater. The man couldn't even get a curse in as he was perpetually stuck on defense against the two. The man was desperate, but any moment he thought he could counterattack was but a calculated pause by the two as they almost beat him multiple times already. Ron was passionate in both his attacks and defenses, while Daphne was ruthless in her efforts to end the man in front of them. Susan got Neville since she actually helped in the most during training, giving hints and tricks she likes since they have some similar interests. The young Bones was probably the most relaxed amongst those present simply because she knew she could wipe the floor with the Death Eater in front of her. Make no mistake though, she was not letting her guard down one bit, something her brother had thoroughly ingrained into her. Susan was simply confident in herself. She also decided to let Neville get as much experience and confidence as possible from this confrontation, thinking it would help the guy to feel like he's growing after her bro and his parents taught him. As a result, the Death Eater was currently thinking he had the advantage, but the tide was slowly turning against him as Neville gains more experience. And lastly, Harry was now with Sirius near the archway as they fought against Lucius and his comrade. The godfather and godson duo were really putting the pressure on their chosen foes. Harry, having trained for a few years with Sirius, knew exactly what to do, and Sirius covered up for his charge's minor mistakes through experience and skill. Padfoot and Prongslit comboed their attacks as the four exchanged volleys of spells, the fight actually filling Sirius with pride as he saw his best friend's son cast spell after spell with him. Then Harry saw a chance as Sirius' attack left both opponents unstable. He quickly chained a Flipendo Expelliarmus Stupefy and completely incapacitated Lucius Helper as he barely blocked the first attack, lost his wand in the second and was knocked out with the third, leaving Lucius all alone against the duo. Nice one, Harry! An ecstatic Sirius yelled out with pride as he attacked Malfoy with greater fervor to not lose out against his godson. Although Lucius had some experience and knew many dark arts his master had taught him, he was still too accustomed to punching down. He is a man who spent nearly his whole hitting those weaker than him, hurting the ones who couldn't even defend themselves, killing those at his level or higher through group assaults or with his lord by his side. He was simply not able to keep up against someone experienced in one-on-many battles, a man who devoted himself to retraining so he could protect his wife and loved ones, a wizard who was even given help the two of the greatest wizards of the modern age. And so Lucius lost as he was disarmed and blasted away with a strong stunner. Sirius watched his angered face with glee as a man he hated was blasted away to unconsciousness. Haha! We got them, pup! Sirius said with a hearty laugh as he looked around the battlefield. He could see that most Death Eaters were already down, with the rest about to join them as Order members and students ganged up on whoever was left. Avada Kedavra! A crazed voice Sirius recognized as his cousins shouted from his blind spot. Sirius! A desperate Harry yelled out as he watched the green bolt inch closer to his family again. Can't have that! I promised Mother you would be back safe and sound. A calm and confident voice resounded as a blue flame erupted in the Unforgivable's path. The room then heard of the song of the large azure phoenix which appeared from the flame at the same time as a hand simply catches a curse which should kill any who come in contact with it. I hope Yoda would be proud. As the phoenix circled the room and sang, giving those it saw as friends courage, the blue flames receded to reveal the silver-haired, blue-eyed and handsome, Lord Aiden Bones in his full glory. -1 ST person POV. You know, I really hate how cheap this curse is. I said as only small green particles escaped my now open hand. Aiden! Harry yelled out in relief as he ran up to me. Hey Harry! Looks like everything went pretty well. Good job! I said to the kid as I looked around to find only the completely stunned Bellatrix remaining as a possible threat. Thanks for the save, kid. A very relieved Sirius said with a pat on my shoulder. You do know I'll have to tell Mother, right? I simply said with a raised eyebrow at the man. Oh come on, don't do that to me. Amelia will never let me do another mission if she hears about this. Sirius pled as he knew just how bad it will be if Mother hears he almost died. Hee. Take it like all married men. She'll yell at you, sure, but that's just to show how much she loves you and cares about you. I replied as Soul landed on my left forearm with a melodic chirp. Oh look at that, Bellatrix finally rebooted. I thought as made sure to keep an eye on her. Avada Kedavra! She yelled out again as she casted towards me this time. I decided to show off a bit using the only time Kylo Ren ever looked cool as an inspiration, by freezing the curse in midair. Really? That's the best you have? I mockingly said as I looked at her. This infuriated her, but she also felt some measure of fear over the feat even her beloved master has never demonstrated. Sure, he can't be truly killed by the killing curse, but he can't stop it so effortlessly either. Under the eyes of the stunned Order members and Hogwarts students, I completely played with the feared Bellatrix Lestrange as if she was a child. She casted curse after curse, hex upon hex and even some nasty charms, all of which joined the green bolt as they stopped in midair, forming a growing gathering of lights. Are you done yet? I simply asked as I looked at her with some sadistic glee over her haggard state. She was breathing heavily after that barrage, because even as feared as she is, Bellatrix is still only a second-stage witch. She is incredibly deadly and knows the dark arts in great depths, but she is still limited in power and stamina. In comparison, it would be if a first year, who was taught some dark arts before coming to Hogwarts, challenged Dumbledore to a fight. Just the thought was ridiculous since the child simply had no chance no matter what he/she did, and this is pretty much the same scenario except done by two adults. Well, that's enough of that. I finally said as I just yanked her wand out of her hand through magic. I also gathered all the loose wands lying around the room as a result of all the Death Eaters being defeated into one bunch and crack. Then with a loud series of cracks, only pieces of their wands remained. No! Bellatrix yelled out as she looked at her broken wand. Isn't that a bit too far, kid? Sirius asked with some shock over my action. It is understandable due to the great bond between wizards and their wands. Snapping them is considered one of the greatest punishment after all. If you don't want to kill them, then that's your deal. But I will not let them simply keep something they've used to terrorize and murder others when they are the enemy. This way, even if they get back up, they will no longer be threats. I sharply answered back. I may have promised Dumbledore to not slaughter these animals without trial since these aren't war times yet, and he made several solid points on the demerits of such actions, but this doesn't stop me from at least punishing them in an unlethal manner. And what better way to humiliate those so proud of being wizards than by breaking the very symbol of one? I thought with a cold smile. Aiden, Bellatrix is trying to run. Harry suddenly yelled out. She is good. Using the time everyone was distracted by my actions to flee. But it doesn't matter, let's go. I replied calmly as signaled for Harry to follow. I'm coming with. Sirius said as he saw us start to leave. No. You and the other order members secure the rest and make sure they don't kill themselves somehow. Bellatrix only has one way out now, and that's through the atrium. The same atrium the headmaster will soon arrive in and the rest of the ministry after that. I countered strictly since I really didn't want fate to just fuck with me and still kill Sirius somehow. If the man still dies when he is surrounded by capable allies, with incapacitated enemies with no wands and nothing actually life-threatening beyond the archway in the room, then I really don't know what to say. Also, stay away from the arch. It's a doorway to death itself, so you don't want to go anywhere near it. Make sure no one succumbs to its tempting whispers, especially those who've lost dear ones. I added on now that I was thinking about it. Soul, keep them safe for me, okay? I asked my grown-up girl, to which she chirped I acceptance of her duties and flew to rest on top of the archway itself. After that I ran towards the elevators alongside Harry, going through the various hallways and changing doors of the Department of Mysteries, finally reaching them just as Bellatrix's own started going up. You still have the prophecy? I asked Harry as his tension was rising. What? Oh yeah. He answered at my sudden question and tried to take the glass ball out of his jacket's pocket. Good. We're going to do something that'll really piss Voldy. I said with a grin as I looked at the Ord. What's that? My little bro asked curiously. You're going to smash that thing right in front of him. I answered as a grin became larger. Don't we need it? Harry nervously asked as his grip tightened on the prophecy. We already know the prophecy. Well, me, Dumbledore, and a very small number. I can tell you later if you're curious. So this thing is only really worth something to the Tom and a bit to the Ministry. I replied as Harry's face told me exactly what he was going to ask next. You knew and didn't tell me? He predictably asked. Yes. The reason for no one telling you is because you were already under enough pressure without it, and it honestly wouldn't change much except maybe make you act somewhat recklessly. You'll understand when you hear it. I answered seriously as I told my honest opinion on this matter. I truly believe that the major effects on Harry because of this prophecy have already happened. The only that Harry will learn is why his life is the way it is and that his conflict with Voldemort is inevitable. He is mature enough to learn why, and he will soon be able to at least fight back against his destined foe thanks to some things I've cooked up. Hence it makes the prophecy pretty useless to our side overall. Plus Tom will always have that voice in his head to make him doubt his actions since he believes in that prophecy so much. He will wonder if the second half told us how to defeat him, or divulged a weakness, if it might have helped him avoid many pitfalls or even helped him achieve his goals already. Just another way to unbalance the fool more. Ding, level 8, Atrium. As the elevator door opened we could see Bellatrix desperately running for the fireplaces. Harry ran to catch up with wand in hand, but I just waved my hand to make the woman's leg lock up as my spell hit her, resulting in the feared Bellatrix Lestrange face planting in the Ministry of Magic. You can't leave without a proper goodbye, Mrs. Waite. You aren't technically married anymore, so which name are you using nowadays? I asked as I was genuinely curious as to how broken this woman was. If she chose Lestrange, then she would truly be insane simply because she has become so attached to her identity under Voldemort that she doesn't recognize any other. On the other, if she says Black, then I have to see her as more dangerous because she still retains some of the cunning which she once was. My lord will torture you in ways you can't imagine, you filthy half-blood. I will laugh as he does so in order to show you your place. She angrily spat out with her face still on the floor, making the whole scene far less intimidating. Right. Lestrange it is then. I doubt you remember me. You are after all basically an insane fanatic at this point, but I let you run to get some revenge you see. I began as my aura became colder and more oppressive as I spoke. Your ilk took my family and made those I love suffer, while you personally killed my mother in a horrible fashion and took me to be experimented on and tortured under your very home. I then made her float in front of me as she did her best to seem unaffected by the pressure I was omitting. Too bad I could feel the fear just under the surface after what I have demonstrated tonight and the absence of her lord. Aiden, I know you're mad but are you sure? Harry asked softly as I could see him worrying about me. Yes Harry. She is not but a monster who has hurt far too many. But she won't die tonight. That would be far too easy after all. I calmly answered as I prepared my little gift for the insane witch. Alright then. Do what you have to, just don't go too far alright. Harry said as he turned his head to what would happen next. I dare you to touch me. My lord will pay you back tenfold. The woman yelled out with some bravado. It's alright little Bella. I'm actually giving you a present. I softly said with a very cold smile as I lifted my hand and made a tiny blue flame appear. You see this little flame is very pure and can do wonders for the body and soul. It can burn away harmful components and strengthen the person exposed to it. The only problem is that the more crap inside, the more aggressive it becomes, but I'm sure you'll live. I then pushed the tiny flame towards Bellatrix as she begins to violently struggle in an effort to not be touched by the little flame her very soul was telling her to avoid. Too bad her panicked expression and trashing about in the air did not help her as the flame completely entered her body. For a moment nobody said or did anything as they waited for her to burst into flames or something. Why is nothing happening? A confused Harry asked. Because it is not meant to happen now. Only when I designed it to act will she understand what I've done. I answered with a vicious smile as I looked at the woman. She instinctively felt the danger that the flame possessed, even when it appeared to have done nothing. I am done with you now. Your punishment has begun. I hope to see you again after it truly starts taking effect, little Bellatrix. It would be so satisfying. I then said as I dropped the woman. At the same time it seems like the Dark Lord could no longer stay his hand as he appeared like a spectre behind his loyal hand. It would seem like the others have failed. But no matter, you, my dear Bellatrix, have brought me my prize for tonight, as well as a few extra. You have done well and shall be rewarded later. Tom said in something like a whisper, but it was also very clear to all of us. Thank you for your generosity, my lord. Bellatrix fervently cried as she was moved by her lord. Now retreat. I shall take care of these two and show them their place beneath me. Tom ordered as Bellatrix swiftly entered one of the fireplaces after being freed from my little spell by her master. Aiden, shouldn't we do something? Harry nervously asked from beside me as he gripped his wand. No, tonight's finale is unfortunately not for us to star in. I answered with a bit of disappointment over not being able to wax his hairless noggin by using the polished floor. Then who Harry began to ask, but he was interrupted by the appearance of Albus Dumbledore. It was foolish of you to come tonight, Tom. The Aurors are on their way. Dumbledore calmly stated as he held his wand. By the time they arrive I shall have my prize and 3 new corpses shall lay to welcome them. Voldemort confidently replied, due to him not understanding just how outclassed he is. I mean, just Harry could probably give him a few good hits with how good he's become with white magic. Aiden, if you please. The headmaster simply said without looking away from his opponent. No problem. You are free to fight without worrying, headmaster. I replied as 3 glowing circles emerged around Harry and myself. Aiden, what's going on? And what are those circles? My younger brother asked as his nerves got the best of him. This will be a fight for the world to remember one of its defenders and for you to see exactly what you will have to face in the future. These circles are to protect you so the headmaster can fight without worrying about your safety. So now watch. Watch and learn this lesson from the headmaster. I seriously answered as I looked at the 2 closest to me in terms of power and skills. Harry gripped his wand and the prophecy tightly as he listened to me. He then put his entire focus towards the 2 powerful men before us. And so, the last act of this play was set to begin as they both raised their wands. 181, ch 181 Battle of the Ministry PT3. Both old men simultaneously cast it at the same time. Tom shooting out a green stream of magic as Dumbledore did the same with his red. Tom is almost in his 70s and Dumbledore is in his 100s, so 2 old men. Although it annoyed me to see magical battles reduced to that so much during the canon, I know precisely what is happening at this moment. Since both men are in the same level of power, they are testing to see who has the edge in pure power in order to properly plan out how to fight each other. This also involves some subtle psychological plays as an adversary can purposefully lower his output to catch his foe off guard, leading to experienced combatants never truly trusting the results of the initial clash. Like in canon, Tom tried to shoot bolts of magic from his clash with the headmaster, something which Albus did actually properly redirect enough in canon so Harry didn't explode. I mean, did everyone think it was a coincidence? But this time his little cheap shots were worth shit as my shields just blocked them easily. And with Dumbledore knowing full well Tom wasn't my match, he wasn't even a tiny bit worried about such a weak attack even harming the spectators. This resulted in the old man taking advantage of the situation by focusing some more power and breaking the stalemate. We could see his red beam gaining ground as Tom realized his mistake in this fight. The noseless man wanted to split Dumbledore's attention by attacking those he saw as people he would protect before himself. Too bad this put him on the back foot. Voldemort's face lost its sadistic smile as he became very serious in his efforts to push back his old teacher's magic. I might have said this was basically a measuring stage, but it is still very deadly to lose such a confrontation of magic. If one gets completely overpowered, then it could lead to loss of limb, severe blunt force trauma, sudden death, exploding, or if one is in a strictly non-lethal duel you can maybe get blown away or disarmed. Too bad these two are not holding back. Tom would live without any doubts anyway, so why hold back? Seeing his growing disadvantage, the Grey Fool decided to break off the conflict by deflecting the streams to the side, effectively slicing one of the fireplaces in half with an angered yell. You could see the anger on his face because of the blow to his ego this is. He, the Dark Lord, lost in a direct confrontation against his only real threat besides Harry. So he was not a happy camper. With a flick of his bone-like wand, Tom levitated the debris from the fireplace and then transfigured them into spears which shot out towards Dumbledore, who did not just watch as he gathered the water from the racist fountain in the middle of the atrium in preparation. What was interesting was that the headmaster had changed the consistency of the water, making it like a gel, resulting in the spears losing their momentum to the point of harmlessness. During this moment, Tom animated part of the sculpture on the fountain to attack Albus from behind. So to defend himself, Dumbledore shot the liquid he controlled towards Tom as a wave, then turned around and instead of destroying the sculpture or removing Tom's spell, he transfigured the thing's joints to make them completely solid again. As a result, he forced Voldemort to deal with his distraction and made the statue fall to the ground where it couldn't even move much anymore. These exchanges were a great show of high-level transfiguration and the applicabilities the field has in combat. Too bad it takes too much power to use it a lot in combat and require a lot of studying to bring it to the proper level to be useful. Harry was watching these exchanges very seriously so far. I've taught him a lot and trained him, but this is his first time seeing two powerful wizards really trying to beat each other, without being involved anyway. So now we watched as Tom's face became very cold over Dumbledore's continuous success in stopping him. Deciding to kick things up a notch, using some of those robe-based dark spells, sending a stream of darkness towards Dumbledore. I know the spell he's using from my time bumming off of Quirrell's subscription to VTV. It is quite a nasty bit of dark magic since it sucks the vitality of whatever it hits until only dust remains. The headmaster on the other hand used something which made me smile. The old man truly has a genius-level intellect to have learned my spells already and use them in battle. I thought as I watched the man use my variation of Lumos to form a shield against the darkness using the light. And the more power he pumped into it, the larger the range. Plus the spell isn't even difficult to cast since the power requirements are about the same as Lumos, just requiring more in the will and intelligence departments. This spell actually surprised the Dark Lord because he knew the power behind his own spell, and seeing repelled so easily with Dumbledore using a simple Lumos inwardly shocked him. But seeing his magic being pushed back, he decided to change his approach by gathering the remaining darkness and adding some additional power to create a shockwave which shattered the office windows employee's head that oversaw the atrium. Unlike Canon where he destabilized Dumbledore with that little move, this time he was already dealing with the falling shards of glass by changing it to sand as they fell through the blanket of magic he had spread over the area. During this exchange I noticed two things I deemed important. The first was that Tom had some burns on his hands and head, which I'm not sure he noticed or thought it was because of something else. This confirms my theories on white magic's effects on Tom's body. His mind, body, and soul are all completely made of dark magic at this point, with his blood ritual to not die when he touches Harry anymore, his soul being completely mangled and tainted because of his Horcruxes, and him basically giving up every other form of magic besides transfiguration to master the dark arts further. As a result, it's like white magic became 4 times more effective on the asshole. The second thing I noticed was actually the fact that Dumbledore had to put more effort into casting that spell than the others he's used so far, as a result of the Elder Wand seemingly resisting it. Now that was fascinating to feel once I noticed. Although more testing would be needed, the initial theories would be that this reaction is because of its history, origins, or the materials it is made out of. Possibly a mix of the three. The Elder Wand's history of death and bloodshed might have had a much bigger impact on the wand than I first thought. The mythical origin of it being Death's Wand might have actually imbued some properties which clash against the life in white magic, and / or the thestral parts have an affinity with death which could be rejecting the magic. As a result of one or many reasons above, it diminishes the efficiency and power of white magic. Kinda of ironic that Dumbledore's wand is helping Voldemort in not getting purified because it doesn't like the magic. Anyway, out of my thoughts and back to the fight. After the two old men finished trying to turn the atrium into an indoor beach, Dumbledore was covered and surrounded by the sand he created from the broken glass, while Voldemort stood amidst the ministry fireplaces soaked to the bone and with his red eyes glowing from the ego slaps he keeps getting today. Tom, deciding he wanted to dry himself most likely, summoned fiend fire from his mouth just to show off, letting the curse's flame take a shape reminiscent of a basilisk. Just as the giant fire snake was about to move, Dumbledore burst into action by using his great mastery over fire to start beating down Voldemort's curse. This happened in the form of multiple controlled explosions across the snake's body as Tom struggled to force it to attack through them all, only for it to be beaten back. The finishing touch came when the headmaster used the pure fire which was derived from mind and soul's positive aspects. The blue flame embedded itself into the fiend fire, broke Voldemort's control over it and starts causing it to implode as it basically consumed all the curse's fire. Having one of his most powerful curses dealt so handedly made Tom realize that he was not winning this battle so far, making him look for alternatives like messing with Dumbledore's wards or just escaping before the ministry officials arrived to continue not being alive. But I saw the look he gave Harry. "Harry, if you could smash it now, that would be lovely," I simply said as I watched the bald man with some sadism in my eyes. I enjoyed messing with the genocidal moron. "What? Now?" he questioned in surprise over my timing. "Yes. Voldy wants to mess with us, so we mess with him first," I answered with a mischievous smile which makes my little bro Riley shake his head as he took out the prophecy. Seeing his prize, Tom became more assured in his decision to try and mess with Harry like cannon, but then his expression changed into momentary shock and then rage as he noticed Harry swinging his arm in a throwing motion, aimed at the ground, with the prophecy in his hand. "No!" the grey man yelled out in semi-desperation as he watched it shatter all over the floor and let out some smoke. Dumbledore decided to not miss that little chance as he blasted a spell at Tom, who barely blocked before the headmaster started showing an impressive fluidity and grace as he whipped out some sweet combos to keep Tommy Boy on the defense for once. "You really shouldn't look away during a duel. Especially when you're getting beat already," I happily advised the magic Nazi with a bright smile. That almost got him nailed by one of Dumbledore's stunners when he almost growled at me, who just looked back at him with a mocking grin. But Tom is nothing if not very determined to not lose his body again, so he managed to stabilize the duel by finding Albus' next chain in his combo and quickly countering with his own nasty curses. This sparked a few rounds of exchanges between the two as they destroyed their immediate surroundings with dodged or deflected spells. They also showed magnificent mastery over apparition as they both used it to dodge an attack from blind spots, dancing through space itself as they both tried to one-up each other. The problem was that now the Dark Lord began to feel more pressed for time. Harry had ruined his goal and stopped him once again. He was not even close to killing any of us so far, and now the ministry forces could appear at any moment and reveal that he was in fact back. So he made a decision to try and at least get something out of tonight. During his next chain of curses, Tom purposefully missed Dumbledore to target the sculpture which laid on the floor behind him, causing it to shatter as the headmaster was about to take advantage of the mistake. The flying rebel distracted Albus as he did his best to not receive any broken bones from the large chunks of rock flying at him. This moment gave Voldemort the chance he was aiming for, so he gathered the sand Dumbledore had created earlier and used it to obscure himself, disappearing as the small sand twister ceased. I knew what was going to happen next, so I finally sent the signal for people to start showing up. And not a moment after I had done that, one hairless blue man group reject was violently sent flying towards the fountain as he tried to enter the perimeter of my shields. Fool thought he could just walk through my spells. Humph! I snorted as I looked at the mongrel. Channeling his inner Gilgamesh right now. What just happened? Flabbergasted Harry as his mouth still hung open from seeing the dreaded Voldemort get blasted away like that. Dumbledore on the other hand used this opportunity to approach Tom in the hopes of capturing him now. And at this moment the ministry's people started arriving one after another through the fireplaces, just in time to see Albus Dumbledore standing over a struggling and slightly smoldering Voldemort since his arm suffered some severe burns from trying to grab Harry through my shields. It was a really powerful image, all perfectly timed by yours truly to maximize the efficiency of what would come next. I even heard the sounds of cameras going off just like I planned. Can't let the good people of this country not see this pretty epic scene. He's back. He's really back. Loudly whispered Fudge in complete horror at the reveal. He was technically still the minister, but all his powers were stripped and everyone was just waiting until the election results before he was put on trial for his crimes. It was weird that he couldn't officially be trialed yet because of some weird laws about positions and pure blood nonsense. Mother on the hand had a very different reaction since she already knew, and that was to order every Auror already present to fire spells without restraint. But unfortunately Tommy knew when to escape like the slippery coward he truly is. As strong as he believed himself, he knew his limits and this was far beyond them right now. He was getting low on magic from his duel, mentally unbalanced from Dumbledore's handling of him, Harry breaking the prophecy in his face and me mocking, while he also suffered some injuries. So he once again blew sand all over the place and vanished. The few dozen people who had seen Voldemort personally were simply shell-shocked at the moment. None of them moved, blinked or talked, while some of them even forgot to breath like they had just stood in front of their natural predator. Mother was having none of it. What are you all looking at? We have things to do. Pavis and Constantine, you two are managing the atrium with squads 4 and 7. I want a full sweep, statements, and crowd control ASAP. No one leaves before my say-so. She commanded like true commander to a slightly tanned man with short black hair, well-groomed facial hair done in the imperial style, a bit cocky in his bearings and an outfit which shows practicality and an understanding of the finer things in life, and a man with short blonde hair, a 5 o'clock shadow, looking like he drank a lot the night prior and wearing a beige trench coat over his white button-up with a loosely worn tie. The two might look sloppy or annoying to deal with, but Mother had them trained well and they went right to it. Hawk, I want you to make the bureaucrats to authorize what we'll need and have them bring in the rest of the department. This time Mother ordered a tough-looking woman who happened to be her vice department head, a short black-haired woman with some pieces of enchanted armor hidden under her black frock jacket which wasn't buttoned up just to show the leather armor she had under it. I actually pointed Mother to her a few years back and she then began training her up as her the next head Auror since Scrimgeour is almost certainly going to be head of the DMLE after Mother becomes minister. She's tough, skilled, charismatic, and a good person. That last one is the hardest to find. But after a few more years to gain experience, she could very well become the head of the DMLE in the future. The woman was also a very loyal supporter of Mother's as they shared many ideals. She immediately went to kick some bureaucrats into action after she received her orders. And yes, I just wanted to throw in some people for some fun. Squads 1, 2, and 6 are coming with me to the Department of Mysteries. I received word from Moody, Kingsley and Tonks that they captured Death Eaters in the death room. Get me some unspeakables here on the double because I do not want to waste time navigating that damn level. Meanwhile everyone else is to make a complete sweep of the ministry and gather everyone you find for questioning. I want to know what they were doing while damn Death Eaters and their lord ran amok in the ministry. Amelia ordered as she finished yelling. Her orders made her people come to life as they all followed her words and did everything properly. Constantine went to control the crowd and stop any journalists from making through to snoop or bother Dumbledore, Harry, and myself, while Pavis came over to get our statements of tonight's events. The official statement which was from Dumbledore said that Harry was lured by Voldemort in an effort to obtain the prophecy regarding the two. The Dark Lord then set an ambush for and his group which they escaped. They were then helped by senior Aurors who Harry had contacted, and after their arrival they managed to subdue almost all Death Eaters who participated in the ambush. The Voldemort appeared to as they chased down Bellatrix Lestrange who had escaped, saying his prize was the prophecy and Harry's life would make things perfect. Then Albus arrived as he had heard of tonight's happening from a close friend and faced Voldemort in combat, pushing him to the point they had arrived at. It was a statement to make Harry look more heroic in the people's eyes and make Dumbledore look near saintly from him beating back their worst fear. Meanwhile I get to basically slip under the radar and no one knows I orchestrated the entire night's events. I am a bit sad I didn't get to go on a rampage and just beat down Tom, Hulk on Loki style, but this way Tommy won't be too desperate and do horrible things to even the playing field. So at least there's a positive. After our statement was done Dumbledore guided us to nearest fireplace as we ignored the very energetic press and we traveled back to his office so we could get some rest without having to deal with hours of ministry stuff. I doubt Harry was going to get much sleep after tonight's events, but I had a hot fiancé waiting for me, laying in our bed and wearing close to nothing. So I just called Soul over through our bond and flamed away. I knew I was going to get a treat when I tell her how my plans are going to manipulate the entire country again. Making this a very pleasant way to end the battle of the ministry in my opinion. 182, ch 182 Minister Black. He who must not be named has returned, Fudge's denial nearly dooms us all. Minister for Magic Amelia Black elected by landslide. 8 lords captured during the battle of the ministry. I know there's 12, but only 8 are actual lords, even if they don't have that much money. I mean technically Crabbe and Goyle SR should be lords. The rest are just pure bloods. Albus Dumbledore defeats the Dark Lord, but he manages to escape. The aftermath of what has officially been called the Battle of the Ministry has been far-reaching to say the least. The news that Voldemort was indeed back caused fear throughout the country. Thanks to my timing and preparations however, much of the chaos which would have occurred due to his return was preemptively stopped. The image of Dumbledore standing at the ready as Voldemort laid at a fountain's feet looking defeated and wounded was a powerful one for the regular people. It brought hope and a feeling of safety even if they didn't know the whole truth, but that was the point this time. I wanted these people pacified during Mother's transition into her new position as minister, giving her the time she needs to properly restructure and organize the completely shithole Fudge had made the ministry over the years by never fixing any of the systemic problems, damages of the last war or even by passing laws which didn't directly benefit purebloods and harm pretty much everyone else. And yes, Mother became the new Minister for Magic by a landslide. Not only is her reputation basically golden at this point, the fact that she was known to have actively fought against the Death Eaters during the last war and was said to still be capable of schooling most Aurors brought much comfort and respect. Then she gets Dumbledore's endorsement, big reveal that she married a rich war hero, even if he's still almost a big kid, add the support of every department I had my people take over and the political group I formed, and you have the new Minister. Black. And boy was Mother moving. With some sneaky advice from her beloved son, she realized that delaying the trials of the dozen Death Eaters captured, of which the majority just so happened to be seat-holding members of the Wisengamot, was going to help pass the urgent measures needed to have the planned reforms happen. Incidentally, she was quite on board with just letting Lucius and his band of bigots wait in jail like they weren't even worth the bother. It made them feel like they weren't even important enough to have urgent and high-profile trials put in place for them. After Tori explained that it was a psychological trick which drove people who saw themselves as important or better than others wild. Treat them like they are average prisoners of no importance and they'll rage for attention or special treatment. It's been working wonders against those high and mighty lords, that's for sure. Yet, my girl is probably one of the leading psychologists in the world without muggles knowing about and wizards not even understanding the damage she could inflict or heal with that knowledge. It's one of the reasons I don't make my potion/healing mistress upset, even if it's not really directly dangerous for me. But she did make a great point to Mother about how to handle all of this, which was to stop making Tom and his band feel like they were important and what they were doing was meaningful. These people get emboldened by the attention and believe it will help others join their cause as they show their strength and success. Tori on the other hand was joining up to help Mother formulate speeches on the matter, reassuring the public and subtly lowering the standing of any Death Eater. I was so proud of her. The both of us also helped in other places, but Mother's time in office was set up to be the most productive and cohesive in the history of this country. I am not kidding about that. I really like being able to help her out like this and I'm glad years of work and planning are going to start paying off for the country as a whole. Well, after Tom is really dead, but that's not really a hard thing, I just want all his buddies in one place so I can erase them with no guilt or consequences. From what I heard of my uncle/father-in-law, no Alabama nonsense, just serious being with his mother figure auntie, she has actually been quite happy even if she's been busier and the Voldy situation was ongoing. She knew quite a few of my plans for what was to come, had a very loving family which supported her the entire time, her dream was on track and she was pretty proactive in showing her thanks to Sirius, which served as a great distressor for her too. That last one I was both happy and mortified about. Other than that, Minister Black was doing what she believed would actually protect them all from deranged fools with too much dark magic in their brains and low IQs. Her first move was to actually fund the forces meant to protect the country, open up their recruitment, which saw a good number of students who had graduated from Hogwarts and participated in the dueling club appearing, hired James, myself, some goblins and other experts to ward and enchant the shit out of the ministry so nonsense like that last battle does not happen again, and then initiated a few of my plans which I passed to her as well as get fortress protection on board officially. Yet, Tommy Boy and his bum buddies were not going to take over the ministry like cannon. They were going to fucking bleed for every inch, and that's if they weren't going to immediately going to run away to not get captured or killed by the reinforcements which would come after the ministry is attacked. I kind of want them to try, just so Mother and I can laugh at them when they're being pounded into the dirt. Our new and beloved minister also began to implement what was basically an evacuation process for families with Muggleborns or those who lived in Muggle communities, making the hidden town I created a semi-open secret. This was being handled methodically by trusted men and women only, as they did their best to make them understand what was going to happen and what this evacuation was. I kid you not when I say that the only true detriments to changing location was basically having to kinda move and not being able to have your neighborhood friends for some time. I set everything up so everyone would still be able to commute to work from the various magic rec centers I had built through Firm. We got all the British TV and phone networks properly hooked up, everything kids and adults could really need, and various rules and protocols regarding seeing friends and family, since I honestly doubt Death Eaters do in-depth research before attacking someone who isn't known to be a powerful wizard. All they would have to do is move to fully furnished modern/magic homes and agree to go through the security measures in place to stop infiltrators, then they are good to go and get some compensation for having to drop some of their lives. It's as perfect as we can make it while also placating human psychological annoyances, and even then we have backup plans for this. What can I say, I try to be thorough when I do things. Beyond the ministry, the battle also had a large effect on the students of Hogwarts. The impact of Voldemort being alive varied from student to student, this really depended on your parental situation for the most parts. Pure-blooded students from noble families or from at least 3 generations of magical blood, were a lot less frightened but understood the impact of events more than others in general. There were even some kids showing positivity in the face of these events, telling me all I needed to know about how they were raised, but the fact that they were a small minority even in Slytherin made me feel better. Half-bloods were probably the most negatively impacted group, due to the fact that one of their parents lived through the last war with their Muggle or magical being lovers, something which was very dangerous for them at the time. These parents have probably told them some scary stories of those times before to explain some things or even turn Death Eaters into something like bogeymen. But at least the ministry's actions were making them feel better. And finally the Muggleborns. This group was kind of experiencing this from an outside perspective since they didn't really have anyone to truly make them understand the fear the last war engraved into this country. The smarter ones began to look things up to try and understand, others just took their friends or seniors' words for it, and others just didn't even take this seriously for the most part. But the majority knew that they were the ones Voldy and his idiots targeted as the source of their problems. That was enough to put most of them on their toes. On the whole though, a lot more students were taking my lessons seriously, and Professor Flitwick, myself and the dueling club presidents received many requests to expand the club by students, teachers, and even our esteemed headmaster, so that was happening. Turns out unknown threats to their lives is what it takes to finally make some of these kids take learning magic seriously. It was about time. So we doubled recruitment and added another room under the club's name, resulting in the junior and senior sections for pre and post OWL members. There was also students who heard about the extra lessons I was putting the orderlings and friends through. A few were actually quite surprising. Many flashback. Alright, so as you can see we have some new members today. These are people I've judged to be serious about training and learning how to survive and fight, so get along properly. I announced as a small group stood behind me, with some members feeling a bit awkward. They were Su Li, a young and polite Asian teen from Harry's year but in Ravenclaw. Katie Bell, a gentle and kind Gryffindor 6th year off the Quidditch pitch, but can fly around with a passion on it. One Cao Ta Onishi, a rather talented and driven 4th year Hufflepuff Susan recommended. Part of my surprise as Theodore Nott approached me to learn under me, as well as wanting help to escape from his abusive Death Eater father. The prior was due to the last addition to the group, which was, "What's Malfoy doing here?" Harry and Ron both asked as they looked at the pale teen in outrage. I simply stood behind him and patted his shoulder with a reassuring smile to help him out. That is because Draco has made the very difficult decision to not follow his father anymore, wishing to grow as individual and improve himself. Both he and Theodore have come to me in order to not be forced into becoming Death Eaters like their fathers. So although I know you four have had a bad relationship so far, I ask that you at least give him a chance to let him change. I explained as I knew a lot of those present didn't have the greatest impression of Draco due to his past behavior. Something understandable. But he's Draco. Ron countered as he couldn't really put into words just how wrong it is for them to hear Draco not wanting to be a twit anymore. I know I have been spiteful and petty at times. But I've come to learn that many of the things I was taught were extreme and biased. I was so desperate to receive my father's approval that I did and said things I am no longer proud of, so I would like to apologize. The blonde teen said as he looked at the golden trio and took a deep breath to calm his nerves. I am sorry. The three of them just stopped in place as Draco Malfoy apologizing to a Blood Traitor and his nemesis just didn't compute. I just chuckled in amusement at the sight. Did the junior snake just apologize to them? The twins asked as they were also blown away. I am happy that his Raxperts are going away. Luna said as she watched with a gentle smile. Me too. It might be hard, but apologizing can lift burdens we didn't even know we had. I said as I ruffled the girl's hair a bit, something she quite enjoyed. You know what? I am glad you are no longer going to be a Prat Malfoy. Daphne said as she had adopted Tori's attitude towards him and his followers prior to this. Why yet? Sorry about that. He awkwardly said as he kept glancing at Daphne's little sister who stood beside her with a slight blush. Aiden, is this for real? Harry asked as he finished rebooting. Yes. Draco took the major step of distancing himself from his father after he himself realized that much of what he was taught had been oversold. He and his mother have come under my protection to be away from Voldemort's grasp and live the lives they wish to have. I answered seriously, trying to impart the courage Draco had to step away from something he now saw as wrong even if he lost the possibility of becoming a lord. His mother? Aunt Andy's sister? The one she said was like a doll when they grew up. Harry curiously asked, which kinda surprised me a bit. I guess so. She was freed from what was basically a slave contract after I told Sirius about messing with Voldy's finances by cutting them off of the Black family money. After that she asked for help and she convinced me. She's been doing some really good work. She also wants to try and reconnect with Andromeda, so if you could help a bit in that regard it would be great. I informed him as I also try to reunite two sisters. Yeah sure, no problem. Harry replied in a bit of a daze from the new information. While I was explaining things to Harry, Hermione actually put on a stern look and approached Draco, which made him a bit nervous. I think it's because the last time that happened she punched him in the face. Are you being serious about changing? She asked as she stared directly into his eyes. Yes. He answered with some nervousness. And you won't be harassing others or bullying Muggleborns anymore? She asked this time as she narrowed her eyes slightly. Not after talking things out with Professor Bones. He made me understand a lot of things. He answered a bit more confidently this time. And did you really mean it when you said you were sorry? She asked as she kept looking right into Draco's eyes. Yes. I am sorry for what I did. He answered with some guilt for this one. All right. Apology accepted. Hermione then said with a pleased nod as backed away from a slightly baffled Draco. Hermione, are you really going to forgive him that easily? Ron asked as he finally spoke again. He wants to change Ron, just like you did. So if he wants to apologize sincerely and try to be better, then I say we can at least accept it. She replied, causing the redhead to falter back a bit and think. Ron then approached Draco with his own serious look, making the chatter quiet down as everyone knew he had the highest chance of actually attacking Malfoy. It didn't help that Ron was growing a good amount of muscles as he kept getting taller, making him physically more intimidating than the majority of students. Malfoy, if you're serious about this then I won't say anything more. But, if this is a trick to hurt everyone here, I'll do everything I can to pay you back for breaking the professor's trust and for being a rat. Ron said with a cold gleam in his eyes as he put some pressure on Draco. Just so everyone gets it, Ron actually has a lot of respect for Aiden because he helped him change, improve, and find a place for himself. Also, giving someone a chance to change themselves for the better is a soft spot for him because of this. I am very serious about this. I don't want to be like my father anymore. Draco answered as he felt that he shouldn't back down as he stated right into Ron's eyes with some fire. Good. Then I accept your apology Malfoy and I apologize for the things I've said to you too. Ron said as he reached out with his hand. Deal with it, my Ron is becoming a genuinely good person. Slightly surprised from getting an apology too, Draco quickly shook it off and took Ron's hand. Do not write what I know you will think. Straight face, thanks Weasley. I assure you that it won't be necessary for you to hunt me down. Draco replied with a confident voice as the two reconciled. End of flashback. So yeah, I'm teaching Draco how to fight better now. He was already pretty good for his age since his father hammered stuff into him so he wouldn't be a disgrace should he need to duel for his honor. Must have been the reason he could give Harry a hard time in 6th year's canon. But in general, Hogwarts was a lot tenser than usual. At least the large majority of students felt safe with the headmaster in charge since those pictures of him triumphant over Tom were really effective. Too bad it was nearing exam season and they were going to become progressively more nervous anyway, and even the headmaster couldn't help them with this one. Without good reason anyway since the man did cancel most exams after the Basilisk fiasco. Outside of official establishments, I was busy doing some personal stuff and some stuff to avoid having to deal with a second war. You know, just in case. If you're curious by what I mean by second war, well I'm talking about goblins. I don't know how they got hooped by the snake fucker in canon because those little guys can give the entire country a run for their money and still not truly lose. I mean the entire country too since all wizards teamed up during the last war in order to not get beaten and goblins still didn't suffer any big losses, only having to sign some treaties more valuable in wizard eyes than goblin ones. My only guess was that Tom was in and out before the real goblin forces showed up or he would have been tortured for years after they broke his legs and wand for killing so many goblins and blemishing Gringotts' honor. Anyway back on topic. Since I have a good relationship with the Goblin Nation and even my friend is their king's disciple, I decided to preemptively stop any thoughts of striking wizards while they're down. This came in the form of extensive bartering and me sneakily offering alternative to screw over the assholes who are joining Tom of their own volition. So food and raw materials, fun ways to mess with rich people who always look at them with disgust, a few brawls because any goblin deal making without blood is seen as insincere, and I secured peace for after the war. Felt good letting loose with my body instead of magic for once. The name Bones Crusher rang out in the arenas that weekend I tell you. Victoria did roll her eyes when she saw what she called barbaric acts, but the wet panties don't lie. It was really hard to not go at it that day. But we promised our parents and her mom will not leave until we're married just to be sure. Really hard for a girl to stay in the mood when her mom is actually prepared to interrupt. At least our wedding is coming up soon. Which is the other thing keeping me busy. Yeah, Tori and I are finally getting married and I actually dare Tom to try something because I will rip him and his fools to pieces saying fuck the prophecy. As long as I keep him in his body it's all good right? Harry can go Horcrux hunting and still kill him after that. The only thing holding me back from trying this is Destiny, but if she crosses me I will tell that bitch to fuck off. You know, cause Destiny's a bitch. Aside from that mental preparation, the wedding stuff was going pretty smoothly since I had a lot of it ready since Mother's ceremony. Tori's dress was made custom using the best material, my tux was ready, the rings were perfect, the venue was reserved, decorations were in storage until things could be set up, food was set, and the guest list and seating was being arranged. The only things really going on were the changes women make after a certain period of time, you know the thing where they don't like the napkins they chose a month ago, but I don't really care since I have money and we have 2 months before the wedding. We are both really looking forward to it, even if we've been busy with everything lately. 183, ch 183 How to Burn a Witch. Crash. Smash. Bang. It burns. It burns. Why doesn't the feeling stop? Please my lord, help this servant. Was what could be heard from a woman's shrieking as she tore up her room due to the pain she felt. Those who heard the frenzied yells and the sounds of the room being torn apart knew not what to do, but decided they did not want to stay close in case they became the next broken thing in that room. Bellatrix POV. The constant burning just doesn't stop. It started out small. A slight warmth I could feel every time I casted a curse at those incompetent fools or those filthy muggles and mudbloods. I thought it was simply my desire to please my lord and the euphoria I felt completing his orders. The shiver of excitement when he praises me, the joy of being acknowledged by him, and now this warmth as I followed his teachings, these were my rewards for my devotion as I crushed the filth. But now all I feel is that constant burning. Like my soul itself is being devoured by fiend fire. Like my entire body is covered in flames which do not harm me, only letting me feel the pain. I have experienced being Crucio D. Oh yes, Mummy and Daddy Dearest did not spare the rod on little Bella when they were grooming her. No, she needed to be better, stronger, faster, more powerful. She needed to be the weapon of the family, to be the witch which would make the wizarding world fear the family. And what better motivation to use than pain when driving a little Bella? They were not the only ones to do so. Rodolphus enjoyed seeing me squirm. That pathetic excuse of a mongrel hated that he was weaker than me, the way I looked down on him for his meager intelligence and finances, and how I rejected and suppressed him during our time in Hogwarts. This stopped once and gained the Lord's favor and became his hand. However, from then on I was the leader. And was it ever satisfying to enact my revenge on the fool after I felt that damnable contract being cancelled? But now it was different. Crucio could only make me feel pain of the body. It could not attack the mind like my lord could, even if the pain that legilimency dealt could drive one to madness. I knew that very well. And it could not make me feel the pain I am under now. It felt like my very soul was being burnt. Like my very self is slowly being eaten away under the excoriating pain. I could resist torture. My dear parents saw to that personally. I could withstand my mind being broken into thanks to my lord's teachings. But the feeling of my soul being slowly burnt was unbearable. From that warmth I could feel every time I casted dark magic, it slowly started itching, then it felt like I was always hot, some slight aches, twinges of pain, constant low levels of pain then started, but I could not burden my lord for such trifle, and only when the pain became too much to ignore did I consult him. But he did not know what sort of dark magic I was under. My lord, the man I worship and the one who knows the darkest of arts best, did not know. He said he would consult his tomes for me and call that damnable slippery half-blood Snape to have a look at me. But the only thing they could hypothesize was that someone with a great grudge might have put a very powerful curse on my very soul. A ritual built on dozens of bodies to torture or kill me because of some filth I had killed. I trusted my lord without fault and believed he would save me from this torment, but a part of me had a different thought. A part of me I had thought gone, the calm and collected Bella who could dismantle a spell and reconstruct it into a deadly weapon. She made me remember the face of that half-blood whelp. The one who made me feel helpless and broke my wand. His face was handsome for someone with muddied blood, but I remember the smile on his face, the same type of smile I have when a prey I've been hunting for was finally in my grasp. I also remember his blue eyes, but not because of the power behind them, no, it was the cold and sadistic anger he had when he looked at my helpless form when I was at his mercy. Then that logical part of me remembered the small blue flame which he put in me, the same thing, and felt like my entire self should stay very far away from. These thoughts made me think. Is my lord wrong? Is my suffering truly because of dark magic? I thought in a moment of weakness. But no. I must never doubt my lord. He is the only thing which matters in this world. I will overcome this trial and return to his side. Only at his side am I needed. Only he sees me. But it burns so much, hurry and free me once again, my lord. Harry POV, in the middle of a pile of books with his friends. I finally know why Voldemort is my enemy. It was like some weight was lifted off my shoulders when Professor Dumbledore and Aiden explained the prophecy to me. I also knew why he personally came and took my parents from me. Don't get me wrong, Sirius is great and Aunt Amelia tries really hard to make me feel safe, but it always feels like there's a small something missing. I think it's Sirius' guilt and lack of fatherly features. He tries to hide it, but I can tell. I became very good at reading negative emotions when I was younger. He's great, but he's more like an uncle. But they still try, and that's all I need to feel warm with them. Plus it's great to have a friend like Susan nearby when Sirius tries to be romantic with Amelia. But yet, either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. That was heavy. It means that I have to kill Voldemort. It's not Professor Dumbledore or Aiden, both of them could probably do it too, but it has to be me. I understood why they both didn't really want me to know, because when that was said, I felt like someone was pranking me. Who would honestly believe that a teenager or child is the only one who can kill the most terrible Dark Lord of modern times? But there it is, from people I know and trust, I had to be the one to do it. It kinda makes sense why Aiden tried so hard to train me on how to really fight instead of having me join his dueling club. I am really thankful he went through the trouble though. Can you imagine if I was never taught how to fight properly and had to run around with half-baked knowledge as I try to stop Voldemort? It would be mental. Good thing Aiden is really good at teaching and made me take school seriously while also showing me how to manage my time so I can have fun too. But it was hard to accept that this prophecy our weird divination professor told is the reason for why my life has been like it is. Someone loyal to Voldemort half heard the prophecy and rushed to him after they heard that a baby born at the end of June would defeat him. But he had to be born from someone who fought against him 3 times. And from all the magical babies born that fit the criteria, it was only me and Neville. So in the end Voldemort decided to attack me personally and sent Bellatrix and Barty Crouch Jr. to go for Neville. The results were my parents dying, Voldemort losing his body, me getting my scar, Neville's parents going insane, and the end of the war. It was weird to hear about why my life is like it is, but it did bring some closure. The headmaster and Aiden also explained that to defeat Voldemort we had to destroy his Horcruxes, something which I had apparently already started doing since the destruction of Tom Riddle's diary in 2nd year. They don't know exactly how many he has, but they said they're working on finding out as much information on the subject as possible. Professor Dumbledore even said he would probably request my assistance for this during the summer, which feels good. I want to be able to help, to contribute something when people I know are fighting out there, and this is my chance to help bring in someone who knows more on Voldemort's creation of his Horcruxes. Although they did tell me about the person and apparently I would be helping to convince him by just being myself. Not sure how being me will help convince someone, but I am curious about the potion teacher and previous head of Slytherin. I hear he's nothing like Snape, but he likes meeting important or talented people instead. But before all that, I have to get through these damnable owls. I thought the older students were kidding about the difficulty, but it turns out that they weren't. The professors have been merciless lately, with Snape being crueler than usual, but Aiden's been less mentally stressful as he makes us learn by doing a lot of practical training to be able to properly cast spells in many different conditions. He even took us out to the Forbidden Forest for some experience in dealing with some dark creatures along with Hagrid as our guide. He said nothing would make the lesson stick better than having an extreme memory attached to it. A bit insane, but incredibly effective after students learnt what not to do very quickly. Ron's been struggling with all the theoretical stuff since he's more hands-on, but he at least knows a good amount for charms, Dada and COMC since they're the ones we can be the most active with. He's hopeless for divination, history, and potions though. But he's not giving up on getting a high enough grade in potions since he wants to become an Auror later. I think that's brilliant, and his family has actually been pretty supportive of it, especially his mum when she heard he wanted to work in the ministry, even if it's in a dangerous job. Hermione I think might have gone a bit mental with her studying. She keeps saying she will become the next to earn an O++ like Aiden and his friends. Something which I believe she might be able to do, but Aiden had a different opinion which both confused her and made her want to prove him wrong. Hermione actually asked him how she could get that grade, but he decided to answer it by telling her what he believes the grades represent. Troll, T completely hopeless. Dreadful, D you at least learned something. Poor, P you tried and could pass with some work. Acceptable, A good understanding of all material so far. Exceeds expectations, E great understanding of the subject, but could use polish. Outstanding, O you've perfectly learnt what can be expected of your level. Outstanding with distinction, O plus you're making the subject yours. Beyond outstanding, O++ you are beyond books and aren't bound by the views of others. Hermione had a hard time accepting the last two. I don't think she understands his hint that to get those kinds of grades you need to look at the magic beyond what the books say. Aiden actually thinks Luna has the best chances of getting an O++ in charms due to her unique views, if she studies up on the normal way to describe magic that is. I would know, he's been teaching me about it since I was turning 12. I actually feel really confident going into the Transfiguration. Charms and Dada exams, COMC and herbology should be in the bag too, but I'm still feeling nervous about potions. Still, I want to show everyone that I'm not just lucky and that I can do more to help, so I won't working hard. But that means I have to keep going through this unending pile of books. I lamented with a heavy sigh. Is something wrong, Harry? Hermione asked with a concerned look as she looked away from the book she's read 3 times already. Just a lot on my mind. I answered wearily. Cheer up, mate. How about we go for a spar to unwind a bit? Or go for a flight? Ron suggested as a means of temporarily escaping studying. Exams are just around the corner, you can't just slack off. Hermione chided as she glared at the both of us. Hermione, you know stressing out over this is going to do more harm than good. Let's have a bit of fun. The redhead countered with a smile. He's right. Plus I think trying some of this stuff for real would help a lot to remember it better. I added as I looked at our studious friend. Under the eyes of her 2 close friends she could only fold. All right, fine. We'll go to the exchange to practice charms and transfiguration, then the dueling club for some defense against the dark arts tomorrow. She said with a sigh of her own, but she smiled when she saw Ron and I celebrate our small victory. Then let's finish up for tonight, I want to be well rested for tomorrow's exercises. I said as I closed my book. With you there, mate? You gonna stay, Hermione? Ron asked as he started to put away his own books. You know what? Some proper rest sounds lovely. She answered as she placed a bookmark on her page and stood up as well. Ron and I shared a small look of surprise as Hermione willingly stopped studying near exams. What? What's with that look? She asked as she caught us. Nothing. We simultaneously answered. She gave us a look of suspicion, but we kept quiet as we all finished packing up. At least I know I'm not going to have to do everything that's coming alone. I thought as we walked back to our dorm and remembered everyone who has supported me so far with a smile. 184, ch 184 first year of professorship finished. The time before summer was one with both dread and determination for many. Even with a second war brewing, students still dreaded exams like nothing else. Personally, I try to have my students ready for their owls and newts by making my exams have a similar format. Cumulative theory test and then a practical. Kids have to know what they're fighting and how to fight it. I teach Dada not math, this stuff will save their lives and they better know how to do it. If I was being honest, I kind of felt a bit bad for some of these kids who were excited for the summer. They just didn't really grasp what the incoming conflict would do. The papers just said that Tom is back and that he has shown no indication that he would not continue the war from over a decade ago. The kids just didn't realize this because of the quiet before the storm. But this lull was good for our side. During a time of transition one needs some time to get everything working properly, and this calm before the storm was just what Mother needed to solidify her position and strength. The more time passed, the better prepared she was. It's not like Tom wouldn't love to start his offensive immediately, it's just that he can't. After the debacle in the ministry his position and forces have been weakened. From my own analysis and Jennifer's reports, Tom has almost been hamstrung because of the results of his little plan. Many of his high-level supporters, meaning politically and hierarchically, have been jailed and identified, making him lose access to a great amount of funding, influence and subordinates to act in his stead. His publicized defeat also weakened the confidence of his supporters from the underworld and the races he allied himself with. The Giants were apparently quite open about their dissatisfaction over their new chief losing. The vampires saw themselves as better than others by nature and did not pass the opportunity to mock the bald man. Well, until he killed the annoying ones, which counts as a good thing for me, and I had Jennifer tell the man that her pack had been getting restless due to his failures as well. Meanwhile, Fortress and the Ministry were forcing the Fool's forces into running and hiding due to their hunt. Mother made successful hunts for vampires very public as she demonstrated that she wasn't all talk in her efforts to fix all the monumental fuck-ups of past administrations. It was just too bad the Giants were more difficult to take care of, simply because of their innate resistance to magic and the fact that the entire tribe came, meaning they would need to put a lot of manpower in to take them down, with a lot of risks for injuries or death. So as long as they stayed still, they were considered less of a threat for now. I even arranged to have drugged goats and cattle moved near the tribe to keep them full and sleepy. I could probably kill most of the tribe myself, but that would be giving away too much for now. Better to hunt them down when they separate, makes things a lot easier to manage when you know their numbers, names, and appearances. You just have to think about it simply, organize 20 men to slowly and expertly take down one giant at a time, or try to organize at least 100 to take down the entire tribe in a head-on conflict. Not exactly a difficult decision for me. Beyond that, we are taking care of the vampires draining people's blood in London. That was a higher priority at the moment since we did not want the annoyances spreading and forming a proper foothold in this country. Especially if the ones forming the clan, as they call it, are a bunch of blood-crazed animals. I personally don't have many issues regarding vampires, but they are not the same as werewolves in my mind. Werewolves mainly have to deal with increased senses, mild physical improvements and their once-a-month transformation. Very manageable symptoms, especially now. But vampires are different because they are permanently transformed. They can no longer return to being human. I can stop someone from transforming if they've just been bitten, but the window for that is a short one. Then their needs change once they finish converting, turning the vast majority of humanity into both food source and possible new member. The increased lifespan, unique vampire abilities, vampiric magic if the one transformed was magical, and the new possibilities within their hierarchy give many reasons for someone to embrace their new nature as well, unlike werewolves who only had someone like Fenrir trying to gather them into a large group of savages. But the problem ultimately lies in their culture and beliefs. I could easily create something like a blood potion from the Dawnguard DLC of Skyrim from my past life. Use my knowledge to create a system where they can feed themselves without the need for humans to be involved at all, teaching them the recipe and letting them grow everything they need. But this would be treated as me spitting on their history, and only those who would truly seek coexistence with beings they have been forced to view as food could agree to it. At best it forms a small rift that can be mended through civilized debates and practical demonstrations of benefits, and at worst I could be hunted down by every vampire who would be against it, start a vampire civil war which could lead to the deaths of thousands of innocent bystanders and the drastic increase in sadistic behavior towards humans by the unwilling, or even the irreparable breaking of the magical world's secrecy. So yeah, not really a great fan of dealing with vampires in general. Even less when it comes to those who are addicted to blood like it's cocaine and everyone around them is full of it and they can't stop you. Those little shits make me wish Blade was around. Good thing the clans were banned from coming to the British Isles a few centuries ago after one of their nobles slaughtered an entire pureblood family because they tasted great and caused an all-out war. As a result, the royal clan had to intervene and agreed that just not going to the relatively small countries in the Isles was easier than having a powerful magic community being hostile to them. The ministry and royals brokered a peace treaty and no vampire has appeared in the UK since. Officially anyway, there's always one bold or reckless twit who's going to ignore the rules or think that this makes the place a perfect hiding spot if they fuck up. At least the royal clan disavowed the actions of those in the UK right now and even encouraged the culling of those they've deemed as insults to their prestige. There were other flowery and creative ways of them saying kill all the little shits who spat on the words of the royal any way you like, some of which would make Shakespeare cry at his own lack of creativity in that department. Pretty good read if I was honest, Tory, and I had a good laugh at some of what was written. And to prove they weren't just letting us clean up after their peoples breaking the treaty, even if our Dark Lord convinced them, they are now monitoring anywhere vampires could use to reach the UK using muggle or magical means. But I think it's to find the undesirables in their midst more than upholding the treaty. It's a good excuse to get rid of those who sully the name of vampires. The reason I'm mentioning all this is that aside from the reforms and clean-up Mother has been engaging with, some minor wedding preparations and Hogwarts exams, nothing has really been happening. So the delicate situation involving a possible return of vampires to the UK has been my biggest concern lately. Although that worry has lessened significantly after the colourful letter from the royals, it is never good to let down your guard around centuries-old beings. Good thing Fortress has ample experience hunting vampires from their time in Bulgaria and my white magic kills them on contact. It makes things a lot easier to deal with. Also some people found it weird that Aiden helps werewolves and not vampires, well this basically why. And there's not much info of HP vampires, so I made all this up. Small time skip to the end of the school year. This is going to be a busy summer. 50% chance of the war breaking out in the next 2 months, 80% chance of Voldemort freeing his lieutenants from their jails soon, and I'm sure that Firm is going to be hit when he starts going at it. The place is simply too far against everything those idiots stand for. I thought with some annoyance over their self-destructive actions. Oh well, at least the year finished relatively quietly compared to the last few years. I sighed as finished putting away all my teaching equipment for the summer. I do agree with you there. Last year had that tournament which led to that manipulative bastard coming back. Year before that was the discovery of the real traitor of the Potters and an attempted assassination on the minister. Then there was that basilisk you killed and that blowhard lobotomizing himself. And finally a possessed professor tries to steal one of the most valuable magical artifacts in the world and ends up as powder. It has been quite tame in the castle this year by comparison. The only issue was that annoying toad, but you dealt with her. Helena said as she floated behind me as usual. Yet, Harry's fate makes it hard to have an uneventful year. And the headmaster doesn't help when he basically taunts said fate into making things difficult. I replied with a wry smile as I looked at the floating woman. I do feel bad for the boy. Auntie Helga was a gifted seer and I've seen many driven desperate by the fates she foretold. His is a difficult one to come out the winner from. Well, if he didn't have someone who could even make Uncle Salazar approve of his cunning in his corner like you. She replied with some pity in her eyes for Harry and a smirk for me. Yes, I am a schemer. Better that than unprepared and defenseless. I helplessly with a shake of my head. It is good that you admit it. Now what is this big bad schemer going to do during the summer while he's away from the castle? My ghostly friend asked with a nod of satisfaction over my admission. Dealing with some nocturnal parasites, continuing the implementation of some preventative measures and probably playing around from behind the scenes. I've also got my wedding. So a good amount is happening in the next couple of months. I answered as I finished everything I needed to do before locking up my classrooms. Thank you for the invitation by the way, but won't it be odd for a ghost like myself to be present? Helena asked with some sadness and worry. Not for me. You are a good friend Helena and I would very much appreciate you being there. Plus Tori already agreed, so no issues there. I answered with a smile as I looked at my ghostly friend. Thank you. But don't expect a present. She replied with some embarrassment as she looked away, trying to not look too happy. Cute reaction for a 1000-year-old ghost. I thought with my smile turning into a teasing one. You just thought something rude didn't you? She then suddenly said as she turned and glared at me. Not at all. Just happy that you're up for coming to the wedding. I even prepared something a ghost can enjoy. I answered as I just pumped all my focus into my occlumency, making myself look completely innocent. Fine. I look forward to it then. She simply answered as she stopped glaring at me intensely. With that said, I locked up my classroom and the both of us headed for the Great Hall to attend the end of the year feast and graduation ceremony. It was interesting to think about the little changes my actions have caused, like Cedric being alive and graduating as the best of his year, the twins actually finishing their education and a good amount of the graduating class actually having jobs lined up. That last one is something I kind of forgot I helped happen, because it isn't a result of my direct actions, but simply my subordinates expanding causing an improvement in the job market and Mother's administration opening a lot of opportunities within the ministry for good jobs for competent people. The ceremony itself was pretty much like my own, but with Dumbledore changing up his speech to address the situation on the horizon. It had a good amount of impact and I saw a fair amount of students thinking about what is to come. Fortunately the feast came afterwards to lighten up the mood and the merriment began. Graduates said their goodbyes to younger friends. I saw Angelina Johnson talking to Harry about his new position as Quidditch captain next year, the twins advertising for their shop which will open near the Muggle toy box and the firm office, Cedric giving Luna some advice for her exchange duties next year, and I even saw some 7th-year Slytherins talking to Draco about things which might be good. Right, I should contact Narcissa and see how that spa is coming along. I should also write a translation guide for Luna. People are going to be really confused when she uses her unique terminology to describe how magic works. I thought as I remembered 2 additional things to add to my to-do list. But all good things must come to an end. There were some tearful goodbyes, promises to keep in touch and some displays of bravery as individuals took this last chance to confess to their crushes. Helena laughed from behind me when half of them came and confessed to me. I felt bad rejecting them, but it's hard to believe they didn't know that I would do so. I mean, I am engaged and going to hold my wedding soon. It's not like a random underclassman I've barely interacted with is going to convince me to abandon the woman I love. But I'm pretty sure this is mostly so they can leave without any sort of regret instead of actually thinking they'll succeed. After that I saw the graduates off with the rest of the staff and went home as my first year as a professor ended. 185, heads up. So, I've been struggling to write lately. Half is because life's being annoying. First exams and now my landlord wants to sell the house I'm renting in, which means I've gotta find a new place. The other half is just because I can't get into it and I feel like I'm forcing myself whenever I try to write. So to combat this I've come up with a solution, take a small break from this story and write some stuff for another one I've been having troubles getting off my brain. Problem is I'm kinda torn over 2 worlds to set my story in lately. Remnant, going to play in RWBY. Dolo, let's cultivate with spirit rings. I did have thoughts before between things like Mass Effect, Marvel, DC and a few animes. Hell, I even had some thoughts for a group chat. But right now the 2 above are the ones really monopolizing my brain. This isn't to say I'm dropping the Harry Potter one. I generally know how I want to finish this and as a minor spoiler it was going to end before Harry gets to his 7th year. That's because Aiden is just way too on the ball and I can't think of any legitimate reasons for him to not end this as soon as possible, letting people get killed if he doesn't. So yeah, any thoughts on which world would be nice and I hope I'm not making people too upset. Thanks for the support so far, I will finish this thing. 186, ch 185 our wedding. Alright, I severely underestimated how nervous I would get from getting married. What the hell? I am probably the greatest Accluman and Legilaman alive and I'm still feeling it. Ha! Look at the kid go. Mocked serious with glee as he looked at me pacing around the waiting room. We all know who was doing the exact same thing less than a year ago, Padfoot. Replied Harry as he defended his bro. Oi! How can you take his side, Prongslet? It's not like the kid needs help to make snarky comebacks. Whined Sirius as he brought down a peg by his supposed ally. Just ignore him, Aiden. Everything is beautifully set up, you arranged for so much security that it would be safer to attack the ministry instead of crashing the wedding, all guests are cleared, everyone is happy for you too and we know Victoria is just as excited for this as you are. It will all be fine. James said with a calm and reassuring smile as he comforted me. He came back from his stay in France for my wedding, partially because his new lovely fiancée was able to drag him out of his workshop long enough for him to realize what day it was, but the serious reason was that he would never let himself miss the wedding of 2 of his best friends. Fleur was quite enamored with him from what I could tell of their interactions since they've arrived in the country. James had become a good and dependable man in his own right, a steady pillar which make most around him feel safe. His wavy blonde hair was above his shoulders, neatly trimmed before he came since his fiancée dragged him to a stylist, clear blue eyes radiating compassion like always but with sparks of passion striking across them from time to time. His now fully matured face displayed a fine-looking young man, but his muscled body slightly contradicted his peaceful vibe due to the fact that he was the biggest man in the room. That last bit is simply because of his blacksmithing building his muscles differently from myself and Christian. Not that I've ever noticed anything but heated looks from Fleur when it comes to those, so I am pretty sure it's working to my friend's advantage. That and I'm sure this lucky bastard would just instantly incinerate anyone who tries to mess with today. Christian then said heartily as he repeatedly patted my shoulder. My wild friend had actually just returned from settling a colony of Nikotama from Japan to the island. There was apparently one that grew to be 10 feet tall and Hagrid was already begging to come play with it. Christian also gifted an orphaned Nikomata kitten to Luna, which she fell in love with. It is now always with her. Unlike James however, Christian was turning more and more wild as time went and scars were gained. His black hair was cut short with fades on the sides, electric blue eyes still radiating energy like always, roguish good looks given character from a few scars he had gained on the job, and instead of bulking up like James, he was becoming more streamlined as he gained the aura of a hunter or predator. You're right. Everything's good. I just need to go out there and wait for her. I concurred as I took some deep breaths. Yes you do. Agreed Christian as he started pushing me out of the waiting room we were in, and that's why it's time to go. Wait. I need to check if I'm missing anything. I exclaimed as my nerves came back. You didn't. You're all dressed up, your hair's fine, the rings are ready thanks to our saintly friend and we are all good to go too. So quit your pussyfooting and get going. My friend said as he continued to push me forward until we reached the entrance to the altar. I had taken a lot of time to get everything for this place to be truly magical. The ceiling was not only enchanted with dazzling views of the cosmos, but had the constellations dancing and prancing amongst the stars. The walls were decorated with bioluminescent plants I had bred with Tori, a new breed developed with the help of white magic, each capable of protecting a certain radius from contaminants, disease, poisons and dark magic. Incredibly useful and beautiful as they frequently changed colors. The altar itself was a beautifully crafted piece with symbols representing union and joining alongside the crests for both mine and Tori's families. This was a more traditional piece, but when one marries a woman who respects tradition as well as strives to improve them, you just acquiesce to these small things. The rest of the room was filled with our guest seats, which were not divided by family since neither of us have enough actual family to do so and our social circles are pretty much the same beyond our jobs. It was set up only for friends and family, like mother's wedding seeing as we both dislike useless frivolities and only want this day to be special. Those sanctuary blossoms you two made sure are something mate. The place feels damn right holy with so many of them. Christian said as he gave me a small push forward to make me start walking to my position. It was an accident too. We wanted to make a special reagent to boost the effects of healing potions, but some of it got into the herb garden when we were picking ingredients and voila! I explained with a fond smile over how excited we were when that happened. Some of the best things in life can come from accidents. Whether memories or success, we only know after they happen. James responded with his own smile. With that said, I took my position beside the altar as my groomsmen were beside me. Soon after the bridesmaids came in wearing their own choice of dresses since witches don't do the forcing on a specific dress thing, Mother just preferred to do it that way during her own wedding. Mother was wearing an elegant black dress which contrasted her red-brown bones hair nicely, as well as showing off her well-maintained figure. I saw more than one heated exchange of looks between her and Sirius so far. Susan chose to don a shorter monochromatic dress which stopped at her knees. It was black above the waist and white below, sporting a floral accessory in the middle which popped against the dress. Enfleur, who was chosen as a bridesmaid because both Tori and I's best friends are male, hence on my side, and because she would also have a close relationship with us should she actually marry James like they were planning to after she graduates. The half-vila was dressed in a light blue chiffon dress with decorative petals near her neckline and on her waist. She had also progressed significantly in her ability to control her heritage, having none of the guests entranced in her presence. The fourth bridesmaid was obviously Tori's mother, but since the both of them killed her father, she would be walking my bride down the aisle. A funny detail in all this is that the groomsmen will have to have one dance with the bridesmaid after mine and Tori's first one. So with Mother and Sirius and Fleur and James being together, Harry going with Susan, that left Christian to dance with Selene. I can't wait to see how that goes. The thought relaxed me as the guests began arriving. We had a good mix of people in today. A number of the faculty of Hogwarts was present, with all heads of house in attendance. Yes, that includes Snape, something which I wasn't keen on, but Victoria said he did help her deal with her problems during our time as students and was pretty good to her as a Slytherin, so I acquiesced. Not like he can do anything without most likely dying in the attempt anyway. Then we had family friends like the Tonks, Longbottoms, and Weasleys, a good number of St. Mungo's matrons, Fleur, Christian, and James family members. And most surprisingly for the Black family members, Narcissa Black and Draco were also here. A bit sudden as far as reconnecting goes, but Narcissa wanted to at least be on speaking terms with her sane sister, and what better endorsement than from me on my wedding day. It was a bit bumpy because of serious nature, but a good thwack from Mother after she shot me a glare and the women were able to have a peaceful discussion. Although awkward as all hell for Narcissa, Andromeda was extremely happy that one of her sisters wanted to be close to her again and almost burst into tears when she heard her apologize. I was glad that their relationship could begin to mend. It would take time, but with how Narcissa is now, I believe the two can become close once again. This was before I went into the waiting room and the guests mingled a bit outside the actual ceremony room. Back to the present, everyone was in position, and Dumbledore ready to officiate. The music began and I couldn't for the life of me tear my eyes away from where my bride would walk in from. I could not even hear the version of Ave Maria we had chosen at this point. By Franz Schubert, Brooklyn Duo sold me on this one because I didn't want to use Pachelbel's canon again. None of it mattered because there she was. My bride. Her raven black hair dancing in waves as sparkles shine through, making it seem as if the very stars inhabited it. Her emerald eyes staring directly at me with warmth and love. Her beautiful face looking as if sculpted to perfection from marble. The floral patterned dress she had chosen elegantly flowed behind her as she almost appeared to glide towards me, the dress accentuating her beauty as the patterns flowed upwards to her shoulders and decorated her arms as well. Only once she was in front of me did I snap out of my trance and gently grasp the hand given to me by Selene. I told you he'd love it. She smugly said to her daughter. Cat got your tongue, dear. Tori followed up with a prideful look. You look absolutely breathtaking. I honestly replied, causing Victoria to immediately blush at such a head-on compliment. Thanks. You look dashing as well. She replied a bit shyly. Selene just smiled fondly and took her place amongst the bridesmaids as the both of us turned to face Dumbledore. Friends, family, close ones, and guests, we are gathered here today to celebrate a wondrous union between two outstanding young people. Many of us here today have heard or witnessed the path that has led these two to this very day. From fellow students, to rivals, to friends, and finally to lovers. They stand together now, with hearts full of love and respect for one another, ready to truly bind themselves in the glorious union of marriage. It is precisely this celebration of love and unity which brings us the greatest reminder of the bounties life can bring all of us, love, friendship, camaraderie, and happiness. And so we gathered to witness the vows these two will swear to another. To love, cherish, and support each other through the good and bad times. To bless them so that they may pass through the vicissitudes of life smoothly. And to wish the lasting love they deserve. The headmaster emotionally said as he looked at those in the room. Now would the ring bearer come forth. He followed up as everyone turned to see a familiar sight for most guests today. Tilly has the ring cease again. The lovable little house elf said as she popped in wearing a little pink dress she made herself, holding a red pillow with our rings on them. Now unlike the rings made for Mother's wedding, these are actually the least defensively enchanted equipment Tori and I would possess. We have things to defend us from the vast majority of threats already, so we thought to have these ones hold more romantic additions. They tell if the other wearer is in danger, you can share magical power, they passively help our bodies and can both guide and teleport the wearer to the other. Tori and I took each other's hand, looked into each other's eyes and waited for the next part. Now, do you, Aiden Bones, take Victoria Travers to be your wife? To love and support her in all she endeavors to achieve? To celebrate every success and comfort every loss? Dumbledore asked. I do. I unwaveringly declared as I slid the silver and emerald ring onto her slender finger. And do you, Victoria Travers, take Aiden Bones to be your husband? To love and support him in this life? To care and help his path wherever it may take you both? Albus then asked of her as she grabbed the silver band meant for me. I do. She resolutely answered as she placed the band on my ring finger. Shivers of happiness shooting through me as I heard her truly confirm it. Then by the power invested in me, I now declare you husband and wife. You may now kiss the bride. Dumbledore announced happily. And no sooner that he did both Tori and I almost crashed into each other due to our eagerness, attempting to both softly kiss each other while conveying the intense love we held for each other. It felt like time had just stopped for the both of us in that moment. The joy and elation I felt made this day all the more perfect as we released each other and looked at the person we had just married like it was the first time. I love you husband/wife. We spoke at the same time, making us chuckle. And only when we heard the applause and cheers did we remember the crowd which had just witnessed our little display. So with some embarrassment, we turned to our guest and raised our now joined ringed hands to showcase our new status as if a triumph. Let's get the party started then. I announced as I was feeling no end to my joy at this moment. Extra author note. Hello, this is to announce that my new FF are out, as you've no doubt noticed if you looked at this fanfics info page and looked at the other things I've written. I've got two things going on, which surprised me too. My first is a RWBYFF, White Tiger Roars in Remnant. I know a lot of people wanted Dulodalu, but I honestly couldn't think of any proper story beyond Born, Train, Awaken Spirit, Train, Kill Beast, Start Making Team, Be Better Than Seven Devils, Dislike for pretty much all males surrounding Tang San, Beat Up People in Colosseum, Get Stronger, Cultivation Nonsense, Make Some Loving, Beat Up Seven Devils in Tournament, Tang Hao when he bitches about it and Spirit Hall for being complete dickheads, then become a god. It's too standard and I don't feel motivated to pretty much do that. The first Dulodalu is also the only one I found interesting when I read them, so it was my only choice too. So yeah, RWBY seemed like something I could play with more since I would have an end goal with a lot of freedom over how to get there, some characters who aren't unlikable or complete twits, and I feel like I could actually make Remnant a better place. Plus I had actual ideas for this one, instead of just modifying what Tang San's story was and having my character do that. And this was a surprise to me too, but I started writing a Mass Effect fanfic. It's called Mass Effect, Project Hybrid. This was a mix of the Legendary Edition coming out, a teaser for a new game, me reading Somi FF and replaying the games. As a result I had this idea for the story and just ran with it. Posted it on fanfiction.net first and then here. I like being able to have my character interact with the ones from the game. It's OC, with Femshab, and starting after she recruited Lyra and before the Thorian or Rachni missions. So if you guys could give them a try that'd be great, if they're not your thing then that's okay. Do be warned that the first chapters are really long because I wanted to get over the 15k mark without wasting a chapter. Thanks for reading. 187, ch 186 Now and Forever, R18. Pure R18 chapter. You cannot read if you don't want to. Aiden's home in Hogsmeade after the wedding. Not sure what POV. In a burst of blue flames, two young adults appeared. One was a gorgeous woman with raven black hair flowing down her back, striking emerald green eyes, wearing a beautiful wedding dress which showed off her perfect body, while the other was an extremely handsome young man with long silver hair, almost glowing blue eyes, wearing a custom suit. A newly married couple. The two looked at each other for a moment before their eyes shone with hunger and passion, resulting in them nearly crashing against each other as they began heatedly making out. As only the sound of their competition to dominate their partner's mouth resounded in the empty house, the two not thinking about the little house elves doing their best to hide. They began to move towards the bedroom as the woman removed her man's suit jacket hurriedly. The response she received was to be picked up in one swift motion without their passionate exchange being broken, letting the man rush them both towards their bedroom even faster as she wrapped her legs around his waist and redoubled her efforts with her tongue. The door opened itself as the newly married couple entered the bedroom. The new wife was panting after the intense battle she had lost to her overachiever of a husband, and was now softly moaning as he heatedly kissed her fair neck. But the moment the man was about to lay his wife on the bed, a mischievous light flashed through her eyes as she used her well-trained body and skills to turn the two of them around, resulting in the man sitting on the bed as she straddled him with a victorious smile. -1 ST person POV. Now what is my lovely wife planning? I asked with an amused tone, but it was hard to keep my cool at the moment. Something special for my dear lord husband. She whispered in my ear before she backed away and stood up. Before I could question her action, she waved her hand towards me and I could feel magic wash over me. Letting it take hold, everything covering my upper body and feet was removed, leaving me with only my pants on. A moment later she waved her hand over her dress, making it disappear, which slightly disappointed since I wanted to rip it off of her as soon as possible before taking her, but her enchanting form shut down any complaint. She looked at me pridefully as she succeeded in making me speechless. Her beautiful body almost on full display as only her white lingerie covered her naked form, but this only seemed to enhance her sensuality to me. What do you think, dear lord husband? She coyly asked. That was the best use of magic I've ever seen. I honestly answered as I took her form in. Now let me give you another show. She seductively said as she slowly knelt between my legs. My own excitement and hunger for her had already more than hardened me. She knew that and was teasing me to increase the fun later as she manually unbuttoned and pulled down my pants and underwear together, resulting in a surprise uppercut which made her breath hitch in awe as she took in the cock which would officially make her a woman. My woman. For now and forever. As magnificent as always. Victoria said as she gently caressed my fully erect member. Now let me alleviate some of your burden. And no sooner than that her perfect lips engulfed my cock in a practiced manner. Due to us waiting until today, we knew each other's bodies extremely well and she was putting that experience on full display as I felt her tongue swirl around the head, then her using her saliva to gradually lubricate my near 10-inch cock. I couldn't help but let out a groan of pleasure as her head began to bob up and down my shaft with single-minded focus. Using more and more saliva to drive herself further along, eventually succeeding in pushing my impressive size into her throat, squeezing my cock as her warm mouth massaged the base as if begging for my release. Her well-practiced mouth was soon smoothly gliding up and down my entire length as I felt the pleasure build up her promised reward for her efforts. Only taking a few minutes to build up that first load due to my excitement and me not using any sort of magic to stop it. It's coming, love. I told her huskily as I held a groan in. I know. Give it to me. She quickly said as she sped up her efforts. It wasn't long after that I announced my coming ejaculation, spurting ropes of thick cum down straight to her stomach as she held her face firmly against my pelvis, with loud swallowing sounds coming from her as she did her best to take in my massive load. A side effect of Phoenix vitality. Ha ha ha. Biggest load yet, darling. She said with a hint of pride for successfully taking everything without spilling a drop. That is because of you, wife. I replied with a little chuckle. Now let me return the favor. Without waiting for her reply I lifted her up with ease and switched places with her now on the bed as I knelt. Looking at me with a look of anticipation, lust, and love, I moved over her defensive line to reveal her smooth pussy which was already dripping excitedly. Let me show you a new trick I thought up as a reward for your effort. I said with a grin on my face as I began eating her out by gently circling her clit with my tongue, causing her to squirm and grab my head as she moaned. Keeping my teasing short, I did something I had never done for her before, used a bit of self-transfiguration to elongate my tongue and began to move around mimicking the motions needed for parcel tongue, which I learnt from scratch. And boy was that little move appreciated judging by the loud gasp and subsequent arching back as she firmly held my head in between her wonderful thighs which were also squeezing me. As Victoria felt my tongue nearly vibrate and caressing all her sweet spots brought her near the edge in record time, and not giving her the chance to recover I targeted her clit with my free hand, causing her to have an explosive orgasm as her body tensed all over. Rising from my position I saw the extremely arousing figure of my lovely new wife in her post-orgasm bliss with hazy eyes looking at me lovingly, messy hair, heavy breathing coming through her smile and her plentiful breasts tempting me as they moved up and down. I couldn't stop myself and brought her to me and kiss her luscious lips, twirling my tongue around hers as she reciprocated instinctively. Feeling her smooth and lithe body which she trained to perfection in my hands always felt right as we nearly melted into each other's embrace. We separated, leaving a small link of saliva between our tongues as we looked at each other with unbridled desire. Take me now. Make me yours completely. She nearly growled at me as our lust began to overtake us. After waiting years for this moment I was not going to hesitate at the finish line, vanishing every inch of clothing or jewelry on each other, leaving us to admire our naked forms. Her beautiful face, perfectly shaped D-cups almost hypnotizing me like any other man, toned stomach, long powerful legs and all of it was mine. Giving her one last kiss as I lined up my raging hard member to her entrance I prepared to take my wife. Here it comes love. I whispered in her ear as I thrust forward and enter her virgin hole. The warm and tight feeling was almost too pleasurable, something completely different from my vague memories of my past life's experience. I knew there wasn't going to be much if any blood due to the intense physical training Victoria had underwent with me, but I still have her time to adjust me. She tightly gripped me with her entire body as her arms wrapped around my neck and her legs around my waist, breathing sharply as her insides parted for me. Doing my best to ease her into things I began kissing her neck and massaging her breasts gently, giving her the pleasure needed to overcome the pain. You can move now. I can take it. She announced through a small moan. I slowly began to move my hips, allowing the woman I love to grow accustomed to things gradually as I took longer and longer strokes inside of her. Fun part of being half phoenix is that my body fluids have various healing and comforting properties, so as my pumped into her my pre-cum helped her ease into things much quicker and she began to enjoy my thrusts more and more. Morgana yes. Shag me silly you perfect stud. She said in between moans as she actively began to move her hips in tandem with my thrusts. So tight. I thought as her pleasure made her squeeze even more. Then take it. I growled as a few more animalistic traits started to come out with my increased pace. Yes. Give it to me. Make me yours. She shouted out as my powerful thrusts reached her womb and I found a new pleasure point. Each new thrust brought us pleasure as we lost track of time, enjoying the fruits which dangled before our eyes for too long. I wasn't brought out of my trance until I heard her scream, "It's coming, gonna come Aiden. I'm about to blow too." I grunted as I sped up a bit. Come inside. I want to come at the same time. Fill my womb. She loudly replied passionately as she made sure I wouldn't pull out with her legs. Your wish, is my command. I said as I let myself come almost directly into her womb, resulting in Victoria's breath to hitch as she came as well. Her mouth hung open as her eyes rolled backwards due to the immense pleasure she felt from her own orgasm compounding with the incredible sensation of having her womb completely filled with my cum, Phoenix vitality boosting me far beyond wizard standards. Her muscles involuntarily loosened as she lost control, making her slid off my still rock-hard member and plop onto the bed in total bliss. Interestingly, my cum was helping Victoria recover some energy as well seeing as how she propped herself up and was looking at me hungrily. Come her hubby. Now it's my turn to be on top. She seductively said as she grabbed my arm and laid me down on the bed. It didn't even take more than a few seconds before she was straddling my waist with a confident smile on her face, lining up my cock with her entrance. Let me make you feel good too. I know one round is not even close to enough. She said as she brought her hips down in one smooth motion, causing me to let out a small groan. You do know this position gives me certain advantages too, right? I asked her with a confident smirk on my face. What do you mean? Unfortunately she wasn't able to finish as I grabbed her hips and slammed her onto my cock, causing her to squirt a bit from the multiple small orgasms rocking through her body as my cock almost went into her womb this time. She looked up at me in a haze that immediately cleared up when she saw the proud look my face. Don't you too bad, I interrupted her again as she began screaming out in pleasure uncontrollably due to me mercilessly fucking her using her own weight against her. I was determined to teach her body exactly who she belonged to now, and her wild moans with constant mini orgasms were certainly proof of that. You moan sneaky bastard. She managed to get out as she tried to glare a bit, but her pleasure's face and moans made that impossible as I continued to almost use her body. At this point she was hugging and kissing me in an effort to get some payback, but all it did was contribute to her downfall as suddenly I heard her gasp as something inside her gave way and I found myself deeper than before, stopping me due to the surprise and her instant squirting orgasm which followed. Taking advantage of the breather, She looked at me with a bit of shock. You're in my womb. I guess you really do want my cum in there. I replied with a smirk as I began thrusting, causing Victoria to immediately feel completely new levels of pleasure as her most sacred spot was being attacked with no defenses. She was helpless as she basically lost control of her body due to the immense pleasure coasting through her and the new sensation of having her womb fucked. I saw that look on her face in my last life before, a complete ahego as I hammered on and she was moan and mewling uncontrollably. 10 minutes later I erupted directly in her already half-full womb, causing her to snap out of her fuck silly state due to the biggest climax I have ever seen her have, exclaiming at top volume as her body squeezed mine. H-A-A-A-H-A-A-A ha. That was both infuriating and the best I've ever felt. Victoria admitted as she caught her breath with my member still inside her. Just making sure I thoroughly marked every nook and cranny as mine permanently. I cheekily replied with a kiss. Idiot. She murmured as she nuzzled against my chest with some pink on her face. I'm already yours. Now and forever. I told her as I gently made her look me in the eyes. Now and forever. She replied in agreement as we kissed each other lovingly this time. Enjoying our time of pure love and care between us as we softly caressed each other. It was probably the most satisfying kiss of my life. 188, ch 187 The Resurrection Stone. The days following my wedding were blissful and relaxing. It had been far too long since I spent time without taking care of my lordly duties, my business/borderline Illuminati or Mafia empire classes, or planning the grand finale. Just spending time with my new wife as we lazily enjoyed our time together, making love, walking the beach near the private vacation house I bought on the southern coast of Italy, visiting old Muggle and magical sites, partaking the local culture as we wine and dined, and just enjoying ourselves with no hurry nor planning. This honeymoon of ours was probably the most relaxed and peaceful I've felt since I came to this world, even as the final act drew near. None of it mattered when I was with Tori. It was a refreshing change of pace for the both of us. Too bad it couldn't last more than 2 weeks, but duty called for us both. Myself for reasons stated beforehand and Tori for her status as the rising star of St. Mungo's and the best mind healer in Europe. We were busy people. And as predicted, a lot of work was still piled up upon our return, even after delegating as much as possible. Sigh, I am so going to stop running things after I kill Voldy and all his brown noses. I thought as I began going through the paperwork on my desk. Nothing much has changed for most of my businesses. Fortress Protection was mostly on standby across the UK and Ireland, aiding in the vampire hunt and border patrols alongside Ministry forces. These operations kept Oliver and Elaine quite busy for the time being. Oliver Gunn is the head of Fortress Protection and Elaine is the Golden Wand Hit Witch. The Herald was moving with fervor as they made many Ministry officials who weren't already part of our people very careful during this time. No one wanted to be caught with their hand in the cookie jar, so to speak, or have some of the skeletons in their closets revealed. But they also broke down the reforms happening under Mother's orders as the Ministry itself was undergoing massive and very much needed changes. Natural cultivation was expanding some of the farms they had already established in various extreme weathers and environments, while stabilizing both the Creature and Herb Island projects. Christian and his family were doing great as they helped on both. And the Mer-people relations were still going strong as they begin to limit the numbers allowed to settle there, aiming to have new immigrants form villages and towns nearby instead. Breaking Grounds was still consolidating instead of expanding, making sure everything was solid while they produced the supplies in case a war beyond my plans occurs. Potions used for healing and poisons for killings were essential after all. But they were still receiving many submissions for improved potions and experts asking to join for the benefits across Europe and Africa. Firm was actually on high alert at the moment. I couldn't predict if that insane fool would suddenly decide to make an example of someone or something to strike fear in people after his defeat, and if he decides to do so, Firm was far too appealing a target. Especially since I couldn't tell if he would still order the abduction of Ollivander due to Tom not experiencing Priory Incantatum after his revival. But I had Mother give me permission to reinforce the wards and protections around Diagon Alley just in case. My spy mistress, Sherry Holmes, was subtly helping in the various hunts and sweeps for dangerous beasts smuggled and vampires smuggled into the country by feeding information to her agents, identifying rats, and doing her best to identify non-Death Eater Voldemort supporting families for us to target. Always glad to have her on my side, and I made sure to reward her lavishly for her efforts. The Muggle Toy Box was working with Weasley's Wizard Wheezes to make some new innovative products at the moment, creating some amusing cooperative works which wouldn't even break the statute of secrecy. They also developed a model of motorcycles based on my personal ride, which they believe could be manufactured on a larger scale within a year. But since the toy box was very much something Tom would target, it was on high alert and granted extra protection as well. Next was Bones Works, which saw a boom in sales because of my white magic finally making the rounds and people fearing Death Eaters. I didn't have much hope for the vast majority to learn anything beyond the most basic spells from that book, but at least it would be something. Haven't had much time to work on personal projects which I could actually sell lately, but that was for after the purge. And finally, the Muggle/Muggleborn sanctuary was seeing good numbers gradually moving in after the announcement of Voldemort's return. The majority being adult Muggleborns and first or second generation Magicals with families, with some Magicals married with magical being partners, but very few Muggles with magical children were taking the offers so far. That last one was something to rectify before unnecessary deaths happened. Going through all of that took 3 days due to my backlog, but I was finally done. It did help having a few house elves around and a loving wife at home to help relax. Interestingly enough, a few days after conquering my vast amounts of paperwork, I received an invitation from the headmaster for an important matter. A request to meet in his office and to clear my schedule for the day. I had a few guesses as to why, but I would wait until confirming with him. And so the next day I arrived at his office in a Muggle attire of white sneakers, blue jeans, and white t-shirt. Not like I was obliged to wear robes when it wasn't the school year. "Ah, Aiden, thank you for coming," Dumbledore said with a smile as I entered. "No problem, headmaster. But what needed such meeting?" I asked as approached his active Pensiev. "I believe I have found the location of one of Tom's Horcruxes," he answered seriously as his expression hardened slightly due to the topic. "Where?" I simply asked, although I knew which of the remaining he would say. "Little Hangleton. Where Tom's family originated and where I believe he made one of his Horcruxes by murdering his father and framing his uncle," he answered without any hesitation. Can't remember if Dumbledore knew this already or not. A very likely place for him to hide his Horcrux for sure. It is far too important for him. Whether he admits it or not, Little Hangleton was where both his parents lived, where he was conceived if not born, where he killed his father and where he was reborn. "And I'm guessing you called me for some assistance?" I followed up as the headmaster nodded to my words. "Indeed. Your white magic would be ideal against whatever defenses Tom would have put in place, and I do not believe my mastery of it would be enough at the moment," he frankly admitted. "Then shall we be off?" I responded with a small smile. With a nod, Fox flew over as he envelops the both of us as flames and brings us to our destination. It was my first time traveling using another phoenix. I felt that Soul was much better, but I didn't want to bother her with this since she was enjoying herself in America right now, having some Thunderbirds trying to court her. Our goal lies in either the old Gaunt family shack or the old Riddle family manor. Either would hold enough significance for Tom, the headmaster said as we appeared outside of the town, close to where I knew the Gaunt shack was. "Then I'm guessing we are to begin with the smaller target," I spoke as I made sure no one spotted our arrival. "Indeed. Shall we?" the old man said as we began walking towards our goal. Now since it was the middle of the day, I casted 2 different notice me nots, one so people don't notice the old man was wearing pink wizard robes with golden embroidery and the second so people won't notice that we are heading towards one of the 2 most infamous places in town. Something which Dumbledore obviously noticed, but cares not about. We walked towards a distinct area, filled tangled tree trunks growing to block almost any possible light for anything below them. The path leading to the shack suited the nature of those who had once lived within, as the lack of light and the overabundance of old trees caused this area to slowly die as no new life could grow. But then we reached the shack and I saw the end point of everything Voldemort preached about blood purity. The shack's walls were mossy and so many tiles had fallen off the roof that the rafters were visible in places. Nettles grew all around it, their tips reaching the windows, which were tiny and thick with grime. That kind of home and living condition is exactly what taking that blood nonsense so far would result in. Truly regretful that such an ancient line ended up in such conditions due to foolish beliefs, sighed the headmaster as we continued walking. And their progeny continues the senseless belief as he leads others down the path of self-destruction. I continued as we both agreed on the irony of Tom hating his origins but continuing its belief. The both of us felt traces of various wards and anti-muggle traps, but nothing that hasn't been inactive for a few decades due to no one charging them. The only unique thing was a set of runes for a particularly nasty illusion and CONF undying combo linked to Devil's Snare hidden within the grass. Too bad a flare of azure flames on each rune to erase them and make the Devil's Snare retreat as fast as it could, stopped any danger very quickly. "What do you think, Aiden?" Dumbledore asked to see if my own senses felt something different from his, neither of us bothering with the defenses I broke apart since they were made for weaker wizards and muggles. This shack is saturated in dark, slippery magic. It gives credence to the old rumor that the Gaunts only spoke to each other in Parseltongue. But I sense something a lot darker, alluring and corruptive than the rest of the house. If I'm not wrong, then we shouldn't need to visit the Riddle Manor, I replied as I focused on every inch of the crumbling shack. Impressive as always. But let us tread carefully. We have no idea what sort of defenses Tom left behind, Dumbledore said appreciatively. With a nod we approached the shack and entered the small residence. The inside was just as bad as the outside, the Gaunts apparently not being entirely up to date on how to pick up after themselves, as old rotting and moldy food was left laying around, rusty pots thrown around wherever and the filth of decades covering it all. Not the most pleasant of smells, is it? Lightly joked the headmaster. The decor leaves much to be desired as well. I added with a small smile. Indeed it does. After you. He gestured as I could feel the Horcrux. I lead him towards the dining table, feeling the dark temptation below it. It should be under this floor. I announced as I pointed at the rotting wood. Allow me. The headmaster said as he drew the elder wand and waved it over to reveal a small and intricate golden box as the wood parted. Without either of us touching the box, we began to use a few preferred analysis spells to see if the box itself was safe as we made it float before us. The Horcrux should be what is within the box and not the box itself. I said as I finished my cautionary spells. I had the memory of all of Tom's Horcruxes and defenses except for Nagini, so I knew the box wasn't cursed, but better safe than sorry when it comes to the darkest arts and souls. You don't want to trip at the finish line because dark arts mixed with a Dark Lord soul to screw someone over. I concur, so let us see this Horcrux then. Dumbledore said with a wave of his wand to open the floating box to reveal an intricately crafted golden ring adorned with a black stone which held the Peveril coat of arms on its face. Or for those who believed in them, it held the second of the Deathly Hallows, the Resurrection Stone. It was funny to think that Voldemort never realized he held a Deathly Hallow due to his enormous fear of death and his efforts to conquer it. He had that ring during his later school days and even turned it into a Horcrux, but never realized the true treasure in it. It was unfortunate that Dumbledore recognized it however and that its power, the power to bring back what he desired the most, was such a temptation for him. This perfectly mixing with the true danger surrounding the ring, the compulsion to wear it and its extremely lethal curse. Headmaster! I loudly shouted with magic in my voice to snap the old man out of his trance as his hand was almost touching the ring with deep yearning in his eyes. Aiden! He responded in surprise as he quickly realized what he was doing and the dangers involved with the ring still being a Horcrux. My apologies. It would seem I truly cannot move on. The old man still looked at the stone full of sadness, desire, pain, and hope. The one hallow he truly desired to apologize to his sister. I know, but you must remember that the dead are in past and cannot return. Do not become like the second brother, move forward and join her when it is time with peace in your heart. I consoled as I spoke softly to tired old man. But if it truly means that much, let me cleanse the hallow and you can have it until the summer end. Thank you Aiden. Dumbledore sincerely said. I can't say I can understand his pain and temptation, I really can't. It would be wrong to rob him of this chance, even if it is a hollow one. The only people I might have considered calling with the stone would have been the parents of my body, to ask if my actions would have made them proud, but that was simply to ease my conscience about taking over this body. Beyond that, no one I actually cared for had died yet in this life, much less because of me or my actions. So letting the old man have his chance to at least alleviate one of his great regrets in life wasn't a big deal to me. And so I began the process I had planned before even going to the headmaster's office, Project Compass. An idea to use the smaller links between the fragmented souls to find the locations of the other Horcruxes by trapping one such fragment in a neat device I created. I might not be as good a craftsman as James, but I can enchant and work runes like no other. And to succeed this time, I set up the same runes I used for the diadem in order to contain and isolate the soul piece before strong-arming the thing out of the ring itself using my flame and keeping an escape route open towards what would feel like a perfect new protective shell for it. The shell being a three-dimensional compass made to be a trap for the soul piece which kind of looked like a log pose from one piece, but it was only effective within a 4-kilometer radius. That's the most I could do with the thing, but nothing can block the signal and I knew that except for the snake only the locket and cup would remain after tonight, meaning as long as me, Harry or Dumbledore had the thing while going to Diagon Alley or Grimmauld Place we were good. So overall it just serves as an excuse for why I knew exactly where the damn things are without revealing meta-knowledge. Plus the thing has a self-destruct after being done with it to get rid of the last soul fragment. So it was not a surprise when the ring itself started to melt from my flames that the fragment sought to escape. All fragments so far and from the movies and books did their best to live, because they were cowards like their creator. Thus the soul willingly went into my trap as it activated and fully trapped it within its many layers. What did you do with that device Aiden? Questioned a curious Dumbledore. I thought that instead of destroying the soul immediately, I could use the link between them I discovered when I destroyed the other Horcrux to create a tracking device. I explained as I went through talk the functions of the 3D compass. Ingenious. But what of the ring and the stone? Asked the old man as he stared at the molten gold on the floor. I destroyed the ring because it wasn't important anymore and simply held the compulsion to wear it in an incredibly deadly curse for whomever falls to the compulsion. While the coat of arms was only a protective shell around the real resurrection stone, meaning it wasn't the Horcrux anyway. I explained as I opened my hand to reveal octahedron-shaped stone with the Deathly Hallow symbol within. Slightly altered from canon, explanation below. The headmaster held his breath as I handed the stone over to him, his eyes containing many flowing emotions as he gazed at the object of his desires. Thank you for this Aiden. I shall make the most of this. Dumbledore said as he gently closed his hand around the stone, as if afraid he would break it. No problem headmaster. Now let's get out of this rotten place. I gently replied as I operated back to my home with my compass for a few tests, leaving the old man to follow my example as Fox brought him back to Hogwarts. Underscore 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 un. Extra note. I didn't make the Horcrux the stone itself because of a few reasons. 1. I don't think a Horcrux would be able to stack onto something with a link to death or the dead. It is too much of an opposite. 2. Even if it did work, it would ruin the powers of the stone and shouldn't work the same after a soul lived in it for half a century. 3. Even if the soul didn't fuck up the stone, Dumbledore cracking it when he destroyed the Horcrux itself would have finished it off, since a Horcrux container needs to be broken beyond physical and magical repair to be destroyed. This meant Harry shouldn't have even been able to use it at the end anyway. It would be like if Voldy somehow made the Elder Wand a Horcrux, and they had to snap it like Harry did and it somehow still worked fine. So yeah, just made the ring and a shell around the real stone the Horcrux, since the stone is supposed to be an octahedron and the ring is shown to have a round black piece with the Peveril coat of arms of it. 189. Ch 188 War Preparations in the Shadows. London, August 17, 1996, in what will now be formerly known as the Smashing Night Club. As music still blared in the background, one could see a gruesome sight as they walked into the ruined interior of the popular club. Blood was splattered on the walls, pooled on the floor and even reached the ceiling as mutilated bodies covered in bite marks were strewn haphazardly across the place with looks of complete horror for some and ecstasy for others. One could also see ash and burnt incomplete skeletons mixed into the scene. And in this carnage a tough but attractive woman in her late 20s with short black hair and sky blue eyes wore pieces of enchanted armor hidden under a black frock jacket which wasn't buttoned up just to show the leather armor she had under it, sporting a belt with pouches attached to it containing various tools useful for her trade, black pants and combat boots, pointing her dark brown wand at a disheveled man in his 30s with messing brown hair, frantic red eyes, blood covering his mouth as his terrified status revealed his predatory fangs, crimson-covered hands and dressed as a typical club-goer on the prowl. No. Please. Spare me. I'll go back, just don't The man tried to plead before the woman unleashed a great golden light from her wand silently as she looked at the rapidly incinerating man with anger and disgust. The woman looked around vigilantly as she took in her subordinates finishing up with their own work as another ran up to her and saluted her respectfully. Ma'am, we've finished sweeping the building and taking care of the muggles we could save. We've also captured a few stragglers and some CO conspirators. The shaggy black-haired junior Auror reported. Good. Send the bloodsuckers to those royals, they'll probably do worse than we can, get some unspeakables to go through those muggle bastards who helped them, then send the magicals to the fortress holding cells while I go report to the minister about the mission being officially finished after we sweep up the remnants. The black-haired woman ordered as she began to walk out of the club which had been turned into a vampire den. Think kind of Blade Vampire Club vibe after he's done with them, just less goth/techno/whatever vibe they had going. Yes ma'am. The man saluted quickly as he went to relay the orders, hearing the crack of apparition as he left. Ministry of Magic, Minister's office. Knock knock. Yes. Minister Amelia Bones said as she looked up from her rather extensive paperwork. It's Hawk ma'am. Answered the disciplined female voice from the other side of the door. Oh Marion, come in dear. Amelia replied with a small smile on her mildly stressed face, welcoming the short black-haired woman who had not even an hour ago slaughtered a few dozen vampires. You know, for someone who hated having to do so much desk work as head of the DMLE, being minister still seems like an odd choice. The younger woman teased lightly as she saw her mentor's pile of paper. Laugh it up while you can Marion, you'll be joining in on my suffering soon enough. She shot back with a knowing look. Like they'll let a half-blood like me be head Auror. Still don't know why you're pushing for it, even if I'm grateful for everything you've done for me ma'am. Hawk responded with a disdainful snort towards the Wizengamot. Because you remind me of not just myself, but who I wished I could be at your age Marion. You'd make a fantastic head Auror, of that I have no doubt. Amelia answered with a look of fondness in her eyes as she looked at her protégé. She could remember when her nephew brought her attention towards the girl years ago, when she was still a junior Auror. He noticed some workplace bullying and discrimination, as well as some ministry bigwigs trying to either suppress her or outright get rid of her due to her looking into things they found sensitive, and knowing how corrupt everything was then he decided to investigate her. To his and her surprise, Marion Hawk was a strong and upright young woman who did not back down from anything, with enough intelligence and wit to survive with her temperament. After some time, he recommended I take her in, alongside a few other promising talents, and train them up as the next generation of leading figures in the DMLE. One of the best decisions she had taken. Now the younger woman stood in front of her as one of the most effective and skilled Aurors she had, especially after Moody retired then decided to follow Dumbledore and Shacklebolt was joining that order alongside her son's old schoolmate Nymphadora, only missing experience in the field to truly become a force to be reckoned with. Something Amelia made sure she was getting while Scrimgeour headed the DMLE. Well, they'd never consider Constantine since he would probably drink the entire budget away, but I'm pretty they'd pick that pretty boy Pavis over me. He's qualified to be a pureblood after all. Retorted Hawk as she thought of her two friends, one of which had tried to hit on her before getting Hexty in the face. As much as I believe in Dorian's skills when dealing with politics and management, the man can cause a scene while standing still in an empty room. So, unless John gets his act together, you're my pick for the next head orator. Amelia responded with a weary sigh over some incidents both men had been involved in. Now what brings you here besides trying to worm your way out of paperwork? Right. We completed Operations Red Den, Flush, and Muggle Trouble, with mountain moving and snake hunting still underway. Hawk reported as she put on a more serious face. Good, we'll have finally taken care of the vampire problem after a final sweep and then we can put more effort into getting those giants out of the Isles. Any troubles to report? Amelia asked with a pleased expression. None, ma'am. The detection ward provided allowed us to know where each of those bloodsuckers were hiding and the greedy muggles are being processed as we speak. The royal clan representatives looked a bit too happy getting the ones we captured, but they've kept their end of the deal. Hawk answered with a shake of her head. Good. Aiden really outdid himself this time. Saved us years of hunting down those blood addicts. But I'm still not sure where he's getting all those goats and how he's making them eat a diet of herbs designed to knock out giants. Amelia said with a wry smile on her face, but with pride in the nephew she considered a son. That guy can just make anything happen once he sets his mind to it. I still remember all those beatings he called training. Hawk followed up as she rubbed her shoulder as if feeling some phantom pain. The faces of Adrian and John were priceless however. The amused minister added as she thought back to when a teenage Aiden demolished her three best aurors for hours on end. They still shiver and almost stand in attention when they hear his name too. The female auror said as she joined in on the fun. We can't forget a certain someone acting like a schoolgirl either, can we? Amelia teased with mirthful look on her face. That was only until I found out he was already taken. The embarrassed auror stuttered out to the great amusement of her mentor. Oh yes, I remember the day. Came into the office looking like a dementor had attacked you. The minister said with a chuckle overturning the famous auror into a blushing woman. Ugh, please don't mention that. Especially not to that Traverse girl, she can be pretty scary for a healer. Groaned Hawk with a weary sigh at the memory of her short-lived crush. I was just teasing you, dear. Help take some weariness off my shoulders. Now anything else to report? Amelia said as she relented. Nothing much. But the Dark Lord has been a bit too quiet as we took down the vampires. I'm sure he should know about our efforts with the giants too, but no one's doing anything to stop us. It's putting me on edge. Hawk seriously answered as her gut told something was coming. Myself, Dumbledore, Aiden and Oliver have all felt the same. We believe that the Dark Lord couldn't truly control neither the vampire nor the giants and was simply using this timing to look for more allies now that many of his past allies are no longer available. We have also noted that many of the Azkaban escapees should be fully rehabilitated soon as well, meaning the elites we have not captured should be back in play soon. Replied the minister as she thought back to the talks all of them had regarding the coming conflict. Overall they were in a vastly superior position compared to how things were in the past and when one compared forces with the current army the Dark Lord could amass. The only worries they had were that the enemy was still eluding them and could strike anywhere. His plays are limited right now. He could try to pull a repeat performance of Azkaban to get his men we have in custody, but we're ready for that. A second option is to attempt a takeover or recruitment of the underworld, but aside from his personal power the Dark Lord is not currently seen as the winning horse. Or he might even try to look for outside allies again like he did with the Bloodsuckers. Analyzed the aura as she put her mind to work, something which pleased Amelia immensely as she watched her protégé improve. Our thoughts exactly. That's why we shall be deploying a few more detection measures Aiden developed with Dumbledore to detect any entry into the Isles via magic and increasing our monitoring of points of entry once the sweeps are finished. Explained Amelia with a nod. I'll go and coordinate with the hit wizards then. I want to have concrete plans, schedules, and teams made before we finish with the post-OP cleanup. I'm guessing you'll be speaking to the Muggle authorities about it. Hawk said as she readied for her departure. Yes. We will mention something along the line of possible IRA threats to cover everything up. Don't want the Muggle side to know a war is happening under their noses after all. I've already begun discussing plans with the royal family and the Prime Minister. The Minister for Magic confirmed with a nod. All right. Stay safe, Amelia. The younger woman said warmly before taking her leave. You as well, dear. I know you're skilled, but don't lose your head out there. The older one replied softly as the two shared a look before they each went back to work. Malfoy Manor, Wiltshire, England. In the cold, dimly lit halls of the Malfoy ancestral manor, one could feel an oppressive force ever growing from the great dining room now occupied the Dark Lord and his now recuperated servants, even if they were missing several key figures they had been unable to recover from their failed mission at the Ministry a few months back. Even the most devoted, insane, supporter of the Dark Lord, could not attend the meeting due to the strange curse she seemed to be under, something which has infuriated the Dark Lord due to his inability to solve a problem caused by what is essentially a damnable child. His point of view. Tell me, Jerry. Why have you not returned with my loyal supporters? Questioned Voldemort as he looked at the female werewolf chieftain who had so far succeeded in fulfilling his every orders. My apologies, my lord, but we cannot assault fortress protection with the few men I possess, and even should your full forces be used, it would be far from worth the endeavor. We would lose far too many compared to those we would save. Answered the werewolf in a disciplined manner akin to a soldier. You filthy hound! The Dark Lord ordered results, not excuses. Shouted one of the more incompetent racists, trying to turn his nose brown. Silence! Ordered Voldemort as he spared the yelling man but a single glance to quiet him like the child he is. Explain yourself. They are expecting us to attack and are far too prepared for it. The only reason we could take down Azkaban so easily before was due to your power over the Dementors, my lord, and the fact that no one had dared assault the prison before. Fortress protections did not commit the same mistake and has nearly half their forces protecting their cells, with heavily warded and enchanted defenses, direct contact with the Ministry, and no doubt Dumbledore would not sit still should we attempt to siege the prison. Without discovering some sort of hidden flaw or overwhelming force, it would be extremely difficult to break them out. Jerry explained as she made sure to praise and credit Voldemort for her past success. You need to please the child to curtail his temper tantrum after all. It would seem that a change of goals is in order. Voldemort said as he closed his red eyes and took a deep breath through his nostril slits. The Ministry must fall first, but for this we need more allies. All of you shall contact houses sympathetic to our glorious cause from outside while I speak to some supporters in other places. Once our numbers have grown again, we shall take over the Ministry to divide their forces and put Dumbledore and his ilk on the back foot, allowing us to free our captured allies and finally crush any opposing forces. Jerry, you shall search for more of your kind. The more, the better. You shall be what people fear when they dare besmirch my name. He ordered sternly. Although many have decided to become the pets of those blood traitors in the Bones family, I shall look for true werewolves outside the Isles with your permission, master. Jerry replied with venom in her voice. Granted. Succeed and you can kill the Bones boy yourself. Voldemort said with a satisfied smirk as he gazed upon the grinning woman he considered nothing more than an attack dog. The rest of you have heard your duties. Do not fail. The Dark Lord spoke as he made the rest of the inbreds follow his plan using only his oppressive magic. Seeing his servants do acquiesce to his orders pleased him as a vicious smile appeared on his reptilian face. Good. Severus shall oversee things while I am away. Although he has a different mission than the rest of you, he knows what he must do. The Dark Lord announced as he cared not for the dissatisfaction some felt over a half-blood standing above them. He simply left. Allowing Jerry, whose true name had long since been changed to Jennifer, to contact her true master and inform him of the coming events not long after. How sad it must be for that fool to only have double agents left as the only capable people under him. She thought as she simply left the manor to appear to fulfill her lord's orders. 190, ch 189 Planning before one's next journey. Dear Aiden. It would seem the creation of your compass has been more timely than I could have foreseen. We have discovered a new hidden hero as well as one of Tom's Horcruxes in Grimmauld Place itself, stolen from its original resting place by Sirius' deceased younger brother Regulus. Kriaker, whom I no doubt believe you know of, had been tasked to destroy it, but had failed to do so until now, resulting in it being under our noses for so long. The destruction of said Horcrux coincidentally rendered the trails I was following obsolete due to it apparently having been replaced by a fake. I would still like your assistance in handling the Inferi guarding said fake to preemptively curtail any future troubles. I would also ask for your presence at an important order meeting this evening to discuss a significant change in Tom's objectives and our responses. Yours, Albus. Writing a quick response to confirm receiving the letter and my willingness to attend said meeting, I hand it over to Fox who had been enjoying the special treats made with soul and mind. Thanks for the delivery. Here's the reply. I say to the Firebird as he nods his head before grabbing the letter with his beak and flaming away. So anything important? Tori asked from the couch. Another of Tom's Horcruxes has been taken out and I have an important meeting later. I simply answered my lovely wife. For Morgana's sake, how many of those things did that mad bastard make? The exasperated young woman asked incredulously. As far as I know, his snake, the Hufflepuff Cup and Harry are the last ones, so over halfway there. I casually answered as I sat down beside her. Well, 7 is a powerful number, but there's got to be a reason why even a bastard like Herpo the Foul, the dark wizard who created the way to make a Horcrux and first bred basilisks, didn't make more than 1. Looking at how he acts, I'm guessing he's almost completely unbalanced psychologically, with only his intense desires for power and fear of death actually keeping functional, and his objectives before his fall properly keeping him moving forwards instead of lashing out at everything. My beautiful mind healer analyzed as she laid her head on my lap and picked up a book. A possibility to be sure. That's why I'm quite curious over what this meeting will entail. Jen hasn't reported anything drastic enough to warrant my involvement, and Dumbledore knows what does require me and what doesn't, so what would Tom tell Snape but not Jen? I pondered as I automatically ran my hand through Tori's smooth hair. Can I come with to find out? Kinda curious about it, and I've got nothing else to do since I'm still on vacation. She asked as she enjoyed me playing with her hair. Don't think anyone would mind. Not like I wouldn't be telling you everything anyway. I acquiesced with a small shrug. I guess we should wash up before supper then. Even if the order members aren't the most proper, it's no excuse to do the same. She said as she put her book back down. Do you want to go in first? I asked as I looked into her emerald eyes. Who said we are doing this one at a time? She replied with a smirk and a seductive look right before getting up and pulling me by the hand towards the bathroom. Dobby, please have supper ready in an hour and a half. I hurriedly shouted out without waiting for a response. Make that 2. Tori countered as she sped up. I love this woman. I thought with a smile, closing the door behind us. One very pleasant shower and meal later, at Grimmauld Place. Haha, you thought you would get a lemon, but no. It was me. The SpongeBob timeskip. Thank you all for gathering so quickly. It does me good to see all of you safe and sound, even as Voldemort and his Death Eaters have been brought into the light. Dumbledore said as he warmly looked at each order member. Those present tonight were the most trusted and skilled members of the order. We had Moody, Shacklebolt, the Longbottom couple, the Weasley mother and father, Sirius and Remus, and flanking the headmaster were McGonagall and Snape. The rest were either too young, too easily influenced or fooled, too inexperienced or simply a bit too unreliable for this particular meeting apparently. This being one of the reasons why I couldn't see any of the younger generation like Harry and his friends, the younger Weasleys, Neville, Hagrid, members like Mundungus and Tonks. Thank you Albus, but I think I speak for all of us when I ask, why did you ask for us and why are Mr. Bones and Miss Travers here? The deputy headmistress responded as most order members nodded in support. Aiden and Victoria have come at my request, to discuss an important turning point in this conflict against Voldemort. One Severus has informed me of, and the plan going forward. The old man calmly answered with a look in his eyes which differed from his usual one of a caring chess player with a hint of sadness depending on who he gazed upon. One more, certain than I've seen him with. Oh? And what did Snape learn that could change the advantage we have right now? A curious Sirius asked as Snape scoffed at the man. A few revelations before I answer your question, Sirius. Voldemort has been dealt a critical blow thanks to the efforts of those in and outside this room. As a result, most of his most trusted followers are either in custody or indisposed, leaving him with 2 individuals to rely on to accomplish his plans. These 2 being one Jerry Greyback and Severus himself. Dumbledore said as most listened quite seriously, while myself and Tori already knew this and more. What happened to Bellatrix? Sirius seriously asked as the Longbottoms grasped each other's hands in support. I took care of her. She won't be a problem. I answered coldly, causing the man to turn his gaze towards me and nodding. That is actually something I wish to discuss with you this evening, Aiden. The magic you used on Bellatrix, is it a curse or volatile? Dumbledore asked, which surprised me a bit since he hadn't asked about it before. The opposite actually. It's just that she's so taken by dark magic that it acts in a painful manner. The more she used, the worse it feels. Why? I answered with a slight amount of apprehension. The Dark Lord has decided to impregnate Bellatrix and transfer the curse onto the child using a certain ritual he has found. He requested my assistance in acquiring the materials, but asking the source of the curse would be helpful. Answered Snape this time as my eyes widened and my mind began to contemplate and calculate the possible results, tuning out the minor chaos the announcement caused. Depending on the ritual, it is feasible to transfer the target of the magic, especially if it's to something so close to Bellatrix like her own child growing in her womb. The fire wouldn't actually harm the fetus but actually help it tremendously, but it might also make it part phoenix due to the properties of the flame and give it some form of familial bond with myself. On the other hand, it might cause an explosion if the ritual is too dark in nature, killing Bellatrix, the fetus, and whoever might be near if the fire reacts badly. Shit. I can't believe Delphine Riddle might actually happen. Can't have an innocent take my punishment for its mother. I rapidly thought as Dumbledore calmed the order members and Tori broke me out of my contemplation with a concerned look and squeeze of my hand. Well, Aiden? Albus simply asked as he himself didn't know what I did to the witch. It could be done. The fetus would actually be helped if you succeed since it is a magic of purity and life, but it could also end explosively depending on what ritual is used. I answered before looking at Snape firmly, I'll send you rituals you could subtly reference to him which would work. Shouldn't be hard if you say I boasted about it and how the Dark Lord was stupid for not figuring it out. The man only nodded in acceptance due to the both of us knowing how Tom viewed me, as well as both of us knowing that the other knew. Why bother? Bellatrix is insane and cruel, and any spawn of that bastard doesn't deserve the trouble. muttered Sirius as he voiced the dark thought many present actually had, mostly because of the impact of Regulus' true fate still affecting the man. I simply do not wish to doom an innocent life because of its parents. Should it come to it, I shall take responsibility for the child. I declared as some still had uncomfortable expressions but others seemed to support my decision. You mean we will take responsibility? Shouldn't you include your dear wife in these decisions, husband? Tori suddenly said with a raised eyebrow. Sorry about that, love. But yes, we will take responsibility for the child spared. I quickly corrected as Tori gave a satisfied nod. That is very mature of you, Aiden, and it eases this old man's worries. Dumbledore said as his expression became very soft for a moment before getting back on track with the meeting, but now I must present the true reasons for this meeting. Both Severus and Aiden have confirmed that Voldemort has been using this time to remove the unhappy vampires and giants from the playing field while looking for different allies abroad, with two avenues he is currently pursuing. The first would be his ordering of Jerry Greyback to gather more werewolves to his cause. While the second seems to be the old houses of Eastern Europe and Russia. He has decided to personally move in order to gain their support in conquering the Isles, before moving towards the world at large. Now that caused a lot of people get very serious. Jerry Greyback will fail to add any significant number to their cause. Remus suddenly declared with confidence, surprising pretty much everyone at the table. I believe so as well, Remus. Dumbledore said with a slight smile. Why is that, Moony? Questioned Sirius as he looked at his closest friend. Because, as far as I am aware, most werewolves in Europe, and even some numbers from outside of it, are already here. Lupin said as he informed the more forgetful members present. And it does come to surprise a good number due to most people actually forgetting about Bones' work, having a couple thousand werewolves in the country, working and living quietly. Yet, we're only waiting on this war to be over to officially have the village become a magical settlement like Hogsmeade. I informed others as Remus wore a proud look on his face. I am assuming you will be ensuring some form of aid from them during this time to help push this through the ministry. Dumbledore said as he went through a few possibilities to make such a thing happen. Already on it actually. I've had some of the security forces I've trained help Mother hunt down the vampires. Non-combatants are currently helping make defensive equipment my company is selling to the ministry, and they've set up a medical system to ease the burden of St. Mungo's should it become necessary. I replied with some pride over how far they've come, and just like what Snape is to you, headmaster, Jerry is mine. Now that last one was fun to reveal, as even Moody and Dumbledore looked at me in shock. Dear, I do believe you could have told them this in another manner. Tori calmly said as I knew she saved the image of a shocked Snape in her mind. But this way got the best reaction. I mirthfully replied with a satisfied smirk. Cough, is what you said true, Aiden? Albus asked as he got everyone to reboot. Yes. She's been my left hand for quite a few years now. I needed someone I knew the Dark Lord would want, so I had her be ready for it. I simply answered since no one knew about her and Scott or could link my alter ego to myself. Thinking about Michael Falster, I should decide if I'm just going to retire him or reveal that he is me. I'll procrastinate for now. I thought as I distracted myself for a moment. So you're telling that the Dark Lord's most useful free followers are both spies? Awkwardly asked Frank Longbottom in disbelief. Ha ha ha. That's my nephew. An ecstatic Sirius said as he broke out in a hearty laugh. Chuckle, always keeping your cards close to your chest, aren't you, Aiden? Dumbledore said in amusement at the situation as Remus tried to calm his friend. Just didn't want anyone to try to kill her for doing what I asked of her. She's under enough danger as it is. I've already told Mother about it as well. I said to everyone present. Why didn't she tell me then? Questioned Sirius as he heard his wife being mentioned. Because I didn't want you to blabber, and I promised to give her the memory of your face when I revealed it. I answered with a smug smile on my face. Well, at least she'll be in a good mood later. He said rather understandingly. This makes me feel that my decision regarding the next piece of information Severus has brought to us is even more correct. Dumbledore said as he gathered everyone's attention towards himself. What is it, Albus? McGonagall asked with some apprehension. Voldemort has ordered Severus to assassinate me due to not having any student he could command to do so within Hogwarts, and I have decided to let him do so. The headmaster calmly revealed as even I felt shocked by the revelation. I couldn't even hear the other scrambling to talk. Admittedly, I never actually believed Dumbledore would be dying during this war. We have a near overwhelming advantage with 2 wizards capable of taking Tom on and more than half of the Horcruxes destroyed. There just wasn't any thought in my mind that Dumbledore would die after I made sure he wasn't cursed by the Gaunt Ring. But once I processed his revelation, I began to think in Dumbledore's way, like a chess player. And then it came to me. You want to expose him for checkmate. Letting him take the queen, thinking it was the king. I stated as I looked directly into Dumbledore's eyes. Yes. Without an amount of support which would throw all European magical communities into a war, Voldemort's only chance to turn his situation around revolves around taking Hogwarts and by extension gaining the younger generation as hostages. Explained Dumbledore to the others as they grew solemn. That doesn't explain why you would actually let him kill you, Albus. Moody gruffly said, as many still hoped Dumbledore wasn't truly going to let himself be killed. It is the best option, Alastor. And I am ready to begin my next journey now that the next generation already has someone to take my place. Dumbledore replied as he looked at me meaningfully, making the Order members turn their attention towards me as well. The kid? Moody doubtfully questioned. Albus, I know Mr. Bones is far above his peers, but this... McGonagall added carefully. I don't blame either. Some present have seen a glimpse of my strength down in the Chamber of Death, but only Dumbledore knows where my true strength lies, and even then not its limits. Aiden has been my equal for some time and has surpassed me before he officially became a professor. We agreed that his plans to remain in my own shadow were for the greater good, allowing Voldemort to believe his main threats were myself and Harry while he prepares for his return. Seeing the results, I do believe it has been the correct decision. The headmaster explained. While some were still skeptical, they decided to trust the man. But let yourself be killed, Albus? You might have explained why you believe everything would be fine afterwards, but do you have to truly die at all? McGonagall asked in one of the most emotional tones I've ever heard from here. There are many reasons for my decision, most of which I cannot tell, but suffice to say I am simply tired and wish to give my end meaning, as it would finally enable the resolution of some of my biggest regrets in life. Admitted the old man as I saw the weariness in him flash through for a few moments. The atmosphere in the room was brought to an all-time low as they all digested the fact that the man they idolized for most of their lives is ready to die. I assume this won't be immediate and many affairs are to be set in order before you begin your next journey, headmaster. I said as I broke the somber silence hanging over everyone. Of course. We must first handle all the Horcruxes we can and then prepare properly for what is to come. I shall not simply die tomorrow. The man said in an almost jovial manner. Are you sure, Albus? Professor McGonagall softly asked one last time. Yes, Minerva. My time is coming soon and I wish to go by my own making. Resolutely answered Dumbledore. Then what do you want us to do? Asked Sirius this time as he put on his game face. The children must be kept safe above all else. I would not have them put in harm's way needlessly. As such we will organize an ambush using information Severus, and now Miss Greyback, will give us regarding Voldemort's assault after my passing. Sirius, you and Aiden can organize everything through Amelia, while she and Aiden can properly bring in fortress protection for the faithful day. Frank, Alice, Molly, and Arthur, I would like for the four of you and the rest of the Order to be ready at any time to come after the holidays. You four will help the staff protect the children should things become dire or Death Eaters find their way into the castle. Meanwhile, Alastor and Kingsley, I would like you to support Rufus and Amelia's people. I am sorry for forcing out of retirement like this again, Alastor. Minerva, you and Severus will continue with your current duties. I will talk to the rest of our colleagues to prepare them for what is to come. And finally, Remus, please keep an eye out for any extremists which might come to disturb the werewolf community. Dumbledore ordered as he lay down everyone's role in the coming conflict, beside mine and Tori's independent actions anyway. I'll begin to set up traps at the entry points of the school. Luckily the two major ones involve having to cross bridges, which will act as choke points thanks to Hogwarts' anti-apparition wards. We should take a look at the old defenses and wards to see how they'll hold up. Money and connections will not be a problem for this. I added as plans began brewing in my mind now that we are choosing the battlefield. That is very much appreciated, Aiden. The headmaster gratefully said with a nod. Molly and I will be ready. We'll talk to the boys about anything they could do to help in the meantime. I'm sure Fred and George would have more than a few ideas. Arthur announced as he held his wife's hand. Thank you, Arthur. I am sure the twins will have splendid ideas. Albus said, a small smile appearing on his face. Frank and I will not back away either. We will help Augusta keep the uninvolved governors in the dark regarding the fortifications you shall be giving Hogwarts. Alice Longbottom declared with some fire in her eyes as her husband had a wry smile on his face. I cannot thank you two enough for doing so even after all you have already done. Dumbledore responded to the couple. I guess making all those pansies they're recruiting into proper Aurors will be better than retirement anyway. I'll just have Amelia give my paperwork to Tonks again. Moody said with smirk on his scarred face. I am certain she will come up with rather creative insults for that. Replied the old man with a chuckle. I will go back as well and make sure to be ready at any time. Shacklebolt simply said in a stoic manner. Thank you, Kingsley. I hope nothing untoward happens until then. Dumbledore politely said in response. I'll look in the Black Vault to see if anything nasty can be used against those bastards. I may not like my family, but you can't deny that they have always been dangerous. Sirius resolutely announced. Be careful in your handling of such magical artifacts. Do not be afraid to contact myself or Aiden should you encounter anything. Albus counseled as he too knew that the Black family could hold incredibly dangerous artifacts in their vault. And I will keep an eye out for anything suspicious, not that I believe Mr. Bones doesn't already have plenty of people doing that. But one more couldn't hurt. Remus added as he knew, or at least guessed, I kept a very close eye on the largest gathering of magical werewolves on the world. One more I can certainly not hurt. Agreed the man as he looked at the men and women ready to fight for the good of all before him warmly, mostly likely going through many memories of others who had stood before us for the same reasons. And just like that the meeting was over as the participants went home and began to prepare for the final battle. 191, ch 190 Harry's cleansing. The rest of the break before the school year was rather busy. I began organizing the supplies necessary to defend Hogwarts and contacted my friends to pitch in. They loved the castle as much as Tori and I, so they began looking into what they could to help out. A few days later, I received another letter stating that Sirius had coincidentally found the last unaccounted for Horcrux in the Black family vault. Dumbledore was able to guess that Bellatrix had most likely hidden it within the vault or her own before it was absorbed, as she would be a fitting holder of such an item if Lucius and Regulus were also chosen. Hence, now only Harry and the snake were left. What was rather surprising was that Dumbledore requested I cleanse Harry before school began. Originally I wanted to mostly keep to canon, then wait until Harry was 17 to get the most benefits as I used Tom's soul piece to help Harry grow stronger and gain some knowledge. But with the accelerated approach of the war, things would come to a head by the end of the school year. The trigger will undoubtedly be Dumbledore's death and Snape's betrayal. As such I likely won't have the leeway to wait until next summer or Harry might have to get Avada Kedavra. So it was time to break out my ritual site again. Skellig Island, ritual site. What are we doing here? Harry asked as he looked around the place I had created. Ever since I basically cleansed myself here, this entire island began to pulse with magic and life, with this site at the center, making it feel like a purer version of Hogwarts almost. We are here to cleanse one of Voldy's last Horcruxes. I answered as I continued to write the proper ritual into the stone. We found another one? When? A genuinely thrilled and curious Harry asked. Harry. Dumbledore softly called as the teen looked at his expression before feeling like something wasn't right. You are the Horcrux. I'm the what? The now malfunctioning Harry asked. You are the Horcrux Voldemort never meant to make Harry. The headmaster gently repeated. But I see can't be. I am the disbelieving Harry tried to say as he paled. To be precise you aren't a true Horcrux Harry. I intervened before my little bro became over-emotional or thought too much into things. He has a track record for doing that. Snape, Malfoy, Sirius, almost serious again. What? He simply replied as he focused on me. Horcruxes require a very complex and dark ritual to create, while also needing a properly prepared vessel for the soul piece. You fulfilled neither criteria. I explained as I finished up preparing my own ritual. What happened to you was a series of horrible coincidences which resulted in Tommy Boy's already extremely unstable and damaged soul to break off another piece unknowingly after the cold-blooded murder of your parents. Said piece was fully separated when his killing curse rebounded, due to your mother's magic, and destroyed his body. To survive, the soul piece went to the only place it could survive in instinctively, which happened to be the cursed wound on a baby whose soul and magic would be too weak to reject it. Harry totally blanked out. This is indeed the best theory we have regarding your situation. Voldemort's soul clung to you. This is why you have a connection to him. Why you can speak to snakes. Why you can feel other Horcruxes near you. Dumbledore further clarified as we laid things bare for the kid. I think we might have said a bit too much, but it's better now than never. I thought as I looked at the black-haired teen lost in his thoughts. I wasn't expecting it to take 15 minutes for him to come out of it, but we did tell him some rather existential secrets, so it was reasonable. How long ago did you find out? Harry asked us both with a shaky voice. For me it was only a theory until not too long ago. Dumbledore admitted. I knew from the moment I set up the anti-dark wards around mine and Sirius houses. They rejected you as I had to make them blood-specific for you to come in, so I got curious. I answered him with my most reasonable response. Why didn't you tell me? Harry asked in a tone of betrayal. Because I wanted to wait until next year in order to let you get the most benefits from this and I didn't want you to think you were somehow a monster because a series of coincidences left you marked. I told him as we entered a sort of standoff. What benefits? He asked with narrowed eyes. Doing this ritual will allow us to remove and destroy the soul while taking the magic and knowledge in it for you. You will a good amount of power, likely going through an early magical maturation, and receive much of Tom's knowledge. I'd be surprised if you didn't ace all your classes for the next 2 years after this. I informed him with a bit of pride. I don't want to know dark magic. Harry hurriedly responded as I almost felt like sighing. Don't be stupid. Knowing dark magic doesn't make you a dark wizard or the next Dark Lord. Hell, you want to be an Auror, so knowing this stuff will actually help you catch dark wizards and fight them a lot better since you know how they fight and what they can do. Plus, Tom doesn't only know the dark arts, he had the best marks in Hogwarts before I came around. I scolded the kid. That is true, Harry. I, myself, know a good deal of dark magic, even if I do not practice it. And I am sure Aiden has extensive knowledge on the subject as well, which has no doubt helped him develop his own white magic. Dumbledore supported as he did speak the truth. I mean, I got my knowledge from the same source Harry is about to get his. Except I think Harry will get more of a trial package than the full subscription to VTV I had back when Quirrell was possessed, meaning more fragmented or limited pieces due to it only being a piece of his soul and the probable damages it has sustained from being in an improper vessel which is also alive and magical. Yet, I studied all facets of magic really. It's just too fascinating to let myself be limited, so I learned even dark magic while being careful in my practice. It does mark a person after all. I followed up as Harry gaped at the two of us. Not exactly surprising. We are likely to be the two most powerful good wizards of modern times, and we just admitted to being versed in the dark arts at least to a certain degree. But fine. What do I need to do? The teen asked as he seemed to have decided to just go with this. Hey. That was significantly less convincing and whining than I anticipated. I guess he matured more than I thought. I thought as I put away my expectations. Change into this, leave everything including your wand and glasses, then sit down in that circle over there and let me do the rest. I instructed him as I made some draps appear around the kid after I handed him a ritual gown. Really? He asked from inside the draps. Yup. Get changed now or after I lower these things. I replied with some amusement over the now hurried sounds of Harry changing. By the time I dropped the draps, Harry was wearing the loose white pants, shirt and underwear I had handed him, while a pile of clothing laid on the floor. Why did I have to change my underwear? He asked in a deadpan manner. Because I'm not taking any chances of things messing with this ritual involving your soul. Now glasses off and in the center. I answered swiftly as he obeyed the order. What now? Harry asked as he squinted from his now seated position. Now you stay there and brace yourself. This will not feel pleasant and I doubt the soul piece will go down without a fight. I told him in a serious manner as I could see some worry on his face. Worry not, Harry. You are safe with us here. Voldemort himself would not win, much less a piece of his soul. Dumbledore reassured, which did calm Harry down. All right, let's begin. I declared as I clapped my hands and the intricate circles around Harry lit up in a bluish-white color. Harry was looking around with a bit on wonder while Dumbledore was gazing upon my work with the eyes of a scholar. That was until wisps of dark smoke began escaping from Harry's scar and he began to grunt and groan uncomfortably as more and more smoke came out. Bloody gaw! Harry yelled out as there was a sudden rapid release of black smoke from his forehead. It left Harry gasping from the strain as the mass of smoke disconnected from him. Howl! The smoke took shape of Tom's noseless face as it screamed out in defiance, only to be assaulted by the radiant light of my ritual. It tried to resist, to fight back, tried to escape, even return to Harry, but nothing worked as I refined everything it is into what I desired. And right now, I wanted to distill the strength and knowledge of Tom Riddle for Harry. Tom was way overdue on his rent anyway, so an eviction wasn't out of order since the only down payment he had made was Parseltongue. I thought with some amusement over the comparison. A few minutes passed and soon only a pure white smoke was left peacefully floating around Harry. I then gathered it all and started to slowly, but surely, channel it into the famous scar. This was a steady process as I gently helped ease Harry's magic core into evolving and placed the knowledge into his mind. The magic core required most of my attention since Harry didn't have the control I had when I underwent my rituals and couldn't properly manage the abundance of energy on his own. But I knew exactly what I was doing as I helped the core shape itself without any sort of lost energy, while helping it expand at a perfect pace. As for the knowledge, it would be stored in Harry's subconscious for now. This would essentially make it so Harry wouldn't technically be learning anything that Tom's knowledge contained, but relearning it, which is a lot easier and would improve Harry's learning speed a lot. But that would change should Harry become a capable enough Accluman to organize his mind properly and absorb the knowledge as his. That last bit was a much more possible option for him now that he didn't have an open door to his mind and now had the subconscious experience and knowledge of Tom in this field. Although it was relatively easy for me, it still took over 3 hours of steady effort to properly get everything down right. And once it was done, the ritual stopped emitting light, I lowered my hands, and then Harry slumped down into unconsciousness over the still rapid expansion of his magic core and all the things I basically crammed into his skull. It didn't help that taking the piece of Tom out strained his soul a bit as well. Dumbledore rushed forward to check on Harry, but I knew that after a few days of proper rest, he would be right as rain. He will be fine, headmaster. His control over his magic might be a bit shot for a few weeks, but I can give him exercises for that. I reassured the old man as he lifted Harry with some magic. That is good. And the results? He asked out of curiosity. He should be over halfway between his second and third maturation, now has a subconscious grasp of Tom's knowledge, should have kept the Parseltongue, and the negative effects that having the soul piece in his body should be reversing during the next year or so. I answered as I gave the unconscious floating teen a good look. What can we expect? Dumbledore asked with curiosity. Improved eyesight for one, as well as a growth spurt and an increased gain of muscle mass if he continues his regular exercises and Quidditch training. I also believe his temper and general recklessness should mellow out, with an increase in retention and learning speed. Beyond that I can't really say. He had that soul piece in him nearly his entire life and it could have affected more things. I answered as best I could. I honestly wasn't sure the extent of which what I did would impact Harry. It certainly would be for the better, but Tom's subconscious knowledge might gradually shift his behavior and personality slightly as he becomes more mature and less temperamental. Not in an insane Dark Lord way, but more in cunning and analytical manner which will let Harry not be blinded by emotions. He might also become more polite or refined as some of Tom's knowledge of etiquette and manners might seep through as well. I couldn't say this was bad for him since it should help curb his self-harming habits, while also helping him become a more suitable future lord. I mean, the kid is already going to be the Potter Lord and I'm pretty sure that Sirius put him down for the Black Lordship if he doesn't have any kids with Amelia, so some cunning and manners will go a long way to not piss off everyone and be taken advantage of. Now that I think about it, I might have to start him on some proper lessons on this stuff because I know Sirius won't. I'm sure Mother would be happy to crack the whip, but she is too busy at the moment. I'll see what I can do. I thought for a moment as I realized that Harry was indeed almost of age. Oh well. For now I will focus on turning Hogwarts into a killing field and helping Harry recover properly. I also have to do my final check on my teaching material this year. 192, ch 191 One last welcoming for an old man. The last days of summer were tense for many, but they were also incredibly busy. With the current political situation, having a war brewing and a near-genocidal madman on the loose, people were scared and many who remembered the first war feared for a repeat performance. This resulted in many letters being sent to Hogwarts actually. Parents fearing for their children and the likes. Ministry actions were incredibly reassuring. News of successful vampire purges, captured dark wizards and spies, arrested Death Eater sympathizers/supporters, all of it helping reassure the public about their safety, but a true parent would never stop worrying. This actually resulted in Dumbledore requesting me to travel on the Hogwarts Express this year, alongside additional Aurors, Hit Wizards, and Fortress employees. Safeguarding the journey to the castle. Just in case. We didn't want any kidnappings and ambushes were easy to set up when it comes to a train. So how have you been feeling, Harry? Any difficulties with your exercises? I asked the teen as we walked together in the train before entering an empty cabin. A bit. He answered with some hesitation. Perfectly expected. I'll sign some forms to let you use an empty classroom for practice. I said with him with a supportive pat on the shoulder. We can also speak to Hermione about helping you out. The flinching from Harry immediately told me the young man hadn't mentioned his issues to his friends. Something rather in line with his personality, but not any less drama-inducing. Just talk to her. She's a bright and kind girl. She'll understand and then likely go overboard to help you if everything I've seen her do means anything. I gently advised the stubborn young buck. I mean, his and his dad's patroness are stags and his dad could transform into one, plus Harry can be rather hard-headed and stubborn, so I think it fits. Sigh all right fine. Harry responded with teenage reluctance. Good. Now, try to have some degree of fun this year and don't get yourself stuck in your head. When the time comes, everything will be fine. I genuinely advised, stepping out of the cabin we were sharing before the train's departure. The order had brought him ahead of time, with the other kids coming separately to not make too much of a target. We might have the advantage but we didn't want to risk Harry and his friends. Walking around the train, checking on all the boarding students. It was good to see the numbers didn't significantly decrease. I made a lot of efforts to arrange every Hogwarts-aged witch or wizard's transport to King's Cross, allowing half-bloods and muggleborns in hiding to attend. Dumbledore's victory over Tom helped a lot to reassure parents about Hogwarts' safety. With the addition of a proper garrison in the school and in Hogsmeade bolstering our case tremendously. Regardless, it was odd that so many people were whispering when I passed by on patrol. Excuse me. Professor Bones. A hesitant female voice sounded from behind me. I turned around to see one Cho Chang with her friend, Marietta Edgecombe, looking a bit nervous. Yes, Miss Chang. I asked with curiosity at why I was stopped and the sudden silence around me. Are you still going to be teaching defense? The young woman asked with some hope under that hesitation. Indeed I am. I hope you've finished your summer homework. I answered her with a small smile as hurried voices began resounding around us. So that's what it was. The students thought the curse would get me and were wondering if I was still going to be teaching. I realized as I spread my senses a bit. And it seems like Hogwarts rumor mill is alive and well, even when not at the castle yet. That's great. Cho exclaimed with clear delight. Don't worry Professor, we both have our homework done. Exemplary Miss Chang and Edgecombe. I look forward to going through the results of your works. I praisingly said. The homework for minute level students revolves around open-ended scenarios and conflict resolution against enemies which varied from humans to dangerous creatures. Plus some studies on common injuries, curses and poisons. Then I threw in a requirement to learn 2 white magic spells since all my students at that level could actually practice from home. But do forgive me, I must continue my patrol. I apologetically added before politely moving along. Going through the train compartments, I greeted various students and fellow security team members as I passed them. Many were much more subdued than usual, even the compartments with Slytherin students. It was interesting and rather promising that so many Slytherin didn't begin to swagger about as if Tom's full return was the greatest thing to happen for them. If that was due to his loss or successful efforts to enlighten them to the dangers they face under him, I could not tell without peeking into their minds, something I desired to avoid when unnecessary. Draco seemed to be very well after spending his summer break with his mother. He's even got some color instead of being pasty from being stuck inside a gloomy mansion all day. Narcissa sent me various correspondences regarding her gratitude, but surprisingly refused my offer to have the young man transferred to Beauxbatons. Although very protective of her son, she thought having him aware and relatively near the conflict would help stomp out any remaining beliefs in pure blood supremacy. And more importantly, apparently, she was rather excited when she learned of a potential daughter-in-law when Draco let slip that he enjoyed spending time with one Astoria Greengrass. She didn't want to mess that up. I need to check on Tori about her progress to cure the young teen. She deserves a full life. I thought as I remembered her issue that my lovely Mediwitch wife said she was taking care of. But on a more serious note, she also believed he was safer near me and mine over a place she doesn't fully know and where there were no allies to help protect her son from possible attacks. If the Death Eaters could kill Igor Karkaroff, the headmaster of Durmstrang, then Draco wasn't particularly safe in Beauxbatons if Tom was determined enough to punish them for fleeing. Theodore Knott was in a bit of a familiar situation, but was directly under my protection instead of being jointly protected by a family member. He was with Draco as he calmly chatted with both Greengrass siblings. The 2 young men had cleanly cut themselves off from the remaining students firmly believing in the Death Eater cause, which, interestingly enough, I've heard caused Slytherin to form 2 factions. One centered around Draco and Daphne Greengrass, wanting to not plunge the already very low magical population and recuperating economy down the shithole because of a volatile maniac with too much power, and the other side still believing in the pure blood utopia, led by Pansy Parkinson and supported by Millicent Bulstrode, Crabbe, and Goyle. I was pleased to see the more intelligent members of the house were mainly siding against mass murder, even if just for profit's sake. It was easily visible to see who was siding with who considering they were either in separate cars or glaring from across each other. But no blows were traded at least. Not when the train had a professor and actual Aurors on board, ready to take down anyone who casts a spell anyway. And even better, there were no attacks during the trip. Arriving at Hogsmeade Station, I met up with the guards stationed here, learning that nothing happened here or along the path to Hogwarts either. The lake was protected by the giant squid and mer people, so that was covered as well. But just to be extra sure, I would be going with Hagrid on the boats to protect the first years while the guards from the train would go on the Thestral drawn carriages to add some additional protection along the way. Hey there Hagrid, how's everything been going? I asked the half-giant as we watched the students disembark and waited for the first years. Fine, all things considered. Helped some folks find the best spots for wards and traps. Had to talk to Aragog about some things, and the centaurs cause they were none too pleased about people in the forest. Especially ministry folks. Hagrid answered with some fatigue. You're doing good work helping us protect Hogwarts, but try to not push yourself too hard. You're still a professor after all. I said to him out of concern. I had known the big man for quite a few years. I didn't want him to get hurt or in trouble because he was doing too much. Oh, don't you worry about me. I can take care of myself. Glad to see you back though. Broke the curse and all. The bearded half-giant replied with more light-hearted tone. That I did. I said with a small, confident smile as we continued to chat until Hagrid called out the exiting first years. It was rather nostalgic to see all those kids looking in awe and fear of Hagrid. But, damn it, I am not Lilicon. Why are little girls blushing at me? I inwardly wept as little girls shyly peeked at me with blushes. Right then. Follow me and Professor Bones. Hagrid ordered as the last students came out of the train. Our little group walked over to the boats I had not thought I would actually ride on again in my life. Especially so soon. But today had a nice night and I looked forward to seeing Hogwarts like a first year again. 4 a boat. No more than 4. My colleague shouted clearly as the little ones quickly gathered with the friends they had likely made in the train itself. I would ride the last boat on my own while Hagrid takes the lead. All right. Forward. He declared, causing the boats to lurch forward and begin their yearly journey. On the way I could hear students talking to each other, about possibilities, magic, hopes, fears, all until they witnessed Hogwarts in all its glory. The illuminated magical castle made even more breathtaking by its reflection in the lake. As beautiful as ever. I thought with a soft smile. It was nice that the moment wasn't interrupted by an attack, or I would have been rather unforgiving. All good things must come to an end, however. Arriving at the stairs, everyone disembarked and began the last leg of the journey until we reached the ever stern and proper Professor McGonagall. First year's Professor McGonagall. Hagrid simply said, like almost every year. Thank you, professors. Now please head on to the table while preparations finish. The deputy headmistress replied with a nod. Right away. Hagrid said as he hurried along. I'll see you later, Professor. I politely said as I calmly went along as well. It wasn't a long walk. I simply needed to cut through a small room linked to a few corridors and the Great Hall. An exclusive for professors to get to the head table without having to walk between all the students. And entering the nearly filled Great Hall, I felt many eyes on me as it took my seat next to Phileas and Pomona. Slughorn wasn't recruited because it simply wasn't necessary. I was here to be the Dada's professor, and we had destroyed all the Horcrux beside Nagini already, so no need for his memories. Although a much better teacher than Snape, his need for connections and favoritism would have likely irked me a great deal. I do wonder if he would be asked to join anew next year, however. With how things are, Dumbledore would die this year, with Snape killing him, meaning that even if he lives through the coming battle, I seriously doubt he would return to teach unless absolutely necessary now that he would be freed. That leaves some kind of possibility for his return. Maybe I should put out some feelers for possible replacements from the potion masters in Breaking Grounds. A sort of way to train future masters and spot talents maybe. And then there's going to be a need for a replacement Transfiguration Master, with McGonagall being the next in line to become headmistress. Even though I'm pretty sure she takes care of most of the paperwork already, being both headmistress and a full-time professor would be too much. I should suggest my plans for overhauling the current system to her and Dumbledore later. Getting some more teachers, or at least teachers' aides, to help lessen the burden on professors and to assist in security and disciplinary matters. Maybe some people working towards masteries taking care of the beginner years for experience and access to Hogwarts library. But those thoughts needed to be put away as the first years came into the room. All of them looking around in wonder and nervousness as all eyes were on them, approaching the hat on a stool before the professors. Similar to last year, the hat warned of the conflicts both outside and in, emphasizing unity within the school to triumph over adversity. And then it was time for sorting. When it was all done, I would say Hufflepuff had the best yield this year, and then it was time to feast. The food was very good as always, but I would personally prefer to go home and enjoy a nice dinner with my wife. Just the two of us. But it was not meant to be. And she knew I couldn't come back early today, so she planned a nice evening with her mother. So I just did my best to enjoy my lot by discussing things with the two heads of house beside me. Interesting conversations regardless of my feelings at the moment. And as the feast ended, the headmaster stepped up and made everything vanish. Welcome one and all, to new and returning students. Now that we are all fed, I have a few announcements to make, before we all turn in for some well-deserved sleep. Albus said as his voice resounded clearly through the Great Hall. First, I am very pleased to welcome back Professor Aidan Bones as our defense against the Dark Arts professor. Just as the man took a small pause, the Great Hall erupted his cheers and clapping to welcome me back and likely congratulate me for beating the curse. So I stood up and took a bow. I see you are all as pleased as I. Dumbledore merrily said as he subtly calmed the room to continue his announcements. Next, Mr. Filch has added all products from Weasley's Wizarding Wheezes to the banned list, which can be found near his office. On a more serious note, I must stress, this year more than any other, that, due to the current climate, all students are strictly prohibited from entering the Forbidden Forest. Not just because of the natural dangers within, but so that none fall prey to the additional security measures in place. I must also warn that punishments for being outside of dormitories after curfew will be punished much more severely than previous years. This is for your own safety and so that we, the staff and the team of professionals from the Ministry, can do our best to ensure your time here is minimally affected by the troubles brought forth by adults. And finally, before going to bed, I would like for everyone to learn that I am planning to retire from my position as headmaster once the most recent war is finished. That made a lot of people surprised and shocked as students immediately began asking for clarification and others were stuck in disbelief. So that's how he's going to prepare them for his departure. I thought as I looked at the old man calmly standing in front of the chaos he created. Settle down please. Albus peacefully said, causing the students to immediately quiet. As I was saying, I will be gradually handing down my position to our dear deputy headmistress, Professor Minerva McGonagall, over the course of the year, while I take on her duties as the Transfiguration Professor for my retirement. Okay, now I want to go see his lessons to gain some new insights. The man was said to be a Transfiguration prodigy, and even if I've surpassed him in power, his vast experience in the field would still be invaluable. I thought as I remained one of the only ones calmly sitting down. Even Professor McGonagall was caught off guard by everything. I am so glad last year's events allowed for me to gradually relinquish my other duties. Now I will be able to enjoy my retirement doing exactly what I love. The old man jovially said with a happy smile. Now, off to bed all of you. First years, please follow the prefects. And just like that, Albus Dumbledore sent waves with his rather casual announcements and last welcome speech. Underscore 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 un. Extra author notes. Hi, been a while since I wrote for this one. Felt really weird writing this chapter. Like I'm not in the right flow, so I hope it wasn't bad. But anyway, here it is, Dumbledore's way of preparing the world for his coming passing and how a competent ministry with a real defense force would handle the one day a year where nearly all magical children were vulnerable and how a wartime government would generally act during a time of crisis. I thought extra security and precautions would be obvious. Voldemort is currently out doing something else and just doesn't the forces to do something like making everyone in Europe enemy number one for trying to take the Hogwarts Express hostage while not in power. The return of a Dada professor for a second year should be a pretty big deal since it's pretty much the first time in decades, so I had a bit of fun with that. And I just felt like it would be in Dumbledore's style to drop bombs all casual like that. And that if he would be dying that year, having taken care of most of his regrets, he would spend time doing something he loved, teaching, while preparing Minerva. Not sure if I ever mentioned Dumbledore's head mugwump and ICW representative titles being taken away while he was Fudge's main focus the year before or that they were reinstated, but I think an Albus who was going to die would just pass them on instead of screwing things up in the future. Regardless, hope you liked. It's kinda short for the first chapter in months, but I've been working on my DxD fanfic and just didn't really have anything clicking for this one until I had a sudden urge to write a couple chapters for my Mass Effect FF and then thought what the hell? I'll write something for the Harry Potter one since people were asking. Don't know when I'll update this one again, but it does make me feel nice that even after months some people still want to read it. 193, ch 192 Plans for Hogwarts. With the new year underway, a sense of normalcy was brought into the tension which had hung over the many students of Hogwarts. During the summer many had heard of raids, attacks and deaths on both sides of this renewed conflict Wizarding Britain had found itself in, making them mildly fearful. Now that they were amongst friends, with powerful teachers and within one of the most secure buildings in England, they relaxed. An interestingly positive side effect of the war has actually been the formation of quite a few friendships over the summer. This is mainly between Muggleborns and Half-Bloods who took the offer for sanctuary, something which is breaking down house divisions. Except for the top echelon within the Slytherins. Most were rather demure and even spiteful at times when looked at due to their supposed to be glorious takeover by purebloods not doing so well. Vampires were gone, werewolves were not a true threat with Jennifer in place, giants essentially hunted down, Dementors becoming a non-issue and their Dark Lord was defeated and went quiet for unknown reasons. Many of their parents were feeling the pressure from the ministry, and doubt began spreading about their beliefs. The problem with that was the unity of Slytherin. Older/stronger or more wealthy/influential students bullied the others into a unified front against the other houses, imposing their beliefs and punishing anyone against them. Snape can't openly move against this due to his role. He can't risk having Tom hearing that he doesn't allow his support to grow within the house or he would certainly risk his wrath. The good thing about this is that thanks to Draco's decision to renounce Tom, Theodore Nought's support in joining Daphne Greengrass faction within Slytherin, the three have begun doing marvelous work in fixing the stupidity running amok in that house and protecting the younger kids as 6th years and prefects. Draco and Daphne are rather deserving of the title now, much better than last year when the teen was paired with Pansy. They were subtly spearheading a small change from within that house, which could potentially help make it what it should have always been, a place for the cunning and ambitious to grow. Not a dumping pit of racism, hatred, and oppressors. Honestly, I am ambitious and not just a little bit cunning, so seeing the students of a house, that is supposed to embody and nurture the traits so necessary for human development, reduced to what it has been for the last 50 to 100 years was simply annoying. Thank Merlin, a real Slytherin who became a near god to wizards, a known figure for 1,000 years and legendary advisor of Camelot, that Tori was the best kind of Slytherin. Being cunning doesn't mean evil and neither does being ambitious. I'm almost certain that the Weasley twins should have been Slytherin with everything they pulled over the years, how they faked their grades to not have their mother attempt even more to force them into the ministry due to lacking grades, their ambitions in wanting to not only build a joke shop which would surpass the long-established Zonkos but also create all these new pranks, well it really doesn't get more Slytherin. It would be nice to have that sort of Slytherin more often instead of everyone being so narrow-minded regarding the defining traits of the houses. I mean, Tori was always ambitious and cunning, but it was more stereotypical. I'll never tell her that however. Beyond the rippling changes occurring in Slytherin, my own past house seemed to be a bit stuck ever since I graduated, but I hope Luna will help them remember that books may be concentrated knowledge but life is still the best teacher. They really need to go out more. Hufflepuff was always stubborn in how they subconsciously snuffed out individual excellence with their loyalty, often overlooking the hard work part to focus on their reputation for taking the rest as it were. Cedric was an exception, but his recent graduation would leave the house poorer for it. Good thing Susan was still there. Then we have do/say before thinking Gryffindor. They really need to learn that bravery is not an absence of fear, but the overcoming of it, and that recklessness does not equate courage as well. Harry, Ron, and Hermione should be shaping them up as their training bleeds off into their personalities and actions, influencing the rest of the house. This generation is somewhat of a turning point for the British Wizarding, and each of these students are crucial to what is to come. They will shape the future once Tom has been dealt with and his supporters ended. A future where a large number of old houses vanished, powerful bigots suddenly died, and the Ministry already working to rectify old wrongs, all in time for this generation to choose its path. How this will affect Hogwarts and the British Wizarding world will be rather interesting to observe. And when the time comes, I'll be able to sit back and watch it happen as I enjoy my life with my love and magic to keep me happy. Maybe stay as a professor to stay boredom and help kids grow. Sounds good. But for now, this new year was to begin. Thanks to my work last year, I received a fair number of new students for my class. Chief among them were members of the Fueling Club and those who've become more aware of the dangers around them, especially in these sorts of time. This was the time we would be starting to work on how to handle the much darker and dangerous aspects of the magical, which was for now luckily getting easier thanks to the continued development of white magic I was personally teaching. Knowledge on dangerous beings, various undead, vampire society and centers of criminality and how to handle them were all more prominently featured. A strong emphasis on combat, not dueling, and silent casting was also present. The only challenges so far would be how the political climate was affecting the situation. The clear division in Slytherin notwithstanding, some students in other houses, believing in pure-blood ideologies and supporting Tom's actions, were showing growing signs of outright rejection of any authority beyond their parents' and tensions have been rising as a result. Stricter punishments and rules were being put in place as a result, all in an attempt to curb possible attacks amongst students who would simply use the rules and laws to get away with such and join their lord afterwards. On a more positive side, students were rather pleased with the headmaster starting to teach Newt-level Transfiguration. His mastery of the subject and his experience were enough to awe 6th and 7th years outright as he lightened Professor McGonagall's workload during her gradual shift to headmistress. The dueling club saw an even better turnout for new members. Harry and his friends were throwing themselves into their more practical tutoring. Luna was doing well as the new head of the exchange. And preparations for the final conflict were well underway. Oh! 'Twould seem your wedding was not the only matter which occurred this summer. The soft voice of my ghostly friend said as she appeared fully over my shoulder while I worked on some matters after my duties were done. Preparations are a must for these types of things. I replied as I looked through the numerous reports I held regarding Ministry and Fortress activities. Everything being done in such secrecy slowed progress down drastically, but it assured Tom and his ilk would not hear of the coming trap. Even Snape was not privy to the information. Hogwarts has dealt with many would-be conquerors before. Should the headmaster truly need it, the castle's defenses would likely be more than sufficient. Helena told me with an underlying pride. I know of some, but are Hogwarts' defenses so powerful? I questioned with pure interest. The current warding was a bit lackluster in my view. I could likely bring them down on my own. Do not be foolish in believing the everyday defenses to be all Hogwarts holds. She chastised with a grin. Her siege defenses are, without a doubt, unmatched to this day. The founders put enormous amounts of effort to create a binding system which would even hold against the combined efforts of beings much more powerful than Riddle and his filth. Even yourself would require extensive preparations, support, and time to even breach some of them, much less destroy them all. This not counting the counter-defenses, hidden artillery, and automated defenders. There used to be more professors and regulations regarding 6th and 7th years participating in the defense of the castle, but I doubt modern sensibilities will permit such things which were required in the past. That surprised me. During the two possible/original timelines, the final battle at Hogwarts was held in a very hurried manner to defend the castle against a Tom in full control of the Ministry and possessing significant numbers while Professor McGonagall had just taken control of Hogwarts. It was fully possible that she was not aware of Hogwarts' full defensive capabilities and simply had not truly taken over of castle as its headmistress to allow for her to either know or activate the defenses. I will need to check with Dumbledore about these matters. It could help us significantly. Having Helena possible guiding us in this matter so as to not miss any advantage would be ideal as well. Now this is very interesting. Does the headmaster know of these defenses and how to activate them? I asked the ghostly woman. He should be aware. Everything was written down in a special book passed down from one headmaster/mistress to the next. She confirmed with a nod. Would these defenses hamper portkeys and fluid travel? I asked as this might be an issue for the evacuation plan. There was no way we would allow students who hadn't completed their OWLs even have the option of staying, no matter what they had learnt. As such, we had multiple means of evacuating them ready. Special portkeys permitted by the headmaster were one of them. It would work like the one set on the Triwizard Cup which brought Harry to the Little Hangleton Cemetery, only directed to preordained safe zones and houses. Each student under 6th year would have one which would activate automatically if the headmaster or deputy headmistress ordered it, with older students holding ones which they could activate by themselves should they choose to or if it detected an emergency. This was the most efficient way we were organizing. As such, it would be imperative to know if the siege defenses would halt students from leaving. Not to my knowledge. Portkeys were invented after that era, as such there shouldn't be any specific defenses against them beyond the ones added later. Helena thoughtfully answered. The wards will stop anyone from coming in, including from the secret passages, but going out is not outright blocked. Mother and Uncle Salazar knew retreat might be the only option available someday and had no desire to see students trapped and awaiting death. Then we will need to run tests. The holidays will be a good time to do so. I noted as I acknowledged her answer. It will also allow for us to gain a proper grasp of the defenses and look for any signs that time might have created a weakness in them. The elves and Hogwarts itself would have maintained everything. Auntie Helga was always right regarding how little witches and wizards appreciated our most helpful friends. She said with small smile before her gaze became distant in memory. It was common for ghosts to be lost in their lives. They are, after all, sentient remains empowered by deep regrets which spurned their magic to form intangible shells to trap parts of their souls. Their memories are some of the only things which truly belongs to them anymore, as such it is both treasured and cursed. That's good. Do you think the centaurs would be open to helping clear the forest from dark creatures like acromantulas? I don't want to have such wild cards in play when trapping Tom and his forces. I asked her carefully as to not appear insensitive to her momentary loss of focus. They will not work with wizards. She answered with a regretful shake. Far too many insults have been given for them to do so, even if it would be in everyone's best interest. At best, I would suggest forming an agreement with your goblin friends, your people, and the centaurs to tackle the issue simultaneously. It would lessen their worries if they could work alongside another non-human group. Sigh, after this war I'll have to at least help fix all these really stupid laws harming our relations with literally every other magical race in existence. I groaned in annoyance at how much British laws effectively help create more Dark Lords and followers of such. But for now I'll send out some messages and start negotiations. At least I know the centaurs respect the headmaster, so we have some leverage there. Hagrid will have to get over his spiders because this has gotten way out of hand. Aragog is dying this year anyway. Can't forget about Hogsmeade in all this either. Wouldn't want a dark creature stampede or Death Eater attack over there without any plans in place. Hiring others will spare your own manpower as well. Professionals are the best when it comes to dark creatures and you are a wealthy lord. Helena suggested thoughtfully. True. I shouldn't limit myself with what I already have. Hiring experts from the colonies would save Fortress and Goblin lives, but I really hope we can work things out with the centaurs to at least have them temporarily move so we don't endanger them while clearing the forest. I agreed with a frown. The tribes in the forest were incredibly stubborn. I might need Christian to come down and help. He has experience with the tribes on our islands and may have advice for me. Hell, I might have to somehow bring in Centaur from over there to talk things out and maybe offer a new home amongst them. You worry too much, Aiden. Not everything need be done so soon. My floating friend said. You have told me Riddle will not attack until the end of the year due to various reasons, this also means he himself is occupied with his preparations. You need not rush matters. Plan with patience as I have no doubt you shall achieve your goals. If you cannot, simply create a sealing ward to make sure none of the forest's residents may leave until the battle ends. That was a possibility. Adjusting some anti-bug wards could be a valid alternative would we not succeed in eradicating the Acromantula colony. Everything else in the forest is either too far, too stupid or too few in numbers to threaten Hogwarts or be worth Tom's efforts in recruiting them. I'll contact James to see if he can set something up for me. It could help us trap the Acromantula during the extermination. I noted as I wrote another set of messages. Happy to be of assistance. Helena said with a pleased smile before she turned mischievous. But I do believe it is getting late and someone is waiting for you. Those words stilled me. I quickly checked the time. 6:43 p.m. Oh Merlin. Tori's gonna be pissed I stayed here working too much. I thought as I immediately stood up and let my magic take care of my office as I grabbed my coat and bolted. All I could hear on my way out was my ghostly friend laughing at the sight of me as she followed along for her own amusement. 194, ch 193 a lull as the world prepares. Time inevitably moved forward. Classes were going well. The war was in a lull as Tom went out of the country. The Ministry was preparing all important locations in the British magical world and even important Muggle targets such as the Prime Minister or Royal Family. Preparations at Hogwarts were well underway as well. Most current issues lay outside of Britain. Tom was recruiting. Mainly in Eastern Europe and Russia, something which worried governments, but only after they were made aware of the similar pattern Tom was using as there were still a good number who still remembered Grindelwald very well. Until Dumbledore made his speech at the ICW, those bloody cunts were all happy to let Tommy Boy take all the scum from their countries while leaving Britain to the sharks. Dumbledore's time within the ICW did result in many foreign entities carefully eyeing our situation, but with Mother in charge and Tom almost completely on the run and near desperate, it satisfied most countries enough to let us handle things while securing their own nations. Eastern European countries were very enthusiastic about their own tenuous and only recently obtained stability after the emergence of Fortress, resulting in heavy policing against Tom and his potential allies. Europe as a whole had taken a stance, but there were still many who held similar ideals as the near-soulless fool. Those were the ones who could finance or arm Tom for his last stand, even if he was unaware it would be one. The problems lay more in a rather reclusive Russian ministry and the possibilities for Tom laying in other continents or the Middle East. After the Russian Revolution, the rise of communism and WW2, the majority of surviving magical families grew incredibly distrustful and hated the non-magical world for the severe prosecution they had endured in those days. Then when they rose up and failed while many supported Grindelwald in his efforts to ensure wizarding supremacy over non-magicals, only to suffer again in the aftermath, they were many nursing old hatred. Magicals had a longer memory to go along with their longer lifespans, this extended to their grudges. Some families might even side with Tom simply because of Dumbledore. His victory over Grindelwald might still be seen as the true reason for their complete defeat, resulting in them blaming him for their suffering. This being part of the reason very few know of Grindelwald's survival and subsequent imprisonment, nobody wanting to risk the surviving supporters of magical supremacy freeing him to restart the campaign. So with Tom making the offer, he might truly gain some heavyweight support where we simply don't have any way to stop him. Russia is still very isolated from the world. In Africa he may receive some supporters due to the scattered nature of the African magical world. The looser views on dark magic and consistent supply of deadly creatures being the most attractive for Tom, but neither were big threats at the moment. Uagadou had sent out a notice regarding this matter and the premier magical school for the continent held significant influence there. It helped tremendously. The Middle East was a bigger problem, mostly due to prevalent underworld markets, current rise in extreme religious views and the influence some of the truly wealthy magical families held. Tom could gain support from the poorer or oppressed magicals, but this would go against his MO. He would target the rich and long-established lines, but they would treat him as a backward savage in all likelihood. Quite a few well-established domestic families fought against the man and those who followed him were essentially slaves, those opulent Middle Eastern ones who've held their power since before the rise of Islam would never bow. Any act against them would also lead to severe backlash Tom simply could not afford. There were even less chances of Tom finding true support in Asia unless he built some very strong connections while he disappeared to become Voldemort. Never mind the East/West divide, which is even more prominent in the magical due to the completely different magical philosophies. Many old families still hold behavioral standards from the old court culture age. The idea of bowing to a total foreigner, offering their money and manpower alongside their families in return for essentially gaining a master/emperor would be met with outrage. Any who would bow would likely end up being erased for betraying everyone else and bringing incredible shame to any remotely related. South America may hold some options for Tom, there are some more isolated magicals, but Castle Bruxo was going to have none of that on their continent. MACUSA was more determined than even the British ministry in regards to Tom. They would not even let him land on their side on the pond and ramped up their already rather impressive travel monitoring and response teams to stop the madman. It was simply wonderful to see the vast majority of the world reject the poison Tom espoused. Gives one hope for the future, even if some of it is based on a different kind of mentality. Cultural differences can be bridged, but hate is a corruptive poison to any society. Only when Earth all comes together, magicals, non-magicals, all races and beings, will we truly be able to achieve the wonders I know we could. A personal belief, one which only came with the understanding that it would simply not happen until humanity can control fundamental impulses and survival mechanisms, but a pleasant thought nonetheless. It does make me laugh slightly at how much the biblical Tower of Babel could be used as an example of my belief. The tower may have never existed, but the principles behind the story were something which I hoped humanity could achieve again before we destroyed ourselves and the planet. Regardless. With the international community on alert, we continued our preparations. The ministry was secure. Minimal means of entry without prior permission, something Tom no longer had, or at least not nearly enough to harm the ministry, with ready and alert auras and hit wizards/witches and defenses which were almost exaggerated. It would be foolish to attack there, with the additional threat of exposing the magical world due to the ministry's position in London should an open attack be carried. Tom would soon face the anger of the entire magical world should it come to it, something which would assure his fall as he has become near desperate while only facing the British ministry. Hogsmeade and Diagon Alley were tempting targets, but new defense and warning wards were set in case of an attack, especially against Death Eaters and dark magic. All residents were given emergency port keys, the Flow network was being very heavily monitored to allow for pre-approved evacuations and a set of rapid response teams were on constant rotation with everyone in the DMLE aware of the possibility of emergency deployments. While some thought this a bit extreme, the majority were rather pleased with Mother's actions to secure the safety of every witch and wizard while being ready to end this war once and for all. The real prize was undoubtedly Hogwarts in the minds of all the current leaders of the fight against Tom. Large, open area from which to mount an assault. Known defenses, terrain, and defenders due to Tom's rather intimate knowledge of the castle. Large number of only partially trained young witches and wizards with quite a few related to important individuals, the niece and nephew of the minister and the boy who lived being the foremost. The number of relatively intelligent dark creatures in the Forbidden Forest were certainly an appealing bonus to any Dark Lord as well, as such they would be purged. It was a long time coming and the headmaster was rather optimistic to have let the problem develop to such a state that the forest could no longer even be used to properly teach students how to care for our world's creatures. According to old history books I had found in the Room of Requirement, that was one of the two major ideals behind the forest back in the day, alongside it being a preserve to protect one of the few remaining magical forests in Britain as a habitat for magical creatures. Hagrid would be devastated, but the big guy would need to understand that regardless of how harmless he thought all those creatures were, especially the Acromantula, it needed to be done. The next headache would be the centaurs. They were rather mule-headed and believed the forest to be theirs. It simply wasn't. There was a contract to allow them to settle here when the open spaces dwindled in exchange for becoming keepers of the forest and for helping any child lost within and the likes. They did not have any true right to stop anyone, especially those of Hogwarts, from going anywhere. Sure, wizards treat them like beasts, something which would be fixed once the war was over, even faster if they decided to at least help in ending Tom's followers and the clearing of the forest, but they did not have any legal rights to the land or forest. This was simply a case of people living in a place for so long and doing a type of job through generations that they shifted from being allowed to live here in exchange for a service to this is our land and has been for generations and it is our duty to protect the forest from anyone other than us. A surprisingly human shift. They usually avoid such by living their lives according to the stars, but nothing can stop the biological desire to see one's home to be mine. For now, the most interesting event in our preparations happened a day after the winter holidays began. There was an increase of students staying at the castle due to some fears regarding possible attacks, although it wasn't a large increase thanks to all the security measures in place for individual families, it was still obvious that many were still nervous about the current lull. But it was at this time that the headmaster decided to test the war defenses of Hogwarts Helena had informed me about. Apparently the old man hadn't actually known about the matter due to many pieces of information regarding the castle having been lost over the millennium. As such, he decided on a test over the holidays. "Hello, headmaster." Helena calmly greeted the man with a nod as she made her way into his office at the agreed-upon time. There was a look of longing, bittersweetness and wistfulness in her eyes as she looked around. "Hello, my dear lady." The headmaster politely replied. "Thanks for coming to rectify this matter, Helena. It should be of great help, especially if the elves maintain things like you said." I warmly said to my ghostly friend. "I have already discussed the matter with the elves. And I am only doing as I should for the protection of Hogwarts." She answered with a silvery blush. "Still weak to praise?" I briefly thought with some slight amusement. "And we appreciate it nonetheless, my lady," Dumbledore smoothly said with his usual disarming grandfather smile. "This way." She quickly replied to end her embarrassment, leading us to a well-made painting of Hogwarts at night, from the same angle one sees while undergoing their first crossing on the boats. A hidden passage? How fascinating to discover new things about one's place of work even after 50 years. Albus cheerfully said as he stroked his beard with a critical eye. "And now, tickle the dragon," Helena directed as she pointed to the school emblem surrounded by a sleeping dragon at the bottom of the well-carved frame. "Wow! I love how they made the school motto a hint regarding the war defenses." I chuckled. Mother enjoyed her layered hints. Helena said with a wistful smile. "Allow me." Dumbledore simply offered as he tickled the dragon. In response, the dragon glared at being woken up, roared with a bit of fire, then the wall painting swung open to reveal a carved dragon head with iridescent eyes. It was at least enchanted to be animated, if not sentient according to its movements and the way it seemed to judge us. "Hath a foe risen forth anew, Helena?" the dragon head questioned. "Yes. Although not an immediate threat, the defenses have not been used for too long and needed to be verified before the coming battle," she solemnly answered. "Thine woes are for naught. Every moment strengthens Hogwarts," the dragon proudly replied. "Ah, but we need to understand if our own additions would interfere and if Hogwarts defenses will hamper our efforts to keep the children safe," the headmaster informed the head. "Thou art prudent," the dragon noted with a pleased nod. "Witness the might of Hogwarts." Its eyes glowed brightly as the entire castle seemed to shudder for a moment before things began changing. I could feel the intense magic at work. How the very walls began surging with power around us. "I do believe we should go out to both reassure students and survey the defenses," I commented with almost a sigh in my voice due to how pleasant it felt for me to be surrounded by so much magic. All of it seemingly at my fingertips. "Headmaster, thou shalt need to stay. An exchange of words is needed betwixt us," the dragon head seriously spoke. "Then I believe I shall leave the analysis of our newly rediscovered defensive capabilities to your capable hands, Aiden," Dumbledore said with a nod. "Understood." I answered as flashed outside. High above Hogwarts, using my own flight capabilities to observe the changes. From an initial overview, I could see a new set of walls surrounding the castle proper, each with ballistae and some catapults at evenly spaced points. The back entrance was completely sealed and the front now sported a very durable set of gates before the official entrance of the castle. Ward-wise, the new wall erected an incredibly powerful set focusing exclusively of the castle proper. The standard wards still held and covered the entirety of the lands, but the defensive wards were focused solely on Hogwarts. From what I could feel, no entry above or below ground was possible, but one could leave. I could attempt to overpower them for weeks and it would simply be pointless due to how powerful the wards were and the fact that it was very efficiently using the power of 3 ley lines Hogwarts was built on to support everything. After an up-close inspection, I saw how magic was weaved into every stone initially but evolved after centuries working as a whole in such a powerful construct. Now each part strengthened the whole, and even if one managed to damage the wards, they would also need to break the wall in order to prevent the wards from being swiftly repaired. It would be a very frustrating thing to attack. The wall was almost sentient, or possibly controllable by the headmaster or from an apparently aware Hogwarts, with an attacked section's magic being aided by unoccupied ones. A possible danger, but likely more for powerful attacks at the level only few are capable of. Most wouldn't even be able to properly chip the stone of these walls, especially between the deadly artillery and likely defenders manning the walls, raining spell fire down on invaders. From what I could see, none of the defenses would affect the welcoming gifts, but they did mean we would require any forces which aimed to be helping the defense from the castle to already be in it if every means of entry, including the ones following the construction of Hogwarts, was blocked. I could already feel that apparition wouldn't work, port keys likely being the same, but the flow network might be a possibility and I do believe I could Phoenix Flash within, even if I might need a little boost from Soul. Some things to test with Dumbledore. A quick check of the secret passages I was aware of later, it was confirmed that they were all sealed except for the Whomping Willow, but that was likely due to it being outside of the castle itself. Additional traps would be needed there. Overall, I believe this new defense system would save lives and stop any sort of damage Tom's forces could possibly do. And with no giants, werewolves, vampires, dementors, and soon necromantulas to worry about, I do currently predict a much less destructive battle of Hogwarts. I should send out some people to make sure Tom doesn't recruit any foreign creatures or beings. I briefly thought as the possibility of him bringing less human help did exist. I know some Hyperborean clans live in Siberia and so do some Yeti and Frost Giants, so fire-related traps may need to be obtained in greater numbers. My musing was broken as I felt the wards and defenses retreat, allowing me entry. I gave the headmaster my report regarding the outer defenses while he informed me of the changes regarding Hogwarts itself when they were activated. It would seem the castle acts like the defensive wall as it channels the potent magical energies of the ley lines to protect itself. The windows and opening are protected by heavily enchanted shutters and wards. Doors and means of entry are either completely sealed or reinforced. The castle itself will shift to aid defenders to either avoid danger, reach parts quicker, or even so aid may reach those needing it. Special rooms in the dungeons were opened for younger students to hide in. The infirmary was expanded and wartime supplies became available. The standard golem soldiers were fully activated, being faster and tougher than the currently used method. And many other smaller powers were awarded to the headmaster, with the most important being a power boost as long as he is defending the school and its students during an assault. I did note the need to prepare many additional healers to be on site for the conflict. Madame Pomfrey will likely need more than herself, but we can always hope it won't be necessary. Overall, it was going to be a nice aid to our pre-existing plans and some slight shifts needed to be made in order to already have the people we would need inside the castle before the battle happens, but so far that was about it. We need to run a few tests with all the ballistae and catapults, alongside the flua and whatnot, but we would be ready. My last thoughts for that day were: I wonder if I could have James to make some special bolts and boulders. Maybe the Weasley twins could make some creative ammunitions too. 195, ch 194, cleaning up the forest. The holidays were nice if somewhat tense at times due to the somewhat wartime. Mother's work as Minister of Magic took a lot of her time and was stressful, but she was still holding a rock-solid position and Sirius was fantastic in helping her relax and enjoy life. It made for a rather interesting situation as a large black dog ran around with a glowing red nose, Christmas hat, bells, and essentially farting snowflakes. That last one was Harry's payback for embarrassing him via a set of succubus magazines with centerfolds with some similarities to the unattached witches in Harry's life. Sirius was so proud of him for that little bit of charm work. Well, before Mother glowered him into a transfigured doghouse for giving Harry porn. Fun times. Susan couldn't stop laughing until she noticed, a few days later, that one of the models had some suspicious similarities to herself and unleashed her own wrath, kick-starting a prank war which dragged everyone in, somehow including Remus Lupin, who was visiting, the Weasley twins. Their explanation involved prank senses, Luna who wanted to look at all the sparkling fuzzers, her father, who was mainly a target as he kept trying to question Mother about the Ministry's heliopaths, and then a Rather jolly headmaster, who liked throwing out candy and enjoying his remaining time, until Professor McGonagall showed up and ended up with pie in her face. Her fury was a sight to behold, but I did not like the admiring look Victoria was giving her. My husbandly goal of keeping my lovely wife as happy as possible seemed to gain some renewed importance after that show. The good professor did eventually calm herself after her lecture, which included multiple generations of troublemakers and seeing Mother feeling like a schoolgirl again. Great pictures for future enjoyment. As the only ones who were not spotted pranking by the deputy headmistress and by being clean as whistles, Tori and I avoided the lecture, earning the glare of many others when they managed to sneak them in while receiving a lecture. My wife and I looked the definition of innocence as our sparkling reputations whilst students bolstered our case against taking part in everything. A Slytherin move, but the wisest at the moment. Sirius, Remus, Harry, and the twins might avenge themselves another time, but for now we silently gloat victoriously. Like I said, nice holidays. The timely retreat back to our own home did wonders for avoiding immediate retribution and enjoying the remainder of our time in peace. Their vengeance would come someday though. I only hope it won't be too much, as pranksters and mischief makers with time to plot was rather dangerous for a target. Tori will probably get away due to no one wanting her personal meaning of revenge, but I'm likely a juicy target. Hard to get, known location and schedule, surrounded by many prank possibilities at nearly all time, almost like catnip for pranksters really. Good thing I was away from most of them after the new year began. Hopefully Sirius won't manage to bribe Dobby and Winky if he thinks to prank my home. Regardless, time to get back to work. Thanks to Christian's negotiations, with the help from the island herd, we managed to instill the actual rules of the land in the local centaurs and that we would be clearing the forest of truly dark and dangerous creatures, at least gaining some assistance in the effort. My friend also helped with preparing the mer people just in case some dangers emerged from the Black Lake and its connection to the sea. We had some affiliated tribes from the Atlantis sectors join in for the remainder of the school year. It's being used as a good way to open up trade with the Black Lake residents and getting castaway parts/ingredients from the giant squid. Those buggers are quite rare, solitary, and difficult to manage, so having one which is always in the same general area is useful. James and I created a set of wards to essentially trap the majority of truly dangerous creatures in the forest, taking exceptional care to assure no Acromantula would escape to rebuild a new nest. Tori readied various poisons with a surprisingly cooperative Snape. The man was almost showing visible signs of positive emotions at being able to create new poisons targeting specific species while not being harmful to the ecosystem, whether it be flora or fauna. And I had to negotiate with the goblins and the ministry regarding their assistance. They would be extremely useful in combat, being close-range fighters, but also near indispensable when it comes to the underground lairs Acromantula tend to create. Goblin magic being more suited to metals than Earth itself, but Britain had no true dwarf clans and I already had a positive enough relationship with the goblins. The positives outweighed the negligible difference for an operation like this. Plus, I knew for a fact that the goblins would very much love a chance to blood themselves on dangerous opponents. Beyond the usual subterranean creatures and each other to change things up. The only problems were dealing with those unhappy about goblins being allowed to walk the surface and being so close to Hogwarts, with some ambitious little shits from the goblin side needing to be put down to stop them trying to organize a damn kidnapping for glory and more rights. Mother and I had headaches regarding idiots for days during these negotiations. The ambitious goblins ended up dead for threatening children and insulting both the goblin nation's honor and the friendship between housebones in it, while the wizarding bigots suggested that anyone who objected was to be the ones to replace the goblin manpower, match the predicted results of having them and pay for it. Blood and gold really do run most civilizations. But at least that solved the problem of having Dire Claw and his company joining the forest cleaning. They're a fairly green company, used as an opportunity for younger goblins to gain experience, learn the weapons best suited for them and to decide if being a full-time warrior was for them. But Dire Claw and his direct subordinates were old hands who had trained thousands over the decades and knew how to run a tight ship and make the best use of their inexperienced men. On the wizard side of things, I had Oliver send in those with the most experience with dark creatures from Fortress. Eastern Europe is a right mess by all accounts. Or it was before Fortress came in and at least stabilized the region. You see, Eastern Europe has always been more untamed than the majority of the continent. Forest filled with primordial magic and tainted by many archaic and sometimes downright gruesome magics. The non-magical side being in a constant state of chaos, corruption, war, and overall poverty bleeding through to the magical one. Things became worse when large numbers of dangerous and intelligent beings began using the lack of strong government to establish themselves in the region. This resulted in packs of werewolves, covens of vampires, gathering of trolls, herds of bicorn, some wild dragons, roaming giants, and all manners of less than pleasant beings. So the people there either had to get good at dealing with it all or move/die. They chose the former, and until Fortress showed up to organize and train everyone, it had been a losing battle. Now though, Fortress had some of the most knowledgeable and experienced dark creatures/beings experts and hunters in the world as a result of hands-on experience, formal training, and specialized educations and support. A good number even went to obtain masteries in magical creatures and defense against the dark arts to further improve It truly amazes me sometimes that my actions helped create such organizations and filled me with pride to continue observing them all climbing to new heights. Pioneers of the potion, herbology, and care for magical creature fields, the biggest names in security, protection, and news, subtle control of a magical government, and powerful voices for rights of various marginalized and even hated groups. Then add my creation for a new field of magic into the mix and you have a group capable of shaking nations with its influence. And all of it is coming together to help this country enter a new era. For tonight, however, we had business to conduct. With me in the operations room, borrowed office of the exchange from Luna, were the leading members of our team beside the centaurs. From the ministry we had Senior Aura Hawk, Aura Rosier and the Golden Wand. They would lead official ministry forces from the DMLE and Department of Magical Creatures while acting as witnesses. Fortress sent out their top creature experts in the form of one Roman Dracov, a gruff man with a square jaw, black hair and beard, intense brown eyes, an imposing physique, and the pack leader for the tracker team of werewolves, Gabriel Ramos, a Spanish man with a charming face if one ignores the evident scarring, well-coiffed brown hair, dark blue eyes and an athletic build. Then we had Dire Claw and his second-in-command Gripsteel, both heavily armored and armed in goblin steel, carrying heavy shields and pole arms with swords as secondary weapons at their waists. Beside me were James, Christian, and Tori. Christian came in to do a final sweep with his team to see how the forest would be affected after the operation, note any creatures and help the ministry team. James was going to be with me on the ward, control, and ritual, helping make sure nothing escapes and we can cleanse the forest back to its proper state. And Tori was going to be the lead field medic alongside her team from St. Mungo's. My company will come from the northern mountains. Dire Claw plainly stated without any way to fight it. That's fine. The centaurs are taking care of the eastern depths and the plains. That means we'll take the south. Hawk said with a nod of acknowledgement as they looked down at the map of the Forbidden Forest. That leaves the west to us. Roman grunted with crossed arms. And our team shall ensure to at least secure everyone's lives and the future prosperity of these lands. I declared. Then shall we all be off, gentlemen? Gabriel asked with a confident smile not commonly seen of most werewolves until a few years ago before he turned his eyes to Tori. Ladies! Keep it in your pants or I'll neuter you. She coldly glared in response to his suggestive voice. Not the best decision to try that on a married lady and in-law to the minister there, Wolfie. Elaine teased as the man gulped at the threat. Haha, indeed. He nervously answered. I'll go ahead first then. And with that, he activated his portkey to his starting location. My apologies for the idiot Lord Bones, he gets randy at the worst times. Roman said in his deep voice and joined him with a quick bow. Snort, I'll go to my tent. Tori declared as she too left. Gentlemen. I bowed out as I activated my chain to the ritual location. The location I had designated was actually the approximate center of the Forbidden Forest. It had taken Christian a few days to reach it and help prepare the site, but we were ready. This would be a rather different ritual than most. You see, back in the older days, many belief systems had proper sanctification rituals inspired by true magical purification ones. These were used to cleanse individuals from tainted magics and influences, helping practitioners to maintain clean minds, bodies, and spirits depending on the ritual used. Back when magicals weren't all content sheep and cowards who attempt to remove or ban everything they neither want to understand or learn, the study of magics considered dark were prevalent as magic itself was researched, resulting in the need for people to clean residues from themselves or, in extreme cases, from some kind of explosive or corrosive fallout which tainted buildings and lands. Now, these practices fell out of use as conflicts erupted between magicals, between countries and religions, but I managed to recreate and improve some, adding them to my new system of magic. This particular ritual was designed with the goal of purifying land, magic, and life on a large scale. It requires a powerful source of positive magic, in this case the centuries of pure developing magic seeped into Hogwarts, of untainted life, myself and soul's flames, and the clear sky to oversee the land, being the cloudless full moon whose gentle rays will help wash away what it sees. Of course various markings, supporting pillars, and ingredients are involved, but the prior three are the biggest and most important. If this wasn't happening at Hogwarts, or somewhere else with great and innocent magical strength, and I wasn't an extremely powerful wizard with a super phoenix for a familiar, then there would be no chance to purify so much land in one go. Things are going well. James said as he stood beside me. Both of us could feel the general ongoings within the wards we controlled to help protect everyone. I hope this'll help those arses in the Wisengamot take goblins and centaurs more seriously after this. Our relations with both are terrible. Christian commented as he gazed out into the forest, spotting flashes of magic and hearing roars of creatures. It won't be anytime soon, but this is a good start. I answered with a shake of my head. Wizards simply aren't ready to unlearn their supposed superiority yet. Reforming our current education system would be an ideal place to start. Sounding like a true professor. Christian teased with a grin. Not a difficult thing to do in my position. I smirked in response. But would it truly work? James asked with some hope. We had all been in close contact with various magical races, but James would be the closest to two of them, being together with one and a student of another. I, myself, am essentially a symbol of hope for werewolves, while Christian is closer to the races more on the wild side like mer people and centaurs. Fixing the magical world's views and laws on this matter is something we feel rather strongly about. In time. I answered with a sigh. We obviously can have laws passed to help the situation, but it doesn't mean the general population's established views will change. Werewolves are still considered extremely dangerous even after everything I've done. Mer people and centaurs are going to be seen as savages. Goblins as subservient, money-grubbing barbarians. House elves is a lower life form which needs to obey and submit to any order. You need to change those views from the root, and that simply takes time and exposure to reveal lies and misconceptions. You know. Dumbledore is going to have some serious competition in the whole leader of the light shtick if you keep saying stuff like that. Christian said with a raised eyebrow. I prefer to think of myself as grey. I replied dismissively. Everything needs to be balanced. Not too much darkness, not too much light. I can agree. He assented with a nod. In nature, death is likely the most intrinsic fuel for life. Something lives too long and it chokes out new life, just like a mighty tree dominates a hill alone. Just as the perfect blade must be balanced or alchemical creations measured. James added as we all looked at life in various ways due to our paths. We'll get there someday. I declared with certainty. But for now, I believe we should do our jobs. Things are starting to get dangerous. I've got it. James said as he manipulated the wards and emergency port keys more actively. I'll head out with my sweepers to make sure nothing escaped or was missed. Christian acknowledged with a nod before disapparating. It took 6 hours of constant fighting within the forest, with dozens of magicals, close to 200 goblins and just over 100 centaurs to finally reach the desired results. By the time all teams and members were accounted for, alive, dead or injured, and the sweepers declared everything cleared, it was nearing 10 p.m. We had many wounded, and unfortunately more than a simple handful of dead. A good 24 goblins and 8 magicals were lost. We do not know about the centaurs. Unfortunate, but necessary, and a long time coming. The dead were already retrieved and things were being handled on that end. I waited with soul at my ritual, awaiting the peak of the full moon as the optimal time to begin. And 2 hours later, it was time. Under the eyes of many curious individuals, I used my flames to light the ceremonial torches. Spark of life for where death now holds. The 6 circles filled with complex runes and geometric patterns began to glow a pale blue before the largest one they surrounded, followed suit. Touch of light to lift the darkness. The moon itself began glowing bright as its gentle rays illuminated the forest as my magic thrummed with the nature. Forgiveness of the heavens to wash away sins on earth. My flames began to burn brighter and larger as the lunar rays empowered them, but also appeared extremely calm as they grew paler and paler, becoming the same silver color as the bright moon. And magic for magic to renew its wonders. My final words activated the vast reserves of magic Hogwarts held, allowing me to channel and match the power gifted by the moon as soul helped me control everything, guiding the immense but gentle tide. And with both hands, I prayed as the silver flames rushed forward with the aid of the magic flowing through me. Spreading all around as it chased the darkness, smothered the taint and breathed new life and magic into everything from the blades of grass to the greatest trees. And using one of the oldest hand signs in existence, prayer, we became as instruments for magic and life itself. It was a remarkable experience. I truly don't know how long my prayer lasted, but once I felt magic settle, my flames wither and the moon's energy dim, I looked up to find the surrounding forest glimmering in as the magic-infused plants glowing soft silver, blue and green lights. A feeling of calm and peace washed over me as I felt in tune with everything, my exhaustion nearly forgotten as the forest seemingly welcomed and thanked me. I love magic. I thought with a satisfied smile. 196, ch 195 births. The cleansing of the Forbidden Forest became something of a major event. Contemporarily and historically speaking. And the presence of the Hogwarts rumor mill made it impossible to keep such a drastic change under wraps, thus it obviously leaked to parents and then news organizations. And in the future, researchers of all kinds. Although temporarily still a no-go zone, it was mostly to give the forest time to stabilize itself and find a new natural rhythm as less dangerous species and more neutral or positive ones returned. They needed time to essentially rediscover everything and acclimatize to a new ecosystem. You know, what can they eat, where is food, finding safe drinking water, resting spots, predators need to solidify their territories, the works. It was a major shift after all, and we didn't want students to run into a random predatory or territorial creature. Hence why Christian, his parents, a few experts with their own teams from Fortress and the Ministry alongside Hagrid, have been observing and recording the forest state near constantly as they attempted to map out territories, new habitats, newly joined creatures, and even the effects of the ritual upon the forest itself. The center of forest, where I enacted the ritual, still glowed and thrummed with magic at night, gradually becoming less obvious the further one gets from the epicenter. A lot of important changes happened there due to the unarguably immense amount of magic which suffused the land. For one, the majority of trees closest to the ritual have developed dryads. That was a big discovery. Their smaller and much weaker cousins related to fairies and pixies, wood nymphs, still inhabit the magical world in some areas, which currently include the forest and Bos Batons, but dryads had become essentially extinct outside of the few remaining primordial forests of the world. Dryads are much different than wood nymphs as they have two distinct appearances, mildly similar to Vila in this case. First is the innocent form. They appear as coquettish young ladies with pale green skin, hair in a variety of color depending of the leaves of their trees or the fruits they can bear, usually naked or less than modestly covered using clothing facsimiles made from plants. This appearance is used when they are feeling playful, taking care of nature or trying to attract mates, which two of them technically offer some form of danger due to the difference in mindsets, but it is generally harmless. It is their most common look due to them largely preferring to avoid most people, resulting in only fleeting glimpses of lithe beauties, this actually beginning one of their most popular games. Although if one manages to threaten them or get on their bad side then they will witness their second form. The angry form would be a large female form with bark-like skin capable of shrugging off most magic, sharpened wooden claws backed by powerful limbs, and tentacle-like vines for hair they can manipulate at will. Dryads also possess powerful nature magic to support them in their desires to have their trees and forests flourish while also defending them. They are in tune with most animals and creatures to form mutually beneficial agreements with them. And their bodies don't technically matter as long as their tree is intact. They honestly would do a lot of good to the planet, but they do tend to be very protective of their forests and have often clashed against humanity, magical or non, to halt the ever-encroaching tide of progress. I find humanity's lack of long-term perspective distasteful, but to hopefully fix many to the current problems of humanity, most of my solutions involve gradually reintroducing magic to the world in order to begin pooling resources together to fix things on both sides and begin a golden era of humanity. But that won't happen anytime in the next century, that's for sure. Disappointing. But I'll focus on the problems in the magical world first, then worry about the non-magical one. For now though, I would say the return of the Dryads is a wonderful thing for the British magical world and for the forest. They will help renew the magic of the land and keep it thriving as best they can, then in some years, when they are ready to reproduce, we can introduce a few to various protected magical forests and reserves to help there as well. This will allow more natural magic to be breathed into the world and hopefully develop into more magical beings, creatures, and humans to be born. Long term, but necessary. On another note, a most interesting development with these Dryads would be that they somehow consider me their progenitor. Meaning they really like me and tend to listen to my words well enough. I essentially formed a bond with the forest due to my ritual and a more direct one with the Dryad as it was technically my magic which awakened them, thus I am currently seen as a sort of parent to the Dryads and Lord of the Forest. A rather unexpected side effect, but not nearly a bad one so far. I now have a feel for the forest, its health, and the well-being of its inhabitants. It was rather interesting. Sol found herself quite at home here as a result, which pleased one fox immensely as he tried to follow her around. Then there were a few conflicts with some Thunderbirds Sol knew or was being courted by, so a bit of a mess there. But to me it was a different opportunity. Druidic magic had become a lost form of magic over 500 years ago as various systemic educational facilities began opening across the world, leaving the Druids, who did not wish to adapt or change their ways, to slowly die out as humanity encroached on nature and the solitary Druids eventually vanished. The closest thing still available would be the shamanistic magics of various indigenous tribes all over the world. My connection to the forest, the Dryads, and magic could be a near-unique opportunity to rediscover this aspect of magic and form a possibly learnable system to reintroduce to the world. It would tremendously help fields of herbology, comc, and potions, maybe also astrology, divination, and runes as well. I should be able to form rituals involving nature as well, maybe form a compendium of beneficial rituals to attempt a change in perspective regarding the nature of ritualistic magic. It was an important aspect of magic which, more often than not, touched on the most intrinsic of magics. I just can't wait for the war to be over. Malfoy Manor, 30th of March, Jennifer Cross, née Jerry Greyback, POV. Master did warn me about the likely possibility of an accelerated development. Good thing we have been ready for months. I thought as I received a report of Bellatrix Lestrange's water breaking. I hope I can have my own little cub soon as well. I briefly thought as I imagined Scott and I with our own family. I miss him, but it is almost over. The Dark Fool is still courting the old families of Eastern Europe and Russia. My men are all in position while that pathetic excuse for a male, Malfoy, attempts to bluster about. His attempts to regain his standing and authority after both his wife and heir abandoned him while taking almost everything, losing any political value soon after and continuously failing his lord have left him desperate and near broken. He will likely die from his own owner's wrath after today's events come to light. Bellatrix will die, the fool's child will vanish and the insult to the living will lose the werewolves. The man-child will throw quite the tantrum. I wonder if he's going to enjoy our message. I wondered as I left my assigned room. Although not the worst thanks to my value, it is still far from the standards I desire. Well, those standards include my mate and a proper rutting by said mate, but that will come later. For now, I sent out the agreed upon signal. Operation Unfit Parents is a go. And with that, my men who essentially acted as the majority of the security for this manor, began killing every single Death Eater scum currently in the place, only leaving that blonde worm to make him suffer at the hands of his own choices. As I expected of my men, they swiftly acted as spells and echoes of dying screams rang out. The target would not be aware of this due to our preparations. The healer was one of my lords and had been at the maniac's side ever since most noticed the abnormal development of the fetus and none wanted to risk the Dark Fool's displeasure by allowing anything to go wrong. He had gone to rather great lengths to assure the woman's survival, it would not do for her to die or they might have risked his displeasure. The healer is one of ours, mimicking the same strategy of the deceased Bartmeus Crouch Jr. by polyjuicing himself and receiving new batches through medical potions or myself and my men. My lord found it ironic to use their own tactics against them. They had the man act as a trusted ally to infiltrate a highly protected and guarded enemy base, supported a months-long insertion under polyjuice to keep an eye on the target, all to essentially kidnap a child. According to my lord, the Dark Fool and his slaves would never believe or even think the ploy could be used against them. Why would they? They have always been the infiltrators. Always the subversives using cruel and unforgivable methods. Always the attackers. Even with their current disadvantage, they would hardly be able to believe anyone would be able to infiltrate them like this, especially when the most trusted individuals at the Fool's side are spies for his enemies and the only one who could truly raise doubts about us has been incapacitated for months and is about to die. And on my way to her, I was joined by a trio of my men who were in charge of clearing this floor as I neared the birthing chamber. Report. I ordered harshly. We got all the ones on this floor. The first, a black-haired male with his lupin eyes activated, answered. The bleached prick was handled and the house elves too. The second continued, he was fully covering his face using a more wolf-like Death Eater mask. Something of a joke amongst proper Death Eaters. And we're getting reports of everyone else being done too. Bodies being moved for the message, wards taken care of and means of egress handled. The last, my second in command, finished. Good. Let us finally finish this assignment. I replied sternly. We arrived at the sealed doors flanked by two of my men, it wasn't earlier as the blood stains on the wall and floor would attest. Status. I ordered. She has gone into labor. The healer is helping things along. The one on the left reported but he was interrupted by a baby's cry. The chamber stopped noises from coming in, not out. Magical births are much easier than muggle ones according to Our Lady. I idly thought as a particular talk amongst women was remembered. Let's finish this. The cub needs not know of this. Our Lord and Lady will handle it. I grimly said. I knew that, in every way, the newly born child would have a much better life with them, but my female instincts still throbbed slightly as I prepared to end a new mother and rip a child away from its birth parents. No matter how monstrous they are. It hits a bit too close to how many children were separated from their parents because they were werewolves. Monsters. But I pushed those emotions down as I walked in. Delphine Slytherin. The heiress of the soon-to-be lord of the magical world. This is her name. Bellatrix declared with a fanatical gleam in her eyes as she gazed at the babe held by the healer. I was not sure if not interrupting before the naming was complete was a good decision. Naming a magical child is a much more serious matter in the magical world after all. A name is likely the most personal and intimate thing a person owns. It becomes the representation of a person's entire self in the eyes of the world and magic itself. It becomes part of your soul. And now that child will almost always be known as Delphine Slytherin unless a set of blood rituals are enacted to adopt her into another family or she marries into one, which is technically a type of adoption if all familial parties are in agreement. Now hand her over. Bellatrix ordered as she held out her arms before snarling. And you beasts get out. I hardened my heart and with a wave of my wand, a wide-eyed Bellatrix Lestrange lost her head before she could properly react. The healer carefully covered the squirming cub to protect it from such a sight. Go to Our Lady. She should have already received the news and be ready. Tell her the cub's name. She and our Lord already agreed to care for it as their own. Remember your vows on the matter. I ordered the healer who grimly nodded at me before activating his own portkayat, designed to not harm the cub. The rest of you, pack away her body, cleanse the place and ready our message. We're done here. 197, ch 196 riddles. My lord and lady, we have the child. An elderly man's voice informed us from our flow connection. Come through quickly. I need to start bonding with it as soon as possible to help things along. Victoria ordered immediately as she opened our flow for travel. Get the lactation potions. Yes ma'am. I hurriedly replied as I went to her potion cabinet. And yes, lactation potions are a thing. Many noble women hoist off the care of their children to house elves and even something akin to a governess/tutor/nursemaid, so having something to help stimulate mammary glands could be useful. Really depends on your situation. Adopting babies also happens and new mothers wish to bond with them, the potion is extremely useful then too, hence why I was handing to Tori. That it can help the breasts fill out somewhat as a result sometime is a happy side effect to some. By the time I returned, healer Frank DeWitt, the man who had accepted the mission to retrieve the child of Tom Riddle and Bellatrix Lestrange, and in some ways my own, was standing with a wry look on his face as he observed Tori. He was an older man, his polyjuice already being reversed evidently, with an appearance placing him in his late 60s early 70s, sporting neatly combed grey hair, dark blue eyes and a face which generally exuded calmness. He was a bit shorter than average, with his back slightly hunched due to age not helping, but he had a firm spirit and desire to help others. "Thank you for this, healer DeWitt," I sincerely said to the man as I handed, it got snatched, the potion over to Tori who was fiercely examining the sleeping newborn. It seemed like a healthy babe, with surprisingly pale little tuft of hair on its head quite reminiscent of my own too. Quite magically connected as well, but that should essentially be expected with just how much magic was involved with its birth. If my senses weren't wrong, it had enormous potential and due to my own judgment on Bellatrix and Tom's efforts to use dark rituals to save her, the babe's magic was balanced. I look forward to her development and will have to keep an eye on her for sure. It was nothing, my lord. I could not stand by after learning of the child's existence. She would have had a harsh life. DeWitt compassionately replied. So I've gained a daughter then? I asked for confirmation. Indeed. Delphine Slytherin. I could not hamper the naming, I hope you understand, my lord. The healer answered with a nod and slight worry in his eyes. Of course. I comforted the older man. My wife is the epitome of Slytherin and my little brother is a Parselmouth, meanwhile I have the Lord and Lady Black as family, the child will be accepted no matter what gifts she holds and her parents. You have no idea how much that relieves this old man's worries, my lord. DeWitt sighed with a small smile. Then I guess congratulations are in order and I truly hope the child and yourselves will find happiness with each other. We will do everything we can. I seriously promised the man as we shook hands. Then I will leave you both to bond with her. Her birth may not have a pleasant reason nor completion, but I sincerely hope her life will be a good one. DeWitt said as we bid each other farewell and he took his leave. I turned my eyes over to my lovely wife, who had already begun to nurse and coo over the newborn. It was both sweet and amusing to see my usually proud and strong wife fussing over the child. How is she, love? I asked her softly to not disturb the now nursing child. Healthy, with all things considered. I was expecting some deformities, inborn illnesses or more immediate disabilities, but my scans showed nothing of the sort. She answered in almost a whisper, without taking her eyes off the child. You've heard her name? I followed up to clarify. Yes. She simply answered with a small frown she usually had when thinking. The Delphine aspect will be fine if we simply say we used the Black family traditions to nod towards Amelia's marriage, meanwhile we can perform the necessary rituals to adopt her into our bloodline soon to have her gain the name Bones for now. Should she choose to change it later, then it will be her choice between Bones, Traverse, Lestrange, Black, Slytherin and even maybe Riddle if she truly desires it. In the eyes of magic, I am already akin to a parent or maybe godfather due to my role in her conception and the subsequent magic which allowed for her healthy birth. I informed Tori to help her think of the proper course we shall discuss later. She is also very connected to magic itself, hence any ritual used will need to be carefully prepared to not harm her and we will need to make sure no magic will influence her development. I'm sure you and James can prepare something to shield her. She dismissed the latter out of pure confidence in our skills. Meanwhile I will be preparing everything myself for her development and the ritual. You will check my work and once everything is done, we will be introducing our new daughter to everyone. Her having a similar hair to you will certainly be useful, but I checked her pupillary response and noticed her eyes being a rather unique silver as well. Likely an effect from her black ancestry. Sirius will likely know about whose child this is due to that magical tapestry, so we should warn him in advance. He'll understand what we did. His experiences growing up should garner us his support. I told her with some small worry over the judgment my family might hold over this matter. I hope Sirius, Andromeda, and Narcissa do not hold the death of their sister/cousin against me too much. The woman was insane and any child raised near anyone she would have desired would be twisted beyond humanity. I am certain they will want to be somewhat involved in this new niece of theirs however. Then she should do the rituals soon. The earlier we do it the less it will harm the child anyway. Tori firmly replied. We both looked at the innocent little girl we had suddenly taken in as she finished her feeding, allowing Tori to burp her before she opened her still dilated, silvery eyes and happily smiled at us, waving her little hands and arms upward. We will take care of her. Her path will likely be a difficult one, but we will make sure she knows love. I declared as gently let the little one grasp onto my index and happily giggle. Our home will never be without warmth for this daughter of ours. No matter who birthed her, she is my daughter now and no daughters of House Traverse will feel unloved anymore. Victoria quietly replied with passionate eyes as she cradled the baby in her arms. Then let us go. We have much to do to secure her safety and care. I said with a smile. We then shared a look and grinned. Dobby, Winky, Tori called out as the two house elves appeared before us, seemingly barely capable of holding still as they shifted in place and constantly took peeks at the little bundle in her arms. Meet little Delphine, our newly adopted daughter. The joyous and near reverential looks on both their faces as they looked at the wiggling bundle was quite an amusing sight to behold. We will be grateful for your help in taking care of her, but we will also need some time to properly bond as new parents, adoptive ones at that, so don't take it personally that we will generally be very involved in taking care of her. I warned the two as their ears did droop slightly. But, that doesn't mean we mind having both of you spending time with her and helping us. I know both of you have had experience taking care of little ones, so we will be appreciating all the help we can get. Use no be worrying Master Boneses, Winky be making sure young mistress be taken care of. Our little female elf excitedly promised. Dobby be sure young mistress be hundreds of times better than bad former young master. Dobby protect. The more, fanatical one said. Just try not to go overboard you two. Tori will be taking time off from her work to spend time with Delphine, but later on we will likely leave her in your care. Although we might have some family come in to babysit from time to time as well. I slowly informed the two bundles of excitement. Of course master. They replied in sync, looking innocent enough, but never underestimate the lengths a house elf will go to protect its family. Good. Now it is late enough and little Delphine has just eaten after having a rather eventful first day in the world, hence we shall be going to bed and taking her with us. I told the two. Good night. Good night master, mistress, and little mistress. They excitedly replied while waving, then disappearing to do things I am not sure I would like to know for now. A few days later, we truly adopted little Delphine into our families through magic, blood and law, thus Delphine Amelia Bones came to be in the world. An innocent child with very few who knew her origins beyond a blood-adopted babe we took in from a dead mother and unfit father. Vague and maybe with enough hints that some may form theories, but we did not wish to lie to our new daughter in the future, no matter how difficult it would be to tell her the truth later. Malfoy Manor, a month later, third-person POV. One Lord Voldemort had finally returned from his time abroad with his snake familiar and a triumphant expression as he readied to face his servants. Upon his entrance through the floor however, he was greeted with a sight which was far from his expectation. No groveling purebloods, no fearful tools he could command and end at his leisure, only one crucified Lucius Malfoy instead of the portrait of his lord which had hung in the foyer. The man was alive, in suspended animation and injured but alive. What truly began enraging the Dark Lord was the sight of bodies of his servants littering the ground before him, all dismembered or beheaded in some fashion or other. The most important of these was his most loyal and fanatical follower, Bellatrix, whose head sat before him and looking up to him as if still alive. You are unworthy and have lost your right to lead. Defeated, but not knowing it, this a fool as well. We leave and take recompense for the insults and dishonor heaped upon us by the weak imbeciles who followed you. Bellatrix's severed head spoke with a savage smile as it sat there. We left you the blonde worm to throw your tantrum against. The screams of rage resounding from that mansion, followed by howls of pain and then silence. Less than an hour later, the mansion was burning to the ground. The Dark Lord was not pleased over the loss of many of his native supporters and the resources he had brought to the manor and the ones which had been made available to him thanks to the Malfoy family and other tributes brought in by others. 198, ch 197 Deathly Hallows. With Jennifer now returned to my side, the Order and myself had come to rely more on Snape for information. Sure, I still had my own sources which were part of Tom's forces. Recruiting en masse does tend to leave many opportunities for such, and having such a strong foothold in Eastern Europe was a boon in such effort, but none were part of the Hairless One's massively reduced inner circle. That now reportedly consisted of Snape and a few more fanatical younger generations who had only recently gained lordships due to the previous lords dying, like that wasn't a red flag regarding how everything was going for their side, and recently gained lords from families out east. So once the potion master returned from his latest summon as a twitching mess due to overexposure to the Cruciatus curse, moaning in pain as he spoke of Tom's fury over what happened in Malfoy Manor, well, we all knew things had been set in motion. Luckily for Snape however, my lovely wife was able to help him get back on his feet in record time while I took care of little Delphine. Had to make sure no one knew about her carelessly due to how suspicious the timing would be if news of the sudden appearance of an adopted baby in the Bones Traverse household right after the sudden death of Bellatrix. The general public wouldn't know, but the darker families and Tom's supporters, including the madman himself, would easily see enough correlation to be suspicious. Hence why we already had plans. Good thing my amazing wife, with some help from her loving husband, was able to reverse the nerve, muscle, and cardiovascular damage in a single weekend, assigning a potion regiment to help the double agent's brain recover from being Riddle's stress toy. There's a reason my wife is gaining a reputation as the fastest growing name in medicine. Although word did come out eventually regarding her taking a leave of absence, causing a bit of a stir at St. Mungo's, most witches understood how welcoming a new babe in the family would require such. It was a carefully orchestrated reveal involving a pregnant mother used in a dark ritual by Death Eaters, which required both myself and Victoria to handle, resulting in us taking in the child after the mother's passing due to a sense of responsibility. No one could really question it due to the Bones family's heavy involvement in striking back against Tom's forces, and with the minister's help, it was all too easy to alter some reports to form a convincing paper trail for the child. The appearance of one Delphine Amelia Bones had to make the news after all, the little tyke being the new daughter of a powerful and famous lord, his renowned wife and future lady/regent of another family, and essentially the granddaughter of the current Minister of Magic was not a wholly private figure. This way they could tell the truth while also not telling everyone exactly who the parents were. Bellatrix and Tom had actually tried many dark magics to cure the witch or stabilize the fetus after it was conceived from a ritual, even if Tom never desired an heir. He wished for immortality and eternal power over all, so why would he need an heir? But his current situation and the disadvantage he was in had made him think of this as a backup plan, hence why he tried to enhance his heir when he discovered that he couldn't use her as a host in case anything happened to his new body, resulting in becoming a wraith again. All the evidence was there for people as skilled as myself and Tori, especially with how her naturally white-inclined magic had been balanced out, but this was a good thing in our eyes. But outside of the minor politicking and manipulations involved in securing our new daughter, matters on the opposing side were suddenly ramping up enormously. Even after his unfortunate proximity to a deranged man while he was throwing a tantrum, Snape was still Tom's most trusted and seasoned follower, especially with Bellatrix's death and Jennifer's betrayal. That last one made the fool heighten his paranoia and cruelty to unheard of levels, causing the potion master to feel rather glad that he was usually in Hogwarts, but he was still in regular contact with the man. As a result of this, we now knew the general plan Tom had for his assault on Hogwarts, alongside what he ordered Snape to do. Firstly, it involved drugging or poisoning the staff and student body, using his last loyal insiders to help Snape incapacitate the house elves before doing so, allowing for an easy takeover of the school. Obviously, Snape was to specifically take care of the half-breeds like Hagrid and Flitwick for their staining of Hogwarts. Tom wanted to give most other professors a chance at coming under him due to their value. Secondly, he was to assassinate Dumbledore at all costs. This was paramount. Even more important than the first objective really. Tom believed that without Dumbledore, Hogwarts would collapse under the pressure he would put on them due to the sudden loss of their main pillar, the lack of any individual capable of matching him, still believing I was not a true threat, and that they wouldn't be able to organize any kind of meaningful defense in the time frame between his death and the attack. Especially if all other possible defenders are at least hampered. He could almost walk right in with the proper timing and execution. It honestly isn't a foolish plan. I commented as Tori and I relaxed in our home. Take out the forces inside of the fortress and its commander instead of the fortress itself. A rather basic plan, but it does require one to have forces on the inside, which is the most difficult step. We will simply need to have all those little blood lovers gather up in the kitchen to snatch all the traitors in one go while Professor Snape kills Dumbledore like both old men want. Victoria followed along easily as it was the best way to capture most of those who could cause internal strife during the coming conflict. I wonder if the headmistress would let me handle the little shits. Maybe if the courts rule in favor of a light punishment, but that would be hard as this would be literal treason of the highest order. I responded with a heavy frown. They would betray friends who might not share their beliefs, schoolmates, teachers, children, the school, and the ministry if they go through with this. Regardless of their ages, this would need severe punishment and I honestly can easily see their wands being snapped, Dementors and possibly having their magic sealed away on top of it. I wasn't exactly happy about it, but, especially for those in their 5th years and up, they knew exactly what they were doing and the consequences of what Tom was ordering. And knowing for a fact that Snape would be subtly trying to convince the remaining loyalists to not follow these orders or to let him take the fall and enact them, this meant that going lightly on them just wasn't going to be an option. I might not like him, but he did try to do right by his snakes while fulfilling his role. They could cry and denounce their actions after the fact as much as they wanted, but some lines could not be uncrossed. If they were willing to sentence children to death and essentially enslave them due to their beliefs, then they would learn the consequences of such. Only children and teens found to have been coerced would need to be debated. Good thing my own little protégé managed to wrangle a good deal of those brats then. Tori proudly smirked as she brought up the green grass heiress. Having been the Queen of Slytherin prior to the girl, Tori had taken her under her wing and she now took up the mantle as she kept the house in line. More so after Draco turned over a new leaf and the two formed a very strong coalition with many gathering around the grey snakes taking over the house. It did help that his and Tori's research allowed him to slowly take away the most damaging mental and spiritual effects of some practices of dark families by having house elves dose them with specific potions and purification wards in my classrooms, with Dumbledore's permission of course. Making children practice the darker and more tainted magics was just not good for their development, hence why this, in combination with the beliefs parents espoused, resulted in many near to actual sociopathic individuals in those houses. That's actually been a subject Tori had been making a proper study for, having me note many commonalities in students from such houses and responses to treatments and better environments. It was of particular interest to her as it helped identify why a powerful family like the Blacks could have fallen like it had and why Dark Lords/ladies could rise with relative frequency and how they could gather so many followers outside of their socio-political goals. I'm sure you're very proud of your mini-me, but I do think we should put little Delphi to bed and turn in ourselves. I advised my beautiful wife as she looked down at the babe she had subconsciously been rocking in her arms, seeing her peacefully sleeping. Guess you're right. With Tom having passed down his order, it's only a matter of time until his last stand and we should be rested for that. She agreed with a fond smile as she gently passed Delphine over to stand up. We then proceeded to head to our bedroom, placing our little girl in her crib alongside a slew of monitoring and protective spells before turning in for the night. 2 weeks later, Astronomy Tower. I have always loved the view from up here. The now ex-headmaster commented wistfully as myself and Harry stood by his side. So much better than my old office. Having officially passed down his position to Headmistress McGonagall, he looked rather carefree even while knowing his time was coming. It is nice, but I personally prefer the heart of the forest nowadays. I responded with a personal opinion. Yes, I could see why that would be the case. He nodded in understanding. Such a marvelous sight. I feel blessed to have witnessed something both new and old returning to this world, even at this stage of my life. I think I prefer the sight when I'm flying from the Black Lake. Especially after sunset. Harry shyly revealed. Another magical sight I truly wish every child who passed through these halls cherishes. Dumbledore found that to be a good choice as well. This castle truly is one full of wonders. I simply hope I was able to positively impact it during my tenure here. Even if people dispute it, you still have impacted the lives of thousands of young wizards and witches, and I think that's more than enough to be proud of. I stated as we looked out at the setting sun. Indeed it is. He warmly smiled as he drew his wand. But now, as for why I have brought you both here. Harry, if you would please, disarm me. What? The completely baffled teen responded. I need you to disarm me, my boy. As I believe this wand of mine truly belongs to you. Albus enjoyed the confusion out of light mischief. But that doesn't make sense. Harry said as he thought wands didn't work that way. It does, because that is the Elder Wand. An artifact supposedly created by death and which can be won from the previous wielder. I informed Harry, stopping Dumbledore's minor mischief, but he knew I'd do it if he didn't. Most think you have to kill the previous owner, hence why it has such an infamous reputation. The fact that it is called the most powerful wand in the world also doesn't help. But the main reason I believe Albus is doing this is due to it being something intrinsically linked to the Peverell family, a family which died out except for the part which married into the Potter family. Now that made Harry's eyes grow wide at the reveal. Not only that, but with everything coming to a close, I also desired to see if there were some truths to an old legend. Dumbledore added with his jovial smile. Have you brought your cloak as I've asked? Yet. Harry stammered mildly as he brought out the one true cloak. Good. Now Aiden, if you could. The old man requested. I simply rolled my eyes and took out the resurrection stone. The man had made peace with his ghosts and handed it back after his usage of it, believing myself to be the best guardian for it until the time was right. And since it was a Peverell artifact, I had always known I would pass it to Harry, if only to allow him at least some closure with his parents. Honestly, I was actually curious in regards to the possible results of an actual Peverell holding all 3 Deathly Hallows for the first time. What's this? Harry questioned as he looked with unflinching focus at the stone, almost like it was calling him. I was certain Albus could also feel the Elder Wand reacting to the presence of the 2 other artifact like the stone was. I've read you and Susan the tale of the 3 brothers, so why don't you take a guess? I responded with a challenging grin, but it wasn't a hard thing to figure out. You don't mean, the Deathly Hallows? He gasped as the pieces clicked together quickly and he looked dumbly between his cloak, the stone, and the wand. Indeed. And we are rather curious to see if the old stories are true. Dumbledore confirmed. But even if they aren't, these 3 artifacts will be tremendously useful to in the coming conflict and they rightly belong to you as well. Personally, I would very much prefer Tom not obtaining this wand. Looking at us like we were mildly crazy for being so nonchalant about things, like this wasn't a legendary set of items even the infamous Grindelwald hadn't tried to hunt down and used their symbol for himself. Harry has learnt proper history. The teen did finally grasp the stone with held breath he released when nothing seemingly exploded. Harry then looked at the former headmaster as he expectantly waited to be disarmed. Sighing, he drew his wand and casted a quick disarming spell, catching the Elder Wand with practiced ease, but then his eyes grew wide as magic suddenly started radiating from the boy and the artifacts. It was strong, like a synergetic effect, but it was missing something. They weren't fully connecting to Harry, like something was stopping them. Harry, I think you need to claim them as the last Peveril heir, and that probably means blood. So get to bleeding. I suggested with some light humor, but it was a real suggestion. A family which dabbled so closely with death, whether literally or metaphorically, wouldn't shy away from blood magic. Personally, I believe that death is more of a symbolic in nature, as it is tied to how the Thestral is part of their original coat of arms, and they used parts of the equine beast to create their hallows. Tori and I did study the Resurrection Stone, and I have had many chances to look at Harry's cloak thanks to his stays with us, so I can say that my statement was not wrong, as the Elder Wand is known to have a Thestral tail hair core, while the cloak was woven with leather from its wings, helping it imbue its ability to be unseen by all those who haven't faced death in some form and remain undetectable, and the stone was likely an alchemical product involving the blood of Thestrals, but we couldn't confirm it without breaking it down. And as Harry did so with a quick cutting charm, the deathly hallows pulsed even more magic as it connected to the teen under the very observant eyes of myself and Dumbledore. I wasn't sure what conjectures he reached, but from my own I could say that these definitely connected to a powerful magical concept. That was how magic worked, especially runes, as they used an understanding of a concept like light, and then the energy known as magic gave that concept form in the world. The better the understanding of the concept, will used in control over magic, the more one can exert from it. Then one's personal power acted as fuel, with the higher one's core, the better quality of fuel and potency. So when one takes it from three aspects of death, the power it holds over all, wand, its connection to the other side, stone, and its presence and lack thereof, cloak, placing them together, it essentially formed a powerful source of magic by drawing from the concept of death to empower the one connected to them. I could see why Unspeakable studied it alongside love, time, and mind. Universal concepts were powerful things I would be carefully looking into later, but as of now I was actually much closer to the concept of life. My Phoenix side alone made that clear, with then becoming a Lord of the Forest for the Dryads deepened that connection. As for Harry, we could feel his magic being bolstered as it also changed somewhat, gaining new traits, likely those of the Peveril family. This would need some testing and training, but he did certainly gain an edge with those artifacts. Whoa! He exclaimed as he held the Elder Wand in one hand and the Resurrection Stone in the other, while his cloak took its place on his shoulders. How marvelous! I would very much love to discuss what just happened. Albus spoke with his eyes twinkling in almost childlike excitement. We can compare notes while we have Harry test a few things. He needs to gain a better handle on his abilities before the fighting starts, so I'll be putting him through his paces. I shared with the old man, who joyfully approved as the poor teen blanched from those words. Now come, Harry. To the room of requirement. Many curses were yelled that day as two unmerciful magical titans ran a teen ragged. 199, ch 198 death toll rings the beginning. Harry's acceptance of becoming the Master of Death was truly fascinating. First off, his body was being constantly nourished by the three artifacts, resulting in him truly undergoing a proper third maturity, officially reaching the levels of Albus and Tom, even if just the beginnings of it and not matching them in experience or knowledge. It was truly a nice boon, even if it resulted in a Spartan training camp inside the room of requirement while using time turners to regain proper control of his magic. Next was that Harry gained some new affinities due to magical energy being related to death influencing his system. It was somewhat a double-edged sword due to what exactly influenced him, resulting in curses and the likes relating to death becoming easier for Harry to cast and learn, especially with Tom's knowledge and experience helping in the background thanks to absorbing everything when he was cleansed. On the upside, illusions, apparition, poisons and even enchantments have shown noticeable improvements. The only thing which stopped the teen from actually receiving real downsides was that his magic was leaning heavily towards things like life and light before, thanks to his mother's sacrifice, training, wand and natural affinities in regards to magic in general, hence why the Patronus charm was something he could excel in originally and why he wasn't too affected by the possible negative repercussions of his childhood, the semi-Horcrux and dark magic being used on him. Now the real annoyance was that the Elder Wand really wasn't a fan of my white magic. Like when Dumbledore tried to use it when fighting Tom, the results were underpowered and even somewhat harmful to the wand itself due to just how incompatible the magic was with the core and death. So to counter this, we had to get creative. Thus, while Harry was undergoing his Spartan boot camp, he was being taught a whole new way of dueling, dual wielding. With Harry as he was, and due to his age and lack of experience and knowledge, no matter what kind of edge he gained to help him catch up, he was still behind Tom and Albus, with white magic being his only absolute advantage against the former. But the Elder Wand was not working with him on this, so we decided to have him keep his Phoenix Core Wand for his main while using the Elder as support. Mainly for incredibly powerful shields, support spells, and off-handed attacks. A difficult feat, but it wasn't like Harry hadn't received training to use a wand with his left hand before, it being stupid to think one's main arm would never be indisposed since it is a fantastic tactic to use against others. He just needed to get used to alternating where his magic would flow and find a proper combat rhythm. Now, this wasn't the first time someone attempted the feat of dual-wielding wands. Many duelists, lords, dark or otherwise, academics and unspeakables, or their counterparts, have tried to do so in the past. Hell, wand makers were also very curious, as more than one wand can match a person, so why can't they use two at once? The main reason lies in the semi-sentient nature of wands. Essentially, they don't like to share, even if they can tolerate someone having backups. From what we could tell, a Peveril-bounded Elder Wand seemed to be the only exception simply due to its ephemeral nature. It doesn't care about other wands as long as it is used by its bounded wielder, so it can act as both main or side wand, while Harry's original wand basically acts as the alpha even if it is technically weaker. Fascinating stuff, which we even brought Ollivander in for his expertise, after a series of oaths which he was almost begging to take, as the man looked like he gained the energy of an 8-year-old when he understood what was going on. Overall, a very productive time for the often severely beaten teen, as he was unknowingly a true terror to face on the battlefield due to his unique style, which allowed him to be both aggressive and defensive, especially once he gained more experience. I dare say that once Harry matured some more, he may become the deadliest wand combatant to ever live. Although I wasn't sure if his bonding with the Hallows would reduce or increase his chances at reaching my current level, but I did know that Harry didn't care for such. Harry only cares for his loved ones and craves to have and protect his family, never having truly cared for power beyond being able to stand against those who would do them harm. It's only a horrible coincidence that Tom just so happens to be so powerful and targeting said loved ones, requiring Harry's growth. But now? I would say Harry was almost ready to properly put Tom in his place. His bag of tricks fully tipped the scale in his favor and grew the longer we had. Unfortunately, Tom wouldn't wait much longer. Headmistress's office, June 11th. The Dark Lord has ordered me to act tomorrow. Snape reported as the staff and some order members had gathered for this report, knowing it would be time to fight. The timing, however, was annoying to say the least. Busiest time of the year for all teachers and students, a perfect time for someone to move unseen inside the school, and while most had strained nerves and fatigue building up from either giving, taking, or grading exams. The ministry was usually in a bit of a rush due to many parents wanting time off with the children they could not see during the school year, and lots of preparations for the upsurge of less than responsible magic users unleashed on the UK. Less of a problem for them, but very annoying for us at Hogwarts. Smart though. I see. Dumbledore sighed as he stroked his beard. Many looked with saddened eyes as they realized what it meant for Dumbledore himself. And everything is in place. Yes. The drafts of Living Death are ready, alongside the antidotes and the elves. All children will be portkeyed away once unconscious, while the rest will be given their choice. Snape responded stiffly. It would have been hard for him to conceal the fact that we had prepared for all those who hadn't taken their owls to be taken away from Hogwarts, even if they were in suspended animation. They would be awakened at a separate site for their own safety. Good. Then it seems we must all ready ourselves for our roles. Albus peacefully nodded. I must say, it has been a privilege to have served together with all of you at this fine institution, and that I hope everything ends well without anyone here joining me on the next great adventure too early. That made the atmosphere all too solemn. I've still got a good 200 years minimum of researching and rediscovery, it'll be a while until you see me. I grinned at the old man, who jovially smiled at someone being less gloomy. As it should be. The future is for the young after all. He agreed while taking a lemon drop from his robes. Albus, are you sure you want to do things like this? We can still change the plans. McGonagall hopefully asked. No, Minerva, this is how I wish it to be. He rejected, causing her expression to soften before picking herself up. Fine. Then I'll make sure to send plenty of those bastards with yet. She stated as her Scottish side came out with her fierceness, lighting a fire into the eyes of the more combative professors. No need to worry on an old man's account, but it is appreciated nonetheless. Dumbledore gratefully told everyone, as he did feel touched to see how emotional they were for their goodbye. With the revelation of the coming battle being set, the meeting was adjourned. We all knew far in advance what we had to do, it was just annoying that it was happening now. I simply contacted my forces and our wonderful minister to ready themselves. They were all ready to put the mad dog, Tom Riddle, down for good alongside the rabid animals he calls supporters. All ministries had been warned long ago that any force joining him, pure blood or otherwise, would be put down with lethal force, meaning they had no grounds to pursue Britain for any families suddenly becoming extinct during the coming conflict, as the ICW certified Dark Lord Voldemort as an international terrorist and danger to the statute of secrecy, making anyone assisting him guilty of treason on top of the crimes they would commit, removing any sort of legal protections. And with what I had planned, they will realize all too late that they should have stayed in their own countries. The next day, Great Hall, dinner hours. You know, Aiden, I must say that I am quite pleased with my final day. Dumbledore said as he enthusiastically continued eating every single one of his favorite desserts and sweets. I even managed to say goodbye to Gellert this morning and apologize to Aberforth about everything, making some level of peace with my only family. A good day to die. Better than most get. I agreed, as too few get to resolve the many regrets they can build up in life. My last hope is that Severus doesn't make my death too painful or disfiguring. I'm hoping to leave behind a pretty corpse, you know. He jested while enjoying some sorbet. Or maybe ghost if the situation somehow occurs. I did wear my favorite constellation robes today just in case. Morbid joke, but amusing nonetheless. Thunk. Thunk clatter. Ah, there goes the first few. I noted as students started passing out, much to the confusion and worry of those around them as more and more joined the unconscious. Then I must hurry. I still want to know what card I will get from my chocolate frog. He muttered under my amused gaze, and McGonagall's baffled one as she heard his words. The man was going to die soon and he wanted to get a trading card. Priorities. He was doing it too. Hey. To think of all days, today I would find the last card missing for my collection. Dumbledore revealed with a pleased smile as he passed it over to me. Would you please head to my office later and place it in my collection book? It'll be the only remaining slot available. Sure. I shrugged as I looked down at the card out of curiosity. Albus Perceval Wulfric Brian Dumbledore. Avada Kedavra. Snape suddenly called out, striking Dumbledore with the green light before shooting the dark mark at the Great Hall sky and flying out of the window dramatically before the staff could react and the conscious students began to scream. Underscore 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 un. Author notes. I'm making the Deathly Hallows story more metaphorical, but still with some actual facts in regards to conquering death having a different meaning than the literal due to making the Peverills essentially being centuries ahead of their time in researching the concept of death in enchantment, alchemy, and crafting. Kind of how the Unspeakables research broader concepts, and the three brothers just so happened to create something unique and powerful, possibly unrecreatable, somewhat in the same vein as the Philosopher's Stone really. The synergetic aspect and Peveril bloodline is mostly something I threw in for fun and to make the whole Master of Death thing have actual weight in a world of magic, plus the fact that three brothers created three incredibly powerful artifacts around the same time had to have had some correlation to each other, so not too far-fetched. Not adding bloodline protections or benefits would be stupid too, especially in earlier days, with its creator being a prime example as to why. It was just a convenient way of giving Harry a last power boost in the power he knows not category, then I just went all out by making him a dual-wielding wizard of life and death. Might as well have some fun. 200, ch 199 Dark Lord cometh. Quiet. Headmistress McGonagall ordered as she reined in her sadness at the corpse of her longtime friend and mentor I was positioning like he had simply gone to sleep in his chair. At least he got what he wanted, a pretty corpse. Even his beard was still immaculate. Fawkes did show up a moment later, singing his mournful tune as he flew around the Great Hall, aiding to sober up the panicking students before Sol came to join and console the poor bird. He would have flamed in front of that attack if Dumbledore hadn't requested him not to, resulting in a minor argument between man and bird for a while until Fawkes understood that the man wanted to die at this point. He was more than ready. The poor phoenix just needed some time. Teachers, begin war preparations and handle the students. The woman swiftly ordered. The time to mourn would be after they dealt with Tom, just like how Dumbledore wanted with his death. Professor Bones, you will be coming with me to my office. She then said, earning me a raised eyebrow as this was a deviation in the general plan. I simply nodded. Tickled dragon. The headmistress shouted, causing the vast majority of students to disappear due to their port keys, surprising many and worrying a good deal in Slytherin as some had looked rather smug due to Albus' assassination. But now they worried that they had been taken hostage from my surface sweeps of their minds. Following after her, I gestured to Fawkes to take Albus' corpse away as we left, hearing the bird do so as the other professors began explaining the situation to the remaining older students. Honestly though, for a decent number in Slytherin this was going to essentially be a way to preemptively stop them from causing any harm to others as Tori had gotten me to actually drug a few known Tom loyalists with some bruise I wasn't going to question so they can have them by the balls. Headmistress, I am slightly confused as to why you've pulled me aside. I said as we walked out the Great Hall with a clipped pace. Albus requested a few things from me when I took over as headmistress for the coming conflict, knowing that we would need every advantage that we could gain to protect this school and the remaining children. She spoke with a hard edge as she was currently suppressing her grief. One of these was in relation to the wartime wards and the powers they grant the headmaster/mistress. Hey! Sounds like the man to make some additional plans. I responded after a moment's thought. It was completely in his nature to make plans outside of what he told me. Yes, it does. McGonagall smirked slightly as we reached her office. Now this particular plan was made so that we could strengthen Hogwarts' most powerful defender. After all, there are more reasons as to why no one has ever conquered Hogwarts in 1,000 years beyond its wards. According to our Grey Lady and the dragon representing the war defenses, Hogwarts empowers its head, usually because we are the strongest, most skilled, or knowledgeable witches/wizards in the school, allowing us to match possibly stronger foes with the power granted by the ley lines. It is why we swear oaths and even bind our blood to Hogwarts, allowing us our benefits and control within the school. Impressed, whistling, neat stuff. I honestly complimented as it was a fascinating use of the power thrumming through Hogwarts. Quite. But right now, her most powerful defender is not myself, but you, Professor Bones. She simply stated, which did form an easily solved puzzle. Now that sounds like it would be overkill, headmistress. I chuckled at the thought of me being empowered by Hogwarts' 3 ley lines. Might not even need our other preparations. If you are willing, of course. The headmistress softly spoke, as we both knew what I would need to do with this power and the burdens which would come with them. You will be sworn in as Hogwarts Guardian. Something not done since a Dark Lady Blight tried to take Hogwarts through her magical plagues in the 1400s, requiring us to call a French witch for aid as that era's guardian due to her near-miraculous healing abilities countering her. That would explain the event being conveniently left out of many history books. Had to call a French woman. I found that little tidbit rather amusing as McGonagall rolled her eyes. Let me guess, she was Muggle-born too. Conveniently, it doesn't say, but no family name was mentioned either, so given the times it is a fair assumption. She nodded easily as she apparently either didn't know what I was hinting at or the woman I was thinking of just wasn't as big a deal in the magical world. Regardless, are you willing to take up the mantle of Hogwarts Guardian until this crisis is over? I'd be delighted. I answered with a savage grin. McGonagall was mirroring as she knew very well what I had planned before, but now I was going to go biblical of Tom's forces and she couldn't wait for some payback. Former Malfoy Manor. After the death of Lucius, the head of House Malfoy became Draco, the boy never having been fully removed from the house and only removed as heir initially, but it went to him regardless due to being the only Malfoy anyway. The teen basically abandoned the dreary manor filled with now many unpleasant memories, leaving it for Tom and his ilk to enjoy while he and his mother basked in the warmer climates of Spain and enjoyed their ancestral lands in France while he wasn't at Hogwarts. Tom had them taken it over and proceeded to completely bring down all previous defenses and remade the manor into his personal fortress, made incredibly deadly to assault or infiltrate due to his severely increased paranoia. Something the loss of most of his Horcrux certainly didn't help. One of the upsides was that his followers had enough house elves to maintain the manor pristinely, making it at least secure and worthy of him. An important aspect now that he had to control himself in order to keep his new allies. He couldn't act as he did against his branded followers because it would instantly turn many important houses against him, something which would in turn further increase the hardships he would face in his crusade. Severus, is it done? Voldemort asked his last truly faithful follower. Yes, my lord. The potion master bowed without a hint of emotion. The old fool is dead. Killed while eating sweets in front of all who supported him, like the senile man deserved. The rest should be of no trouble with the draft of living death inside them. Unfortunately, I could not poison or kill the other professors. That is no concern, Severus. You have done your duties well and shall be rewarded once we take Hogwarts. The Dark Lord sinisterly smiled at the news. For now, we strike as planned. Send out word to our forces. We strike at Hogwarts tonight before anyone can counter our initial move. As you command. Snape intoned, taking his leave. He had done his part. His final act as a performer on this stage set by Dumbledore. And it was time for him to leave it. We shall meet you on the battlefield. A heavy Russian voice stated as a powerfully built man with graying brown hair and beard stood from his seat. A member of the magical powers ruling the Russian underworld, this man was sent with others to witness if Voldemort was truly worth following as the next force to storm Europe. They had sided with Grindelwald in the past and had gained much before he finally fell, and now they want to see if this could be repeated, allowing them to spread outside their national bounds. Beside him was a leading member of a very unhappy coalition which had lost tremendous amounts of power and influence after the rise of fortress protection in their respective countries, having used the dark creatures infesting their lands to remain in power for centuries but now having lost all of it as vengeful families and new powers pounced of them. A gaunt man with a rather similar atmosphere to Severus himself due to the greasy black hair, dour demeanor and impassive black eyes. Although he underestimating was foolish, he was spiteful and very knowledgeable in terms of natural potions and murders. Even going so far as to have a team of trained vampires he enjoys sicking on victims for his enjoyment. Voldemort took a risk taking him in after the tensions he built up with the ruling vampire clans, but they were too useful to pass up. Looking at the two departing, he frowned as he did not feel in control of those two groups. Not nearly as much as he would like since they had an annoying level of autonomy and the former could be very dangerous if crossed, even with his confidence in the measures he put in place to secure his life. With the loss of his most dedicated and capable servants, his rage was truly legendary once he discovered Bellatrix's death. Even after he made so many efforts to ensure his survival from the curse she had been suffering, he had to rely on such people to bolster his forces. He needed time to train the lackluster youngsters amongst his people after all, but he did not have the time to spare right now, hence why he had to do so. But soon, he would have access to all the fresh talents he needed now that Dumbledore was out of the way. He simply needed to kill Harry Potter and any who would still try and stand in his way. Scotland, outside of Hogwarts wards, June 12, 8 p.m. All forces are ready, Lord Voldemort. A man reported as he stood, looking down upon his alma mater alongside his precious snake. Behind him stood those he had gathered to his cause, with over 230 magicals under his command. He could say that this was lacking for a full takeover of the British Isles, but once he took Hogwarts, things would fall in place swiftly. He just needed to regain his momentum so others would finally see that he, Lord Voldemort, was to be feared again. That he was strong. And with Dumbledore gone, that he was unstoppable. He might not have the vampires, giants, and werewolves on his side like he had planned, losing much of the vanguard he would have preferred to use, but he would be victorious. Good. Wait for my command before beginning our bombardment. The Dark Lord ordered as he brought his wand up to his throat, an unsaid spell taking effect as he began to speak once more. Hogwart. I have come for you. Underscore 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 un. Author notes. Mostly a bit of an explanation regarding a few things and generally where Tom got new forces after his local followers have pretty much been decimate, or at least the high level or influential have been. I think 230 ISH Magicals is pretty decent considering Hogwarts as a whole should only have around 400 people on average over the last 2 decades. It's certainly a lot less than what I should have been during canon since he has lost all the more disposable forces like werewolves and vampires, but that's why his only option is to attack Hogwarts in the first place. Tom just doesn't have any other plays beyond running away and trying to build up his power over time. Unfortunately, due to his many Horcrux being destroyed, he's pretty much hanging by a thread in the intelligence department, having lost pretty every bit of true cunning and guile he used to have, now only really having power, drive, and fear to push him on. Hence why forces did somewhat join his cause, but not fully committing to it. 201, CH 200 Hogwarts stands ready. Hogwarts Great Hall. Are you all ready? Harry asked his friends who had been part of Aidan's training and still remained at Hogwarts. You got it, mate. We'll show them we mean business if they come anywhere close to the school. Ron responded with a grin. I am simply pleased to see the staff is not going to naively believe those fools in my house would not stab us in the back and actually prepared something for them. Daphne Greengrass smirked at the memory of those who stood against her being easily subdued by the staff and guards no one had actually known were there. Beside Luna who happily greeted them and started sharing treats she saved from dinner, but not many count Luna simply because one can never know exactly what she really knows. But it truly had been a surprise to the rest of them. After the very sudden death of their former headmaster by Severus Snape, and the sudden unconsciousness, and subsequent disappearance, of most 5th years and down, the older students were ready to just completely panic until their new headmistress quieted them before urgently taking her leave with the youngest professor. The other staff members then smoothly explained that this was the headmaster's wish in order to end the Dark Lord's reign once and for all. That Hogwarts was soon to be a battlefield and that all younger students were evacuated, while older students could stay and aid in the Hogwarts inner defenses alongside Ministry forces. A decent number of the graduating Slytherins were obviously nervous as they realized that Hogwarts was far from caught off guard and that this was a trap Dumbledore had willingly used his own death to set, meaning that he was that confident in the defeat of Voldemort that he let himself die. They wanted to leave, but when 24 auras suddenly appeared from under invisibility cloaks and dropped them so they could be taken into protective custody, well that cut off any hopes for Tom Riddle to be forewarned. Most didn't want anything to do with fighting against Death Eaters and Voldemort, but Harry and his friends, alongside a good number of dueling club members decided to stay. Harry knew he couldn't leave regardless due to his own role in the coming fight, Aidan having readied him in regards to being the one who would fight Tom Riddle while everyone else would both support and defend him. The prophecy just said they couldn't live while the other survived, not that Harry had to kill the man alone. They just had to make sure everyone else only acted as support due to no one outside of Aidan having the power to step into the coming fight without becoming a burden for Harry more than a boon. Regardless, as soon as the Slytherin, and other possible traitors, were taken care of by the Aurors, more forces suddenly started coming into the castle, fully armed and ready. Members of the Order of the Phoenix soon followed suit, bringing the equipment each prepared for Harry and his team, no one wanting kids to run around the battlefield in their school uniforms or casual clothes. That was just stupid when you knew a fight was going to happen. Apparently, much to the bemusement of Harry and his close friends, Molly had not been pleased with her children, Harry basically included regardless of what anyone said, all being involved in this and instantly started trying to convince both Ron and Ginny to not stay in the castle. Almost started a fight really, especially with how this wasn't the first time. She had only recently relented, hence why they could talk together. Harry, do you have your map with you? Hermione asked with a thoughtful look. Yeah. Always have it. He answered as he knew better than to question things and just took it out from his pouch, which Amelia gave him to keep a lot of things she decided he would need like potions, port keys, actual knives, enchanted gear, and even backup wands or poisons, not messing around at all with him or Susan who received the same package. Opening it with its handy password, the group soon found themselves shocked at the actual number of people rushing through the castle as they readied for the coming siege. There are to be at least 150 just inside the castle, and Harry knew that a lot more were going to be coming from outside to trap Tom's forces. This wasn't counting the 30 or so students and staff who stayed behind too. How they get so many in without anyone noticing? Ron asked ponderously. Probably before they sealed the secret passages properly, or by hiding them in the unused parts or the castle, maybe on the grounds or Quidditch pitch too. The school is so massive that there are just far too many places to conceal people, especially professionals being aided by the staff and headmistress. Hermione broke down many possibilities. Interesting fact, the roar can connect to hogsheads. Susan hinted with an innocent smile, causing that to click easily. That's smart. Padma Patil, whose twin had actually been amongst those leaving due to how weak she was in anything outside fashion, divination, and astronomy, admitted. That also means they've probably got Hogsmeade secured, with a way to get reinforcements or for it to act as way to get out as long as it isn't compromised. Trust me, it won't be. Susan simply stated as fact, that being enough for their little group. Essentially being the now minister and ex-DMLE head's daughter did give her a lot more insider knowledge. Harry had heard a lot, but he didn't remember Hogsmeade being mentioned, mostly focusing on his own role in Hogwarts. You pups don't have to worry. Amy's got this one so in the bag that they had to expand its space to let her go deeper. Sirius jovially followed up with his trademark grin as he approached the group. But I'm more worried about you kids. This is going to be your first, and hopefully last, real battle, so it's nothing to be ashamed of if you're nervous. While it was a general statement, Sirius did focus much more of Harry and Susan. He wouldn't be able to bear telling his wife if Susan got hurt, and he wouldn't be able to live with himself if he failed his godson again. We're fine, Sirius. We prepared for this. Harry responded with his striking green eyes glowing with confidence. I know, just, don't think this is all or nothing, okay? The older man softly told the teen. Don't take stupid risks or push yourselves too hard. We'll all get you where you need to be, so trust us just like we trust you. And even if we somehow all fail to keep that noseless bastard here, we'll find a way. This isn't all on you after all. Pretty much everyone here has some skin in this game. I got it, Sirius. Harry murmured as he still wasn't completely used to having an adult there to worry and care for him. Thanks. It's what we're here for. The dogfather grinned lovingly and he rubbed the classic Potter messy hair energetically, earning noises of protests he ignored. Now, you kids get some rest, cause depending on how things go this battle may take a while. Don't think I'd be able to sleep even if I wanted to. Harry admitted as he could feel so many emotions rumbling through alongside bursts of both dread and excitement over finally being free of his persistent foe. I was thinking maybe you could have one of these lovely ladies help you, relax. The older man wiggled his eyebrows suggestively as he managed to get the teenagers blushing. I am fine. Harry hurriedly looked away, avoiding meeting the eyes of any female. Hee. I'm gonna want some grand pups one day, so try and pick someone soon. Sirius barked as Harry went for his wand, intent on hexing the man as he ran away in good humor, having succeeded in getting them all less tense. I swear I'm going to hex him into a pink puppy. The teen growled at losing his chance at payback for being embarrassed. Giggle, I'm sure Auntie's going to be more than happy to help you do so. Susan supported as the man could be a menace with his pranks and he needed some humbling. Luckily, Sirius' plan worked as it allowed the teens to relax somewhat, giving their tensed minds a reprieve before the battle while the adults readied everything else. Soon enough, word came down that enemy forces were appearing at the second likeliest location at the same time as behind the castles. The likeliest had been a head-on assault, which was incredibly probable due to Tom's arrogance and now belief in his victory being certain with Dumbledore dead and everyone else incapacitated or a burden, with the second choice being his looking down for the nearest hill to the east of the castle and Great Lake to make himself feel superior. Opinions of Tom were not high after basically analyzing his behavior and tactics in the last war, mainly because they were fear and terror tactics, not real battles. He always came in after his men took down most opposition. If he made the first move, it was pretty much always to bring down defenses so his forces could move in on unsuspecting targets. He always traps and ambushes weaker opponents on top of having superior numbers. These were basically his only methods of attack as he avoids any kind of direct confrontation out of fear of losing outright or having the illusion of his invincibility broken. Because that illusion of absolute power was the only thing truly keeping his side together. Sure, they might infiltrate some places, which isn't that hard when your followers are high-ranking members of the government, but that has always been how Voldemort operated. He's always been a coward who hid being his power, going so far as to create so many Horcrux just to feel safe. That's actually why they've been so secretive and haven't activated the war defenses. They needed to lure the man in before springing the trap or he would flee, hence why Dumbledore's death fully set the bait that is Hogwarts. Hogwarts. I have come for you. A voice hissed all around, causing everyone to momentarily freeze before their expressions hardened and they silently headed towards their assigned positions to reconceal themselves. Only a few squads had been officially assigned to Hogwarts and reported to the man, so they couldn't reveal themselves to the enemy yet. For those still awake, I offer you a chance. Surrender and I shall be merciful. Every drop of magical blood spilled is a waste. I do not wish to harm the future as well. As for those who would join my righteous cause, give me Harry Potter and you shall be greatly rewarded. While many were both outraged and some amused, some still felt fear at the hissing voice surrounding them all regardless. A very kind offer. A much more upbeat voice responded, uplifting the atmosphere before it turned serious. Here's my counter-offer, kill yourself so we don't have to bother. You are a coward, you would not even face his equals in power, choosing to stab them in the back like the cowardly rat you are. Worth less than the mud you claim runs through the veins of so many better than you. As for the rest of you, I give you all this one chance. Leave. If you are being threatened, bribed, are just psychopaths, criminals, or blood purists, I don't care. Leave now and you will be spared. Stay and you shall be shown no mercy as accessories to a man declared an international terrorist and threat to the statute of secrecy by the ICW. This is your first and final warning because Hogwarts stands ready to beat you down as it has dozens of other Dark Lords/ladies in the past. The only answer this response received was of an enraged howl before the Dark Lord's spell was broken. Outside of Hogwarts wards. Hiss, send the ward breakers and begin bombarding. An outraged Voldemort ordered, causing one man to run to the nearby troops and the other to use his flight trick to reach the secondary forces at the back. They would bring down the wards and then he would show them why they should fear him. They will learn to not earn his wrath. 202, CH201 It's a trap. It's just too easy to enrage him. I commented, finished with responding and then breaking that annoying spell of Tom's. I mean, he only made it a mix of whispering and hissing for dramatic effects and it was annoying. Like a constant buzzing in your ear. Sigh, you are no longer a student, Professor Bones. Must you keep antagonizing those you dislike in such a manner? The headmistress questioned as she knew very well my style when it came to those who annoyed me. She had been present for all the years I aggravated Snape with my homework and had witnessed past conflicts against Tom, both Horcrux and otherwise through memories, so it wasn't exactly news to her. Didn't swear or call him names, that's as much as I'm giving up against that cockroach. I smiled in a manner far too similar to Sirius for her comfort as she gave me the McGonagall glare. I just ignored that. Regardless, she let it go, it would seem they have begun moving as predicted. I must admit, I am rather looking forward to being able to enjoy the torment Messrs. Weasley and Weasley can inflict on others without having to be responsible for it. That'll be a bit later. We do need to lure our rat in before we can snap the trap down. I replied as the standard Hogwarts wards were simply the second layer of bait. Tom's tactics were still to send his men in and then come to gloat, torture, or kill a few people in a dramatic way to make himself look fierce or powerful in front of his minions. A coward through and through really, so one needed to reel him in. Do be careful, Mr. Bones. The headmistress requested with a much softer tone. I have lost far too many students to the man and do not wish for my most extraordinary to join that list. Understood, ma'am. I respectfully responded as I went down. As big a coward as Tom was, he was also an egotistical sociopath turned singularly deranged with delusions of godhood due to his immortality. He literally could not turn down a direct challenge to his name from a noteworthy foe simply because it would go against everything he believes about himself and cause fractures to spread anew within his forces regarding his strength. This was especially so when he had just had Dumbledore assassinated and most of the school potioned instead of actually defeating them, making many think that Tom truly had been afraid of the man, even more so after his last defeat. So I will play on his. I had already heavily slighted him multiple times, whether directly from his time as a parasite, or in the cemetery after the third task of the Triwizard Tournament or last year in the Ministry of Magic, or indirectly from obtaining a position he had been denied, being part of Harry's close ones or creating white magic. Now I just needed to goad him into a duel. Hence why he would be going to the main courtyard in front of the school, where the man's cannon counterpart died. Our forces were already positioned and hidden there to kill all the forces Tom would bring with him. He wouldn't go anywhere without people to witness his glory or serve as meat serve, turning it into a killing field. And even if Professor McGonagall had been told of my strength, she had never witnessed it, thus her worrying. Heck, Tori was feeling rather miffed about my plan herself, but she also had complete faith in my capabilities. Just needed to make sure I didn't take any stupid hits and earn I told you so's later. Passing by the still rushing witches and wizards all around, I was feeling rather calm as I headed to the grand finale of this stage I had orchestrated. A decade of preparations to wipe Britain's slate clean and form the proper foundations for a magical renaissance, and it would all come to fruition tonight. Walking out to the courtyard, I looked up at the starry night sky being illuminated by the flashing of hundreds of spells clashing against Hogwarts wards, taking in the magic swirling in the air with a deep breath as I began channeling it, drawing from the castle and forest in preparation for what would come next. Professor, are you okay? A young woman's voice I could identify as Hermione's asked as their group approached, including a somewhat worried Harry and Susan. I am well. More than that actually. I am positively excited. I answered as the absolutely mind-boggling amounts of magic I could feel at the moment was mildly intoxicating. Soon we will be free from all this darkness and hate, and on top of that I'm going to probably perform the grandest feat of magic since Merlin. A good day if there were any. But don't tell Tori about that, she'll twist my words by bringing up our marriage, or any day I'm with her really. That got some amused grins out of the teens. You'll be okay though, right? Susan asked with hopeful eyes. Regardless of the confidence she had in me, the fact remains that Tom and his ilk had left their scars on both her and our mother figure. Scars which would only truly fade when the man responsible for them was dead. Hell, even I felt somewhat irked that I hadn't personally killed Bellatrix after what she had done to my birth parents, but I could be satisfied with causing her intense pain for months on end and ordering her death. I'll be more than fine. I reassured with absolute confidence. Hell, I'm sure Harrykins over here will wipe the floor with him, much less your much better brother. While it did make the black-haired teen huff a bit, it did make Susan giggle slightly. Now all of you better get into position with the others. I ordered, feeling that the current wards would fall soon due to the ward breakers having reached them. Harry, stay close but don't act until I have him properly trapped, okay? I know. He firmly replied as he put on his cloak while the others hurried off to the sides. A cloak which could hide from me and even slip through wards, truly something fit to be part of the Deathly Hallows once properly awakened. The students would be more supplementary in roles, but these ones I had personally trained would help clean up this courtyard which would likely be occupied by the stronger followers Tom still had as he couldn't go anywhere without an honor guard after all. But with a powerful shudder passing through my senses, I was broken out of my thoughts. Looks like they've nearly broken the wards with that last move. I commented for all those around to get ready. Now Tom will deal the final blow to appear powerful. As if right on cue, a powerful beam of magic struck the nearly destroyed wards, dramatically shattering them and leaving Hogwarts undefended. Tom Marvolo Riddle, heir presumptive of House Gaunt I intone through magic, as Lord Bones and professor of this school, I, Aidan Michael Bones, challenge you to a duel. Accept and win, Hogwarts will be yours without struggle. Accept and lose, you will be removed. Should you refuse, you will prove to the world how great a coward you are as you could not even defeat our Transfiguration professor without resorting to underhanded methods. Wow! I can feel the rage and indignation from here. I thought in amusement over how well my message was received. A large portion of Tom's forces actually stopped at the challenge, mainly because a good deal come from older houses who very much respect traditions like this, but the rest wanted to see if their lord was as strong as he claimed after so many setbacks and now being called out by a much younger foe. Only a minority kept moving for a while, but like their master they were bullies by nature, driven to pick on the weak with superior forces until they found themselves lacking them. Right now, Tom had no choice but to accept. He wasn't unchallenged anymore and his semblance of invincibility had been shattered for over a year without anything to prove himself strong since, meaning if he didn't accept he would lose the final shreds of his reputation even before fighting whoever remained in Hogwarts. Tom literally couldn't refuse, especially when so close to his goals either. This was the stick to Hogwarts being the carrot if you will. Looks like I didn't have to wait long as a group of 20 Orgasius shadows flew this way as the rest of the assaulting forces approached in a much calmer fashion, slowly encircling the school. You dare challenge Lord Voldemort? The hairless man almost hissed in rage as he appeared before me with some equally enraged followers and with others looking rather cautiously curious. No. I simply replied with an eye roll. I challenged Tom Marvolo Riddle. Meaning you and not your ridiculous little pseudonym. Now step forward and fight like a wizard or slink back into the shadows to die where no one can trip on your corpse. That stunned quite a few due to just how ballsy it was to say such things to a powerful psychopath, but at this point he was nothing more than a hissing garden snake thanks to him having arrived. You will regret this, boy. Tom spat out with venom dripping from his words as his red eyes glared hatefully. You will learn that our past encounters were but flukes and exactly why I am not to be challenged. Whatever. I dismissively responded with a wave of my hand as a circle appeared around myself to form our arena. Step in and we will begin. A fair and square one-on-one duel to the death. He sneered, stepping in without a second thought, causing a localized ward to appear as soon as he had, sealing those inside from anything until only one remained. What is this? The poor Dark Lord glared as he subtly tried to understand the wards around us. Our arena. I answered. No escapes for you, nor support from your followers. A real one-on-one. It will go down once only a single person remains within. Very dangerous in the wrong hands, but perfect to handle slippery snakes like yourself. I need no aid to defeat you. He coldly stated as he drew his wand. Then you are even more delusional than I know you to be. I simply replied, letting my arms hand loosely at my side. Draw your wand, boy. You desired a duel after all. The barely held together remains of a man commanded as he took his position. I am my wand, Tom. Was the response. He clearly didn't understand if his furrowed brow was any indication, but he didn't care as proper warnings had been made and he had given me a chance, so he struck out with a much darker variant of Conf Ringo, swiftly chained with eyeball ripping and teeth to brain curses, all of which splashed harmlessly against my Protego sanctum. Strong and knowledgeable he might be in the darkest arts still present in this age, I was far beyond him in the former and knew nearly everything he did on top of having created his hard counter. In response, I pointed my index and sent out an instantaneous bolt of golden lighting, forcing him to urgently throw up a shield which could not measure up to its power, sending him slamming into the dueling barrier. Internally scoffing, I tapped my foot to cause multiple stones to rise before transfiguring them into iron spikes with series of runes appearing on them, granting them various add-ons. Simply nodding to send them at the glaring less than half man as he tried to banish them to no avail before quickly dodging at the last moment, earning a very close shave as his left arm received a decent gash. He couldn't banish or alter them simply because my rune scheme wouldn't let him, but I could tell he realized the additional danger of these spikes due to his arm stiffly swinging around with his hectic movements as my spikes either struck the ground or barrier. They weren't really meant to hit him though, just make him run around and to debilitate him somewhat. Sigh, this is just sad. I commented as looked at the man with boredom evident throughout my entire body. I could feel his hatred at being humiliated like this and the fear from his supporters as some were looking to escape and others to try and help their lord win. Seeing this, I knew my little playtime with the man was coming to an end. Avada Kedavra! Tom roared as the bolt of green magic struck out at me, only to become harmless whilst I looked at him with a raised eyebrow, the action causing their side to suddenly freeze as even Tom couldn't believe what he had just seen. Good, now I've made you realize just how badly you fucked up, Tommy boy. I smiled as I took pleasure in his growing fear as he started hurling curses, unforgivables, even charms at me with little success as that fear just grew more and more. Fiend fire. He desperately cast it as rather impressive snake made of cursed fire emerged, only for it to be burnt itself by a burst of my own flames encompassing it in a sphere and closing down on it as they both vanished. That left even Tom trembling slightly as his wand wavered at the sight. That's impossible. The man stuttered in disbelief. Seeing all of his most powerful spells and attacks rendered useless so easily must be terribly taxing to his already incredibly fragile mind. I could see his spirit and the remnants of his sanity shattering as I locked gaze with him and invaded his mind. My part's done. I suddenly smirked. Blue flames erupted around the courtyard at the same time as another ward covered everything else and Hogwarts rumbled as it shifted to its wartime state. What? Tom asked as he couldn't understand what was happening around him, with Harry suddenly revealing himself causing his fear to grow, suddenly checking if his snake was still with his people and feeling mildly relieved that it was the case. He didn't fully grasp that he had just been cut off from his forces because he couldn't see the new walls beyond this courtyard or the massive wards they came with. He was just stuck there trying to comprehend the sudden changes around him. Well Tom, I'm sure we both know who won our little duel already, so I'll be leaving things to my second here. I patted Harry's shoulder as he gave the man responsible for so many of the horrible things which happened to him a predatory grin while palming his two wands. And in case you didn't realize it yet, it's a trap. 203, CH202 Magia Fire. Ministry of Magic, War Room. Inside was a gathering of the British Isles' highest magical military officials, surrounding an interactive map of their upcoming battleground. It was a very, very rarely used room they had to renovate just for this event, but a fitting one. Ma'am. We've received notice that Hogwarts' defenses and wards are up. A middle-aged man in a navy suit announced suddenly. Dark Lord Tom Riddle has been confirmed trapped in the kill zone. Send out the order to begin the operation. Minister Amelia Black barked immediately as she kept her eyes on the names of her kids near the monster she still feared would take one of them away. Her last remaining family was far too close to the monster for her tastes, but she wasn't going to stand by this time. And someone tell that husband of mine to get his tail in gear. I want him with me ASAP so he doesn't almost get himself killed again. She then roared, causing a few to chuckle in schadenfreude as many had heard of the legendary tongue-lashing Sirius Black had received from their minister after her nephew tattled on the man regarding the Department of Mysteries debacle. Hogwarts Command Tent. Hidden from Death Eaters and Tom Riddle, a series of high-end magical tents had been carefully concealed around Hogwarts standard wards, strategically placed at the proper points to hold individual units and protect the 13 ward stones set to complete the trapping of all enemy forces. Each tent held 37 men and women divided into 5 men squads with 1 lieutenant leading them. Said squads were under the purview of a captain and all of them were under the central command of Oliver Gunn with Rufus Scrimgeour, Marion Hawke and Elaine Summers as his seconds due to Fortress actually fielding a larger force than the Ministry as a result of the purges necessary to keep this entire operation under wraps. The command has come in. A scruffy woman with pale blonde hair and noticeable scar on her cheek announced to her commanding officers. Good. You all know what to do. Oliver grunted as a savage smile spread across his face in anticipation. KM. His own order quickly sent, the trio directly under him went out to take command of their respective units for the assault, which did make him somewhat jealous as he really did want to stick it to the Death Eaters directly, but he had gotten plenty of chances in the past and he was essentially directing every hit they would get, so he couldn't really complain. With that, 13 lights burst out from all around Hogwarts, each set at very specific coordinates designated by his own boss to form an incredibly powerful restrictive net. Those Death Eaters, and any who hadn't left when they had the chance, were now out of options since nothing was getting out without a Phoenix or specially designed emergency port KA linked to the ward stones. Also, activate our gifts in the proper quadrants to soften them up before bombardment. The man then ordered with a sadistic gleam in his eyes which caused any who had trained under him to shiver momentarily before sending out said order. Give them no mercy. Outside Hogwarts defenses. The bloody hell is this? A hooded man questioned as he and his less than reputable comrades stared at the suddenly present wall before them. Was never here when I went. Probably some stupid trick. Just blast it out of the way. Another grunt shoved his way forward as he raised his wand. Bombarda Maxima. The bolt of magic flew forward, but unlike what most expected, it bounced off the wall. YAAAARGH** boom. Splatter **. The sudden explosion of a few of their own brought complete silence and stillness to all those who had witnessed it. Readies. A squeaky voice sounded out from above them, breaking the silence as they peered upward to identify the source, but only those further back could make up some shapes. Kill whoever's up there. One yelled, shooting a dark purple spell which proved ineffective against the magical defenses. Aim she's. With that, many became much more nervous and started to shoot everything they could at whatever and whoever seemed to be above the wall as even they knew where this series of words usually lead. A good number were even swiftly preparing defensive spells around a few people, well the smart-ish ones did anyway. The smartest actually tried to leave, but they quickly realized that they couldn't. Fires. The squeaky voice shouted with various sounds coming from above as the magical below stared wide-eyed at the large objects being launched in the air, followed by their downward trajectory towards them. Not being completely foolish, many actually began firing at them, resulting in several hitting said objects and causing them to explode with a variety of effects ranging from outright explosions to lightning and ice blasts, making more desperately attempt to either fire them out of the sky or set defenses against them. Unfortunately for them, their troubles were not wholly aerial in nature. Colorful clouds of smoke started erupting from the grounds just outside the walls of Hogwarts, causing confusion and panic to spread even more as some appeared to be combustible in nature, resulting in grand explosions, while other clouds had varied effects. Aside from the plain dead, dismembered or exploded, several Death Eaters and affiliates were now vomiting profusely, suddenly found themselves completely nude, were assaulting anyone near them in both sexual and non-sexual manners, had been turned into range of small to medium animals, or just generally were causing complete chaos from having their IQs drop, fears heightened and rage bolstered all while new volleys dropped from above. A true testament to just how destructive a pair of pranksters could be. Hogwarts Command Center. You know. I'm really glad those two redheads decided to go into the pranking business. One Minister of Magic commented as she witnessed the carnage being unfolded before herself and her subordinates. It makes me so proud. Her theatrical husband said as he wiped an imaginary tear from his eye. Now people will have more respect for the most honorable of pursuits. Sigh Sirius, just because you're part owner, doesn't mean we should encourage the weaponization of their pranks. One Remus Lupin chided lightly as he still felt some remorse over a number of pranks he had been part of during his youth. You're part owner too, Moony. Sirius countered with a big grin. Plus, I'm not encouraging weaponizing pranks, just pointing out that people should respect the time, effort, and brilliance it takes to create them. I mean, look over there. Tell me anyone else who figured out how to turn burly men into pixies, or have people literally being propelled by rainbows they are farting, and who can have an entire group of magicals dancing the YMCA while being bombarded and crying. And as much as I would very much enjoy sitting down with those two to understand just how they managed some of these feats, I do believe we have other duties to attend to. The former werewolf pointed out as he could admit a sort of professional curiosity. He had been the majority of the brains behind the Marauders after all, meaning he could very much appreciate the ingenuity involved in the grand chaos unleashed below. You two can stop admiring the chaos and get to your positions. We already have several individuals in place to document events and so we can receive memories of everything from multiple angles later. Oliver Gunn informed the mostly reformed pranksters dryly. He would never admit to the more immature man, meaning his boss stepfather through second-hand adoption, but he too thanked Merlin that those two Weasley boys had been encouraged to follow their passions and hadn't turned their obviously dangerous minds to darker uses. No one would be ready for a pair of wizards who can somehow make men belch crossbow bolts. I thought my mission was to sit on my tail and not run in front of killing curses. Sirius pouted with some indignation over that battle he had severely lost. He wanted to be protecting his now overpowered godson, no matter how badly he got handled by the team last time they trained together. It was his Merlin be damned duty. Unfortunately, being the husband of his particularly badass wife did come with some drawbacks. Indeed it is my good Padfoot. Remus confirmed with a teasing grin. And my job is to ensure that. I even brought treats. The fact that the former werewolf brought out a baggie filled with both human and dog treats was enough to make some of those around the fail to hold back snorts of amusement as the still somewhat infamous dog Animagus wanted to glare at his closest friend, but most could spy the actual interest in his eyes. "Are those from Tilly?" he quietly asked. "Yes." His wife answered for Remus with an amused grin before patting his head like he was currently in his canine form, causing an involuntary shudder to pass through him as she hit just the right spots as she took the treats. "And if you're a good boy, you can have them all." Ignoring the mild snickering around him with practiced ease, Sirius decided to lay the charms on his beloved Minister of Magic. "But Amy, you love when I'm being a bad boy," he huskily growled in her ear, knowing full well just what kind of roles they had in this relationship, sneakily moving his hands down her arms as he felt her minute shivers. "And after today, I can finally show you just how bad I can be by forcing the illustrious Minister of Magic to stay home for a few days due to the needs of bloodline continuation." The now awkward men and heated women around the command center couldn't believe what they were seeing as one of the arguably most dashing and roguish lords in Britain was putting the moves on his wife, and it was working. As awkward as they felt, most men took internal notes on the master class before them. But then, well, Sirius had to be serious. Reaching lower, he grasped his target and took it with a gleeful smile. "Yes. I got Tilly's treats." He cheered as the mood completely shattered, causing everyone to freeze at the absurdity before them. "Merlin be with you, Padfoot." Remus prayed for his friend under his breath as he observed the now very cold Amelia Black deploying her very intimidating glare developed over decades of dealing with Britain's worst and most corrupt. "Hat? Say something, Moony? You jealous?" the Chosen One's dog father taunted. "Black. Stop being an idiot," Amelia commanded, causing him to automatically straighten his spine and stand in attention on instinct. He was a married man. He had long ago been trained by his very commanding wife to react in certain ways. It was why she did usually run in things in the bedroom too. But that's a bit personal. "Let's go. The real fireworks are about to start and I want to be thorough in sending those Russian bastards a message." The annoyed woman told everyone. "We don't accept the so-called old ways anymore." She needed to hurt some things right now. Astronomy Tower. "Mate, I feel like this is overkill at this point," Christian murmured as the three males of their little group watched over the happenings below and outside the castle defenses as house elves, the now animated armors of Hogwarts and Aurors were ripping apart Tom's forces while the man was being stymied by their junior in the kill box. "Won't even need to use the critters I brought using Mr. Commander's style of expanded suitcase, the centaurs, werewolves, or the back we had set up. Better this way," James solemnly said as the gentlest amongst them did look saddened at the deaths happening due to hatred and greed. It was hard enough to convince Fleur to not come without insulting her, so me saying that things went off without a hitch and even I didn't get to fight will do me good. Ha! Fair enough. My folks'll be relieved too. Plus Luna's safe with them and her father. The wilder young man agreed that it was difficult to convince those who cared for them and vice versa to not risk themselves unnecessarily in case the unthinkable could occur. No chances had been taken today as things would end today. "I just feel that our friend is fortunate." Tori was satisfied acting as a healer and left it at that. He then smirked as they looked at their seemingly ethereal friend as immense amounts of magic flowed through and around him whilst closing his eyes to focus. Aiden did have the most to lose if things went wrong today. His adoptive mother and aunt was here with her husband. His sister was adamant in standing with Harry, essentially his adopted brother, and the students. His wife was working as a field medic. Closest friends all here and now with a daughter waiting at home for her new parents. So seeing him so serious as the two guarded him, alongside some of his most trusted and elite forces inside the tower, was understandable. But the sheer power he was currently radiating was extraordinary in its own right. "Aiden, looks like ministerial forces have begun supplementing the bombardment," James informed their silver-haired friend, causing him to open his eyes, literally emitting pale blue magical energy. "Good." Aiden calmly answered back. "They're also staying within their perimeter. That means I can end this." After messing with Tom, he positioned himself here for a better grasp of his surroundings for what he was about to do. Magia fire. With a simple word. And it made it seem as if the world around them was consumed in purple flames as they shot out in enormous streams from Aiden's hands. This was a flame he had refined as the balance between the darkest and brightest magical fires in existence. A flame which consumed magic but did no harm to physical matter. A masterpiece which would be the tool for the greatest punishment any pure blood could suffer. Because it could consume the magic within a person, turning them into non-magicals. Obviously it wasn't something he would ever share with others. The dangers this fire represented could have him literally be hunted down by all magical beings on the planet, hence why he was prepared to make an unbreakable vow in front of the ICW regarding it, if necessary. But for now, it would allow him to inflict a punishment worse than death without causing a full massacre of the remaining attackers and give the powers that be a chance of obtaining a lot of information from those present to use against criminals, dark families and other governments. A brilliant stroke for the current administration which just so happens to be led by his adoptive mother. So at a sweeping gesture, Aiden sent his magic earring flames downward in a spiral around the castle, forming a veritable hurricane of fire to wrap around Hogwarts' defenses as he made sure to carefully make sure it did not eat into their own defenses while not reaching ministerial forces. To all those witnessing them on the side of the defenders, it inspired absolute awe at the mind-boggling feat of magic on display before them. For the others, they felt despair and disbelief as even Tom could not comprehend the power on display. In a single move, all those on the side of the Dark Lord finally realized just how badly they lost. 204, ch 203 Mort. Hogwarts courtyard, a few moments after Aiden left. Take them down. The deep masculine voice of one Kingsley Shacklebolt ordered as spells flew in a concentrated assault towards the gathered upper echelon of Tom Riddle's forces. The utter loss and confusion this caused to all those beyond the most adept in combat or possessing the best instincts resulted in at least 24 being downed in the first volley of spells as they scrambled for cover, almost trampling over each other in the face of a well-coordinated ambush of this level. There was little to no cooperation amongst them, only survival of the fittest. Many tried to apparate out, thinking that the Hogwarts wards were down, but that proved impossible, with others attempting to employ Tom's self-created means of flight, to no avail as Aiden wove countermeasures against such into the additional wards he created for this assault. Knowing what Tom knew had its advantages, plus he didn't want air superiority to belong to the enemy or allow an easy means of escape. They chose to stay and fight in order to capture children to threaten magical Britain with. All those who decided to do so after his offer of mercy would not have an easy out. Harry himself couldn't help but feel his lips quirk up at personally witnessing the feared, darkest wizard of all times being caught so flat-footed. He looked so confused, as if he couldn't understand what was going on. Like he couldn't believe this was all a trap built on his ego. Not so great being on the receiving end, is it, Tom? The teen snorted, causing the Dark Lord's head to whip in his direction. When you aren't the one with the advantage in numbers. When you aren't the one ambushing or attacking from the dark. When you're fighting people actually worth a damn with a wand instead of scared children, the elderly or the sheep that call themselves witches and wizards. Oops, I forgot, you don't ambush with overwhelming numbers when it comes to the elderly, you have them assassinated. The look of rage as Tom caught on to what Harry was insinuating was so satisfying for the young man. Over the years, Tom had been the one in a position of power. He was fully grown and had access to a professor during his first year, even if far from his full strength. Just the physical disadvantages a young, malnourished, scrawny boy with little to no actual magical training and physical skills were huge. Although not technically a person, the Horcrux teen Riddle maid not only had secrecy and dozens of dark spells and curses protecting him so very few things could have actually harmed or destroyed him at the time, he also had a 1000-year-old basilisk which could probably eat an elephant, so 12-year-old, still not in the best shape and without any real degree of magic, Harry really wasn't the one with the best odds. And then at 14, he found himself whisked away at the end of a living maze filled with what Hagrid would call misunderstood creatures and dementors, dropped in the middle of a ritual after getting caught off guard by a booby-trapped cup, used as part of a ritual, bleeding, then surrounded and attacked while down by a newly returned Dark Lord, so again, no great odds. Luckily, Harry had managed to avoid direct confrontations at 13 and 15 thanks to various factors and other situations, but today, nearing his 17th birthday, he stood before the man who ruined his, and so many others, life and had attempted to kill him ever since he was a babe. And boy did it feel great to not fear him anymore. To look at him with confidence that not only he would make it through this battle, but that his friends and even the family he managed to obtain were here to help him overcome the evil which plagued his life. Armed and prepared to fight, even if his opponent was more experienced and knowledgeable with magic, plus possibly enhanced with whatever ritual he could implement. I do not know what sort of trickery the Bones boy pulled, but it will not save you, Harry Potter. Voldemort venomously growled as he tried to regain composure after the humiliating show he had put on against his previous opponent. Would you be madder if I just said Aiden's better than you in magic and he got to stay good looking? Harry mocked with a purposefully irritating smile Sirius would beam with pride at. He even got to keep his nose. What could he say? He had learnt well that people like Tom might be more dangerous to most whilst angered, but for those on his level? It was a death wish to lose oneself in anger as they fought. Especially within a secured arena, stopping the madman from lashing out or using others to his advantage. Harry was explained how this battlefield of theirs worked, with Aiden only leaving because he was technically classified as the referee. Even then he had pushed the limits of what the magic would allow by softening the Dark Lord a bit. So now, it would just be he and Tom until one was disabled or dead. Well, there was the backup plan, but that was something Harry was going to make sure wasn't needed. Thus, with both wands in hand, Harry readied himself for this destined fight. 2 wands will not save you from the torment you will endure as I make you, and all those who defied me, beg for death. Tom coldly promised as he raised his own. I will enjoy making you watch as I do so. You've already lost, Tom. The teen replied solemnly. You just haven't figured it out yet. Not hesitating, Harry struck out first with the Elder Wand to get his rhythm started with a debilitating little number Fred and George actually created. Flash. Because as soon as someone tries to block it, well, the image of a naked troll is kind of cursed onto the blocker's eyes for half a minute, which Tom did do with a casual sneer. So now he was trying to blink that away as Harry launched his real attacks. The first blow was to take advantage of his foe's obvious arrogance and dismissal, but now it was time to break out spells that made the Blacks a feared name in his own family and established one which allowed a teenage, and early 20s, James Potter to be so skilled that he became an animagus and could reliably fight against Tom and his forces to have his son become eligible for a prophecy. Using his true wand, he conjured a set of charging stags before smoothly transitioning over to the Elder Wand to loosen the ground beneath his opponent's feet and around him for future ammunition. Although this wasn't nearly enough to disparage the experienced Dark Lord as he powered through the annoyance of the first jinx, sensing magic being cast around him, then formed a flaming whip from his wand to use to slash at the charging stags, killing one but only cutting one of the other's antlers due to momentarily having his aim thrown off by Harry's second spell. Not disturbed at all due to being a magical construct, the stag charged onward, forcing Tom to dodge due to just not having enough time to really destroy it properly, but his movements were hampered by the loose stones beneath his feet, resulting some of his robe being snagged by the stag's remaining antler. Good for Harry as he sent out a nasty immolation curse at the robes, followed by a blasting one at the Dark Lord's feet as he appeared to be in danger of being dragged off by the conjured animal. Surprisingly, Tom actually jumped backwards with the charging beast, using its momentum to get out of his second spell's reach while blocking the first in a smooth motion to cut the part of his robes currently snagged in antlers. Unwilling to just let the Snake Man get out so easily, Harry switched over to the grey area of transfiguration, his dad's field of interest, which he had a certain amount of natural talent which his new family had helped polish, and charms, one of his mum's fields that Harry actually had a much better inclination towards. He did cast a corporal patroness as a teen and had quite the ability to grasp spells and their uses, hence why he was so good in Dada as well. Thus came what would arguably be his real favorite branch of magic due to just how it uses charms and transfiguration, elemental magic. Ice lances were quickly conjured and banished towards his target from above as he formed spears of stone from below, setting a two-pronged attack as Tom's feet touched the ground, having destroyed the second stag properly whilst doing so and sending a blast of magical energy to shatter the incoming pointy elemental attacks expertly. This was something Harry predicted, however, knowing all too well that any kind of defense from Tom's previous positioning would leave an opening he could exploit. An exploit he did with a shortened version of the first actual transfiguration first years learn at Hogwarts, how to make a needle. With a mildly dark grin, Harry caught the fragments of ice and stone and turned them all into needles before banishing them anew whilst Tom worked on reining back in his magic after using it outwardly for defense. In response, Voldemort did something rather interesting. He used his over-the-top robes to actually minimize the amount of needles properly reaching him as if it was somewhat alive, but the numbers weren't possible to fully block without a proper magical shield. Just as Harry wanted, now grinning ferociously, he leveled the Elder Wand. Foolman Maxima! With a near whisper, Harry let loose a near-blindingly and deafeningly powerful bolt of pure lightning from the legendary wand. He had been ready. This had become one of his favorite spells alongside the Patroness Charm. His most powerful offensive magic, and Voldemort was basically a lightning rod thanks to the metal's needles he was currently sporting. Plus, when they didn't expect it, the incredibly loud noise and flash of light were perfect to disorient the enemy, with the only downside being the high power cost mild double edge with allies possibly falling prey to the light and noise, plus some other possible hazards around conductive areas and water, but those didn't matter right now. The deathmatch ward they were in prevented those from being an issue. The speed of the attack didn't allow for any kind of effective defense and even the movement Voldemort had managed was minimal as the lightning bolt followed him thanks to the numerous needles and Harry's intent. Boom! Flying backwards and slamming into the wards, Voldemort was barely able to let out a groan of pain as his heavily charred body dropped on the ground unceremoniously from the masterful series of unrelenting strikes by Harry. The teen in question could hardly believe it. It felt so unreal to have done that to a man so many considered unstoppable. Liberating even. Breaking out of his reverie as scoldings and voices ranging from Bones' family members to Moody rang in his head, causing his to summon Tom's wand, it having fallen from his grasp thanks to the vast amounts of electricity which went into the man. He should be dead, but his extremely ritualized shell of a body was good for something, plus he wouldn't really die until his snake went. Speaking of which, he carefully looked around to find Ron actually being the one doing it, casting Aiden's phoenix flames to burn the wretched thing to ash as it trashed around from what was likely to be immensely painful. It was possibly the most stepped being beyond Tom when it came to the dark arts, so it was going to be painful. Ron, having immense respect for Aiden, has put a lot of effort into learning white magic, especially its more combative aspects, but Harry was just proud of how far his friend had come as he did a quick check to find his other friends and fellow students all still alive and mostly unarmed. Then, as if everything was synchronized, a giant maelstrom of purple flames surrounded Hogwarts protectively, causing pretty much everyone to stop in awe or terror, generally depending on whose side they were on. Harry couldn't help but ruefully smile as he remembered Aiden's words regarding this being the largest scale magic since Merlin, and he could believe it. It was somewhat humbling to know someone that strong was out there after having beaten his largest demon, and reassuring knowing that it was someone akin to family. The teen could also understand why Professor Dumbledore was okay with using his life to achieve this moment. Cough cough. Heavy coughing and rasping brought his attention back to the smoking, and now rapidly falling apart body of the soon-to-be former Dark Lord. I'm impossible. Tom wheezed as he looked at his hand scattering like ash. You're done, Tom. Harry firmly informed him. Nagini was the last of your Horcrux. As soon as she died, you became mortal again, and that was the only thing holding you together even before I blasted you. Now, it's over. A look of realization soon came over the man, then replaced with growing fear and horror as his facade of invincibility was fully shattered, leaving only the madman obsessed with escaping death. No. He tried to stand and deny it after a few moments, but his legs broke apart in the effort, forcing him to stay on the ground as the ward around them collapsed and the ministerial and student forces watched on after their victory over the Death Eaters, witnessing the dying gasps of a man whom they all feared slowly vanish. I am Voldemort. I am immortal. Invincible. I am dead. Harry interrupted with a blasting curse, scattering into dust with finality. A few moments of silence followed before everyone erupted into cheers of victory, relief, and happiness, with many rushing to Harry to bask in the triumph over Dark Lord Voldemort. As for Harry, he finally felt truly free, and tears of so many emotions spilled out of his eyes for the first time in a long time as he hugged his closest friends. 205, CH 204. It's over. Astronomy Tower. So, everything good? Christian asked as our trio finished up, letting me catch my breath a little as we looked down at the celebrating courtyard with fond smiles. I had just pulled off my largest piece of magic yet after all, I needed a breather before heading down into the frenzy. Yet. Just got a notice from Gun in our awesome minster that they've started taking in all those still alive and as we can see, the fight in the courtyard is done. I proudly answered. I knew full well that there would be at least some casualties, either full or just injured, but today had been a tremendous victory. Then I do believe we have some wonderful ladies to inform, then receiving punishments from, followed by much making up to. James knowingly pointed out as we all knew having our love interests out of harm's way was still going to bite us in the arse somehow, but we would take it like men. I already had a very nice magical cruise through the Kunlun Mountains and ancient rivers of China set up to visit their magical communities as a family. Luxurious, high class, with plenty of opportunities to learn about a completely different medical system. Perfect for a certain noble healer. I wasn't a fool to not prepare something like this after all. I'm just glad it's over. Christian sighed before smiling dopily. Now I can finally propose to Luna properly. Attaboy. Good thing you didn't say anything about it during or before the battle or you'd be dead too. I jokingly cheered as I thought about those movie clichés. Ha! I know, right? Did it on purpose. My wild friend grinned. Then let us go. I too wish to return to my lady. James smoothly urged as we began heading down. It was going to be a hell of a celebration in the Great Hall tonight and we didn't want to miss it. Good thing the place could expand as needed. Walking down, I signaled to those stationed inside the Tower of our Victory, letting them know that they could head down after a sweep to make absolutely sure no enemy had sneaked off somehow to possibly cause a tragedy on this auspicious day. I quickly split off from there to go aid my wife in her efforts in the infirmary. She may be the better healer by quite a decent margin now, but I was still far from incompetent in the art. With so many foreign, and also pure blood, magicals attacking, there are bound to have been spells and curses thrown around which no one had counters or fixes for, hence my value. Arriving at the infirmary, I counted just over 24 being fussed over by the 15 healers we had on standby, with the possibility that others had been taken to St. Mungo's due to not having enough space or hands. None looked too urgent, beyond the one my wife was scowling at as she and her 2 assistants worked intently on him. With a quick look, I noticed that he was being affected by a rather nasty-looking transformation curse which slowly ground the bones and muscles of the cursed to torture them and render them unable to fight unless the proper counter curse is applied. A favorite of boghags and old witch covens. Luckily for this man, Tori didn't need the specific counter curse for this version and could just bypass the annoying part, allowing to fix the limb in question by vanishing the destroyed bones, fixing the placements of the muscles, nerves, and veins while numbed, then have the bones regrow properly. Should have not applied the damn numbing charm. She groused at the man as he twinged in pain, obviously his wife skimped out of the charm a bit. Idiot not taking a downed criminal's wand or checking for a backup. That would explain it. An Auror should know better. Good news is that these should be your last patients for the day. I spoke over her shoulder as I observed her work. We've won. Like there was any doubt. She snorted without looking away. You wouldn't have let anything up to chance. You have far too much Slytherin in you to do so. It's part of why I married you. You aren't a total Ravenclaw. Harsh. I'll have you know I'm the most Ravenclaw. Best feathers around over cold scales. I fake preened as she rolled her eyes from my grin. Anyway, need any assistance? Huff, go make sure those idiots working on Aurora Folly don't accidentally get themselves cursed. She gestured with a short head tilt. Whatever he received likes to hop hosts. Got it. I immediately agreed. Let's make sure to hurry though, I want to go back home to our daughter. So do I. Victoria softly spoke. And then we can take that vacation you promised and get out of this lousy weather. I expect luxury, mister. As you command. I jokingly replied as we smiled and got to work. The rest of the night was mostly a blur of relief and celebrations as Hogwarts was turned into a giant feasting hall once the younger students were called back to join in. Minster Black went on the wizarding radio to announce Tom's death and the capture or end of all forces which had accompanied him on his assault on Hogwarts. Special, pre-prepared, editions of both the Prophet and Herald were already on their way to the public to let those without or not listening to a radio know of his true end. Everyone involved had been certain of their victory, just not the cost, which was turning out to be incredibly cheap all things considered. Their forces were just far too prepared and the ambush had been flawless. Once it hit, Tom's forces just didn't have any chances. By the morning, everyone in Britain, and important figures in other European magical governments and ICW, knew that the threat of Dark Lord Tom Riddle having officially passed. For good this time, with an unfortunate Harry being reported as having been the one to officially beaten the Dark Lord, being dubbed the man who conquered by one radio host, which did, much to his dread, catch on soon after. That was amusing to read about as Tori, Little Delphini and I swiftly left the British Isles to avoid all the annoyances which would occur and all the brown-nosing which Harry and Mother were going to be dealing with as two of the main forces involved in this matter. Something I know for a fact said Mother figure was not happy about due to not being allowed follow my example, leaving her to deal with magical stupidity and the fair number of non-magicals having to be obliviated due to fools celebrating too much. I wasn't so cruel as to leave her hanging dry though, having long since organized my people to help handle the fallout of what Tom's death would mean, alongside the death/capture of so many prominent lords and Albus Dumbledore. Knowing that, I had also left a strong recommendation for Sirius to use a pre-organized vacation for Harry and his friends to escape the wizarding world for some time, evading much of the fervor in which they would attempt to set them up as leading figures like they had for Dumbledore in the past. It was why I had left so soon after all. My own name was already making rounds as the one responsible for the enormous firestorm which engulfed Hogwarts protectively. It also brought to light my ability to actually burn away the magic inside magicals, causing many to grow incredibly fearful and many others to want to cram me into the gaps left by the recently deceased Albus Dumbledore as another coming of Merlin. I did show up for his funeral, which was a wonderful affair due to the great good he had achieved regardless of the many mistakes he had made in his life. Scores of individuals from many races and countries came to show respect for the man and to wish him luck on his next great adventure. It almost turned into a bit of a media nightmare as both myself and Harry had appeared publicly, but some very stern warnings from the on-site security held them at bay. Those images of me with soul certainly didn't help my comparison to the recently deceased man though. But that just meant our vacation had been extended until the next school year. Hogwarts having essentially let its students out early for the year due to the attack, only having Owl and Newt students remain for their testing. By the time we had returned, much of the aftermath had been settled, although they had waited for our return before holding an award ceremony which did involve the illustrious Minster threatening me into attending, which was very uncomfortable for Harry as he never felt okay with being in public like that. Once that was done, well, things started getting back to normal really. Tori went back to SD Mungo's to work some shorter shifts, wanting to spend more time with our daughter. I accepted to stay as the Dada professor and aid the restructuring of Hogwarts as Headmistress McGonagall really wanted to revitalize the school now that the Board of Governors wouldn't be an issue and the Ministry would fully support her efforts. This meant not only finding new professors to fill out the Transfiguration and Potion posts, Severus Snape having been found not guilty of Dumbledore's death thanks to many witnesses coming forward to state that it was by the man's own order and the will itself stating as such, although he had no desire to teach in the first place, only doing so at the former headmaster's behest. He was actually welcomed into breaking grounds, feeling incredibly satisfied with where he now was. To assist a bit, I did organize for a few suitable potion masters from the company to come teach at various levels, allowing them to spot up incoming talents in the field while lessening any workload by dividing it up. Minerva brought in a Transfiguration master she had been a long-time friend and correspondent to in order to fill in the role in that department. A grand change supported by most of the staff was the reforming of the apprenticeship system which allowed for professors to bring in assistants for their work while helping them attain masteries in exchange, lessening everyone's workload while also aiding in monitoring students. An effort supported by the Ministry to elevate the level of magicals in the Isles instead of being cheap, helping make up for the numbers lost over the last few decades and the less than ideal education received as a result. It would take a few years, but under Headmistress McGonagall's guidance, many classes returned to Hogwarts to truly help students prepare for their futures, while out-of-date ones were revamped and teachers like Binns and Trelawney were either forced out or to improve. A truly wonderful means of actually bringing about a better future by improving the next generation, something I did throw my full weight behind. Outside of school, my own friends did get married. James wed Fleur a few short months after the Battle of Hogwarts, the two opening their own shop with a focus on enchanting and magical creations soon after. It quickly became a well-established name in France thanks to my friend's incredible skills, craftsmanship, and innovations, whilst his beautiful wife truly had a flair for her own style of enchanting and rune work. The two even popped out their first child, a son they named Jacob, with myself as godfather, a year and a half into their married life. Christian had to wait a year for Luna to graduate before he could even get to it, but Luna wasn't known for being conventional, and she wasn't starting with her wedding as she hijacked the planning and decided to hold it in the Mer People city of Atlantis before heading out to the Amazon for the honeymoon and coming back pregnant 3 months later. They actually had a daughter named Europa who took much more after Luna than Christian, to which I was also the godfather. Pregnancy didn't stop Luna from enjoying her world travels and the islands full of magical creatures and plants the Ward family had been made rangers of, nor did her daughter's birth mean she wouldn't be introducing her to all the wonders they had. Time did keep going too. Harry had some stints in various fields, going through Auror training, broom racing, even a bit a seeker for England in World Cup, until he actually ended up travelling the world for some time with Hermione as she became rather interested in learning outside the bubble of Britain, and Harry had never had the chance to even leave the Isles before. The two got together whilst doing so, before they returned to marry and actually pursue some official masteries to open more doors. Hermione went into arithmancy and transfiguration, the former due to her own personality and thought process being very in line with the subject, while the latter was partially out of admiration for McGonagall, and Harry specialized in Dada, which did mean he had to understand a good deal of transfiguration, charms, potions, herbology and comc. The two actually coming to Hogwarts to do them, Harry as my assistant and Hermione partially under Vector and the headmistress, until they did finish and continued their travels for some years before properly settling down and giving birth to their first son, James. Ron went into dueling, becoming rather established and even earning a good number of championships home, while his wife, Lady Greengrass, managed her family businesses and did join him from time to time to keep her skills sharp. That is when she wasn't busy producing little green grasses, as they started with twins girls named Sophia and Elizabeth on the first go. My own little sister ended up with Neville, the two having bonded over some shared interests and then more so in terms of beliefs as Neville matured. He immediately apprenticed under Professor Sprout for his herbology mastery, while Susan followed more in line with Amelia's footsteps as she aimed for the Aurors. Both were supportive of each other, even if Neville did have a few worries due to what had happened to his parents in the past. It took a few years, but they did pop out a new generation of Longbottoms. A dark red-headed son they named Michael. Even Mother managed to make a new black after Sirius had been fully healed from his time in Azkaban, naming him Canis, much to the surprise of many and grins of those in the know. For Tori and I, well, it took longer for us to conceive, which was stressful on Tori even when we had Delphine, but we figured that if Tom could do it when he was what he was, then we wouldn't accept any less. In the end, when Delphine was about to head out for Hogwarts, we managed to give her a little brother named Archer Edward Bones, who shared my own silver hair and blue eyes, having been born of very strong magic. But by the time our daughter did head to Hogwarts, I had passed down my post to Harry after he and his family had come back to Britain to settle down, allowing me to focus on my passion for magic itself. From there, I lived a wonderful and fruitful life. Only passing on once I had reached my 3rd century with my wife after we had decided it had been enough. She had long since figured out how to lengthen her own life, but we had done enough and believed it was time to let others move forward without us. Only once I had passed did Mr. and Mrs. Death appear before me anew. Did I earn my second chance properly? I asked them with a jovial smile as my appearance shifted from the older man I had become to my more youthful state. The two before me still looking exactly how they had when they sent me to the world I had lived in and helped grow. You did. The female aspect with pitch black hair and eyes softly answered. And now we have an offer for you. Does this offer involve my wife? I questioned with a bit of steel in my voice. Not in the way you would believe. The male aspect responded with his more hardened and authoritative voice. We would like you to become one of our champions in our afterlife. His other half continued. To protect the souls who are there before reincarnation and participate in competitions on our behalf against other aspects and their champions. All mostly harmless, and you and your own loved ones get the best while you serve as champion and they stay in our afterlife. Now that sounds interesting. I couldn't help but grin. I had long since run out of challengers in magic and I could learn so much from other systems and some possibly old souls in the afterlife. You've got yourself a deal. 206, explanation. So that's the end of that. Over 500k words. Sorry it took so long to get back and finish this story, it was mostly because I could only see one path to the ending, which was hard to write because it got boring due to not having much freedom in it. Then I got distracted by other ideas in life, plus my job, so it's been hard to write and keep going on things when I just enjoy reading so much. Writing is always when I feel like I needed to get an idea out there somehow, and I just kind of liked when people saw them and found them as interesting as I did. I know this is a bit rushed as an ending, with points of view being all over the place and whatnot, but that's pretty much how I wanted things to end. Aiden wouldn't want to be the only one doing everything when they just had so many advantages over Voldemort, and he could get better overall results for the entire country by going about it as he did. This way Harry gets over his demons for good, the Ministry under Amelia gets total support from its populace, Hogwarts regains a good deal of its rep and support to move forward, and Aiden gets to show some of his power while not being the main character for the day by spreading the action around. That was the general idea. So now, the first thing I've ever written is done. Kind happy and kind of nostalgic, but it is what it is. Thanks to everyone who read this, and I hope you all liked it. I'm sure you're aware of my other FFs on this site/app, but I'm really not sure when and if I'm going to really get back to those properly. I've even started One Piece and Marvel fanfics on fanfiction.net that people can read if they want to, because that's where my imagination was at for a while. Anyway, hope you all have some fun reading this and other stories.